Let's give it up for our Pro Tour champion, Yoshihiko Ikawa!
Congratulations to Simon Nielsen, the champion of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3.
And that's it. Javier Dominguez is a two-time world champion.
Please put your hands together and congratulate the Pro Tour champion here in Chicago, Matt Nass.
Welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Sunday here at Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy live from sunny Las Vegas, Nevada. When we started the weekend, we had 331 of the best players to play the game here in the building. Now we are down to our final 8. By the time we're done today, only one will remain. We are playing single elimination standard with a prize of $50,000 going to first place. There's a look at the tournament hall this morning because MagicCon Vegas is also going on, the biggest MagicCon of all time. Thousands upon thousands of people here to celebrate the best game ever. Hey, welcome to the news desk. We're over in the Pro Tour area of MagicCon Vegas. I'm Ray Bartholdi, your host for the weekend, joined by Corey Baumeister and Ailey Loney. Here on Top 8 Sunday, what are you most looking forward to, Court?
I'm excited to watch the Masters at work here. These players have been playing Standard for a week and a half straight, played thousands and thousands of games. Now I'm excited to watch them when the pressure's really on and see who can take it down.
Absolutely. What about you, Ailey? What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to handing someone their trophy because it's sparkling and I've been wanting to touch it the entire weekend. And also I would like to crown a new champion or perhaps two-time champion in David Root.
Ooh, absolutely. We'll find out what happens today. Let's take a look at our tournament schedule and find out how the weekend has played out, starting with Friday, Corey.
Yeah, so we started off with Final Fantasy Booster Draft, which was awesome, by the way. Rounds 1 through 3 to decide who would win the pod, and then we played Standard for the next 5 rounds, and you had to be at least 4 and 4 or better, 12 match points to advance to day number 2.
Saturday we did the same thing, except with 209 people, so rounds 9 through 11 Final Fantasy Booster Draft yet again, then Standard all the way through rounds 12 to 16 to get our players to 36 match points going into the top 8.
That brings us today to today, Top 8 Sunday. It's going to be single elimination standard, so lose and you are out of the tournament. We are playing best 3 out of 5 games with sideboarded games starting after game number 2. But what are the players playing for other than, of course, that trophy that Ailey mentioned and the title of Pro Tour Champion, which is priceless. $50,000 for first place. Second place goes home with $30K, $15K for third through fourth. Fifth through eighth place go home with $9,000. Not too bad for a weekend's work. Well, if you missed any of the action here at the Pro Tour yesterday, Ailey's got you covered with these highlights.
Yes, indeed. Day 2 of Pro Tour Final Fantasy kicked off with 3 rounds of Booster Draft for the remaining 209 players. Our lone tournament leader, Christian Baker, suffered his first loss at the start of the day, opening the way for those hot on his heels to compete for top spot and top 8 slots. Ian Robb and Ken Yukihira were the first to punch their tickets to the quarterfinals, followed closely by fellow competitors Yu Chen Liu, Tony Bortolan, Christian Baker, Andy Garcia-Roma, Percy Fang, and David Rood. Izzet Prowess and Mono Red proved insurmountable as the other decks couldn't handle the heat they brought to the feature match area. 2 decks remain in the hands of 8 would-be champions. The question is, who is it gonna be?
Who indeed? Congratulations to our top 8. You saw them there. Let's have them introduce themselves to you right now.
Ken Yukihiro, Japan, Mono Red.
Ian Robb, United States of America, Blue Red Prowess.
David Rood, Canada, Blue-Red Prowess.
Percy Fang, China, Red.
Yu Chen Liu, China, Mono Red.
Tony Bortolan, Croatia, Izzet Prowess.
Christian Baker, USA, Izzet Prowess.
Andy Garcia-Romo, USA, Mono Red Aggro.
And we are unveiling our top 8 bracket now for the first time this morning. And the way things have shook out is actually incredibly interesting. And I don't know if this has ever happened before at a Pro Tour. We have Mono Red on one side of the bracket. We have Is It Prowess on the other side of the bracket. So that means essentially we have 2 mini tournaments that are happening here in our top 8, which is very interesting. So we're going to find the best Mono Red player in the building. Then we're going to find the best Is It Prowess player in the building, and they will face off in our finals, which I just think is just incredible, Corey.
It's really like poetry. You know, it's nice to see. I'm really excited to see how this unfolds.
So there's a look at our bracket here this morning. Mono Red, Is It Prowess facing off in the finals. Well, how are the players feeling this morning ahead of our top 8? Ailey had a chance to speak to them.
It all comes down to this. 8 players, $50,000 on the line, and the title of champion of Pro Tour Final Fantasy. In your first top 8 of a Pro Tour, Andy Garcia-Romo. Any nerves?
Honestly, no. I was nervous yesterday, waiting to see if I would get in on tiebreakers, but right now I'm just feeling free, just trying to enjoy myself and play to the best of my ability. It's about all I can do.
Best of luck, Andy.
Thank you.
And over here, Christian. You went from a regional championship to undefeated on day 1 into the top 8. How are you feeling about your chances today?
I'm really nervous. So I'm not used to success in Magic, so this is all a new feeling for me. So I guess I'm just hoping for the best,
I wish you all the best as well. Look forward to it. And then over here, Tony Portolan. Top 16 in Ether Drift, is that correct? Yeah, and top 8 here?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going for gold this time?
Yeah, let's go for the win, for the trophy.
What would winning mean to you?
I mean, it would be great, like amazing. Also for the community back home. I know they're all cheering for me right now. So yeah, this is the first top 8 for a Croatian, for a small country. So it's great.
Best of luck to you, Tony. Then over here, Yu Chen Liu. This is your second top 8 in as many Pro Tours.
I think this is the third one.
That is third top 8. Wow, okay. You are just on a roll then. So how do you do it? What's going through your mind right now?
I think it's just a miracle. I think 2 in a row is a miracle. It's powerful miracle for me. Yes.
Well, hey, let's just keep it going. So maybe a win, maybe a 4th top 8 in your future. Good luck. And then over here, Percy Fang. I see you in the top 8 of everything. You have qualified for Worlds 3 times over now. You got to save some qualifications for the rest of us, man. Do you think Mono Red can take you all the way to a win and then even maybe a World Championship?
Of course.
Yeah? You gonna go for it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Percy, best of luck. Can't wait to see you crush once again. And then David Rude. 20 years ago, you won a Pro Tour alongside Gab Nassif and Gab Sang. I think it's time for another one, don't you?
Yeah, I'm ready to win. I wouldn't swap my deck for anybody else in the top 8, so I feel good about it.
All right, you pumped up? You ready to go? Planning your victory speech?
Victory speech, I don't know. I got a reservation at Lotus of Siam, so I'm going to go enjoy that after. Yeah.
Priorities, I love it. Best of luck, David. And then over here, Ian Robb. Another back-to-back top 8 here. This must just feel like a dream for you.
Yeah, it feels amazing. Just another great weekend, great drafts, getting very lucky. So, excited to hopefully this time actually win in top 8.
Best of luck to you, Ian. Looking forward to the games. And then last but not least, Ken Yukihiro, you are no stranger to the top 8. With such a storied and successful career, are you ready to win one now?
Sorry. Sorry, pardon?
Are you ready to win a top 8? To be champion?
Yeah. Today's #1 soldier is great. Crowd. I have a crowd.
Awesome. Best of luck, Ken. Yeah. I can't wait to see this top 8 in action. It all starts now. They're ready to do battle, so let's get to it. Our quarterfinals are up next.
So many great stories from our top 8
Love
here
it.
today. I'm excited to see them play out on the big stage. Let's set up our first quarterfinal for you here in the building. Everybody, you just heard from Ken Yukihiro, and indeed, he is in our first quarterfinal up against Andy Garcia Romo. We are starting with the mono red aggro half of the bracket here. Ken Yukihiro, this is his 5th Pro Tour top 8. He has 10 Grand Prix top 8s to his name, including 2 wins, one of Japan's best players ever. Always has a smile on his face as well. It's always a joy to watch Ken play. He's always having a fantastic time, no matter how high the stakes.
He's awesome.
Up against Andy Garcia Romo, made day 2 and 3 out of 5 Pro Tour starts since a return to tabletop. His best finish, excluding this, was a top 16 in Pro Tour, the Lord of the Ring. Wants to play in all 4 events this season. With that top 8, he has already met his season goal, so congratulations to Andy. Let's take a look at Ken Yukihiro's road to the top 8 here today. Went 7-1 in standard with 2 buys, locked things up in round number 14 with a win against Anthony Lee. Started the weekend out with a 3-0 in draft. Let's take a peek at Andy Garcia Romo's road to the top 8. Went 7-3 in standard, a bit of a rockier road here, coming in as our 8th seed into the top 8. Also 3-0 draft to kick off the tournament. Both of our players, of course, playing mono red, as I said, Corey. So tell me about the story of this matchup.
Yeah, let's check out their deck list. And I also think it's interesting, we just looked at their path here. Neither of them played a mirror yet.
Right,
so this
exactly.
This is new for both of them. Let's look at Ken's list. We're going to be looking at these minor little details as this is a mirror match. The biggest difference I want y'all to pay attention to is the Twin Maw Stormbrood versus the other removal spell that we're going to see on the other side, which is Witchstalker Frenzies. This is the big difference in the main deck. Being able to kill creatures a little bit quicker from Ken, I think is going to give him a bit of an advantage. Let's look at the sideboard from Ken as well, because this will paint a good picture as well. We have 3 Torch the Tower as well as 2 Suplex as different ways to kill creatures, especially when you're on the draw. That's going to be one of the more important things in these mirror matches. So Ken's going to be on the play. That is a big advantage for him. Looking over at Andy's list, yeah, instead of that 2-mana Roast, for anyone who kind of remembers that card, we are playing the Witchstalker Frenzy. And when you're running downhill, you got a bunch of really aggressive creatures you're attacking with, and you can cast that card for 1 mana. It's going to look better than a 2-mana sorcery. But that's not how Magic always works. It's not a perfect game every single time, so I think that's a bit of a disadvantage for Andy to have that one. And then in the sideboard, there is a little less removal here. We only see the 3 Torch of the Towers, so I will give the advantage to Ken as far as the deck list goes, and then even more to Ken, as Ken's the #1 seed, will be on the play to start this first game off. So slight advantage, but advantage to Ken.
All right, excellent. Well, it's time to find the best mono red player in the room, starting with our first quarterfinal. I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul with the call.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome to the booth here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Marshall Cyclist with Paul Chion. And buckle up. This is going to be a top 8. As we mentioned, the brackets broke down perfectly. I could not believe that last night. Rich came up and showed me a piece of paper that had the brackets on it, and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. It's literally all mono red on the side, and that's where we're going to be starting off with you this morning. Ken Yukihiro versus Andy Garcia Romo in the mono red mirror. Then we've got another mono red mirror, and then we'll get to the prowess as well. Let's introduce our players here. There's Ken Yukihiro from Japan. His goal for the season was to make a top 8. Check that box. And there's Andy Garcia Romo from the United States. He's from California. He had a near miss at Pro Tour Lord of the Rings. He finished in the top 16, which generally means he was 1 win away from the top 8. So he has been a good, consistent finisher for the past few years. And his goal for the season was to stay consistent. He wanted to play in all 3 big events plus qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing for any competitive player. Of course, top 8ing is important, but also being able to show up and participate in the events is equally important. So that's always the main goal. But now that both of these players have top 8'd and are queued for the next year, let's win the whole thing.
That's right. Now, speaking of winning the whole thing, there's Burst Lightning to take down the first threat from Ken. Whoa, is that opening card 4 cards for the opening hand here for Ken?
Oh my goodness, it does seem to be that
wow.
way.
So, Paul, I was going to say that being on the play, which is the luxury that Ken has as he's the higher seed, was going to be a big deal, but there's a bigger deal here, 4 cards.
Yeah, and given the mulligan here, yeah, I like the way Andy's just going about killing everything that Ken has. He only has one card left because Ken would have had an opportunity to maybe get a card back with Monstrous Rage plus the Ember Heart Challenger, but Andy just firing off all the Burst Lightnings here and just, you know, being up cards in this matchup is just so huge. Oftentimes you're using your burn spells just to keep the board at bay here, and yeah, Ken just has a couple of Monstrous Rages very far behind.
He's already down to 17. Draws his card for the turn. It was Screamy Nemesis that he doesn't have the mana for. This is the problem with mulligans on this extreme level, is that you either don't have the lands to cast your stuff, or the stuff you have you don't have enough of, and you can't really hit a balance. So this Hired Claw has now turned the tables back on Ken. Again, generally speaking, we would assume that the player on the play is the aggressor and the one on the draw is forced to play defense, which isn't really what this deck wants to do. But as we see, Andy Garcia-Romo has broken serve and is firing back. There's Burst Lightning now from Ken.
Andy does have a Monstrous Rage to save
that's
it.
going to be game number 1. Wow, Andy Garcia-Romo picks up game 1 in like half a minute?
I mean, we were trying to set up kind of the story of these players, and all of a sudden it's over. But I mean, that's what happens. You're going to win, what, 20% of your games when you mulligan to 4, maybe less?
Yeah, 15 to 20 would be my guess.
So it's just a really rough place to be. Now, as you can see, Ken Yukihiro's hand, there is a copy of Self-Destruct, which is normally a card you would expect to see Ken sideboard out. But of course, in the top 8, it's best out of 5. You start with 2 best of 1 games.
That's right. So this is game 2, but still pre-board.
Pre-boarded, rather, yes.
That's Hired Claw there for Ken.
And has an Ember Heart Challenger. Probably just going to do that and attack for 4.
Yeah, that seems good. Andy with no good blocks here. And again, once again, you know, play draw mattering huge in this matchup. Basically, it sets the stage that the player on the play is the aggressor, and that forces the player on the draw to use their removal to try to stabilize through it, and it's difficult to do.
Absolutely, and even card, I mean, look at a card like Monstrous Rage. It is so much better on the play when you're pressuring the opponent.
Hired Claw is going to get activated and get in.
All right, and as you can see there, Ken could have played a Manifold Mouse, but you know, this is a battle of resources sometimes, and would rather wait till he gets the 4 mana to be able to get the Offspring going and make 2 tokens next turn, or 2 creatures next turn.
Yeah. And there's an Ember Heart Challenger.
Okay.
So the question is Andy now the aggressor with this play? And does Ken have an answer? He sits there and thinks for a second, but he's just bluffing. He doesn't have anything.
Yeah.
He does have a mountain in hand, though, so he can pay that Offspring cost. Oh, there's a Burst Lightning a little late. Does this make him want to change avenues?
I don't think so, because he's still ahead in the race here, right?
Okay.
He's at 16, and he's at 13. He's going to take 3 from the Hired Claw. I would imagine what you want to do here is attack for 2, get in for 3 because of the ping, and then just play a Manifold Mouse with Offspring. It's pretty unlikely that you're going to die on the following turn unless Andy has both Monstrous Rage plus Manifold Mouse in hand.
You take 1 and then an additional 2.
Yep.
Yeah, Ken's not going to pump, so he is going to make that play that you described. There's Manifold Mouse plus Offspring cost, so basically he gets 2 of them. The Hired Claw is a lizard. That is the price you pay for playing it, but a premium 1-drop like that's worth it.
Small bonus. And yeah, Magebane Lizard.
That's a different lizard.
Yeah, Magebane Lizard from Andy Garcia-Romo. That's going to be the first card that both of these players are going to be sideboarding out. That's a card that's meant to be decent against, of course, the Ikoria Steelcutter decks. Sometimes it can be decent against the Azorius Omniscience decks. But in the mirror, I mean, it's not really where you want to be.
Ken's got Andy down to 10 here in game 2. If you blinked, you missed game 1. Ken mulligan to 4. And it was easy pickings from there for Andy Garcia-Romo.
Yeah, this is a really big turn from Andy. This is probably the turn where you're going to see him slow down and think a little bit, just because now that you're at 10, like, there are so many different ways that Ken can kill you. However, if Andy chooses to be aggressive here, he does have some prowess creatures, has a Witchstalker Frenzy, but looking to use it defensively. Now remember, the cost reduction on the Witchstalker Frenzy goes both ways. It's not just, normally it's you're attacking and you're playing it for a cheap cost, but if your opponent attacks with 3 things, you can play the Witchstalker Frenzy for 1 mana and kill one of Ken Yukihiro's creatures.
And you can see that Andy has committed to that line with the Witchstalker, because he could have played the Magebane Lizard instead.
Yeah, additionally...
Does Ken figure this out?
Yeah, additionally...
Doesn't matter.
Right.
Sorry to interrupt you, Paul. Go
Additionally, you also just get the prowess creatures from the Ember Heart Challenger, so all of a sudden you have really good defenses set up too. It doesn't mean Andy's going to be able to completely turn things around because Ken is still at 16. And look at this.
Ken just passed back. Now,
Very patient.
I have to say that's a good patience, but also Andy's probably pretty happy with that as well. It means he's not just dead.
Yeah, but look at Ken's hand. That's 2 Burst Lightnings with 5 mana in play.
Oh.
Burst Lightning in for 4, Burst Lightning in for 4. As long as Ken survives now, he can just kill him with the burn spells in hand. That's 10 damage from his hand with Self-Destruct and double-kicked Burst Lightnings.
So Ken sees the line, and at 16 life, plus the defensive stance from Andy last turn, he feels he can buy himself enough time to deploy his entire hand.
Yeah, and it's rough if you're Andy. What do you do? If you attack, then Ken can turn things around and just attack with his creatures as well for damage.
Right, and then maybe only 1 Burst Lightning's needed.
Right.
Okay, so Andy did draw Burst Lightning for the turn.
Okay, so that indicates perhaps a more aggressive line here, right? Because now you kind of don't want to waste the prowess triggers necessarily with the Ember Heart Challengers. Attack for 6. Okay. Oh, whoa.
So he needs to kill him here.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? Because Ken can just hit for 2 and Burst Lightning.
Yeah,
Burst Lightning?
this is just going to be lethal. Oh, but he has the Magebane Lizard in hand that he can play
Right,
here.
and he played his land. Okay.
So this is 9 damage coming in. 9 damage coming in. That'll put Ken down to 7 if he doesn't block.
Does Ken have to abandon that plan and start using removal spells on creatures at this point?
Yeah, you could potentially, you might have to turn this around and just use a Burst Lightning on the Ember Heart Challenger here. Currently sitting at a 3/3.
Yeah, the window for a 1 mana Burst Lightning is behind us, but you can still cook it.
Now here's the issue though. Ken's thinking, well, what if you have a Monstrous Rage? Right?
Sure.
Because if you use Burst Lightning on the Ember Heart Challenger right now, and Andy has a Monstrous Rage, it is an absolute disaster. Right?
And you know,
the creature survives.
even bigger picture, does Ken win this game if he starts firing Burst Lightnings off?
Right.
On creatures? Like, what is his plan? Because he's losing. Remember, that Witchstalker Frenzy's on the stack. Ken will theoretically be down to just 1 Manifold Mouse.
I mean, you can just block the Heartfire hero here with your token, right? So let's just think about this. The Ember Heart Challengers get in for 8. You block the Heartfire hero, right?
Oh, yeah.
What is the Witchstalker Frenzy targeting? Is it the Hired Claw?
The Hired Claw.
Okay, so, and the Manifold Mouse is a 1/1, so yeah, that's a rough spot, never mind.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
It's not a
so so you have to take the damage from the Heartfire hero.
Ken says, sorry, thinking.
Because then Burst Lightning gets Andy down to 6. You have another Burst Lightning that can get Andy down to 2. But with the 1/4 in the way,
yeah,
you just don't have enough. Unless you can find a Monstrous Rage off the top.
Okay.
Right, Monstrous Rage into trample over into Self-Destruct. Could potentially get it done.
Right. Okay, Hired Claw dies.
Yeah, he takes it. Ken giving himself outs here.
But he doesn't know about the Magebane Lizard, and that is going to be a stop sign for Ken Yukihiro, because he needed to be able to get in for that 2 damage.
Yeah, going to the face needs a Monstrous Rage here or something along those lines.
Let's see what he finds off the top.
Soulstone Sanctuary, that is not not
so he will not
here.
be able to win this turn, that means, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess assuming that Andy blocked, which he will. So,
right, there's a Soulstone
does the
Sanctuary
change the combat math the other direction?
Yeah.
The threat of it.
Yeah, I mean, you can turn it on and block here, and Andy is out of spells, but now it's like, if Andy draws a spell, obviously, that's great with the 2 prowess cards, but if he draws a land, he can also activate his Soulstone Sanctuary to get in for a bunch of damage as well. Ken is not in a position here to attack. Probably just has to pass the turn. I mean, alternatively, you can Burst Lightning down to Magebane Lizard, but I don't think that's what you want to do either. So now Andy probably should try to go for the kill here. Does he have enough, though?
I don't think so.
4 damage coming in.
Can he activate the Sanctuary and self-destruct it, so like block and kill something else?
He cannot, because he just played it this turn. So if he activates it, it will have Summoning Sickness. So once you turn it into a creature, you can tap it for mana now.
Right.
But if you turn it into a creature, it's got Summoning Sickness, so you can't activate it and then play the self-destruct. Now, you can't play the Burst Lightning still,
right?
So you can still try to...
So he can activate it and throw it, he can tap it, but he can't block and throw it.
Right,
Okay.
exactly.
Wow, this is a really, really close game. Andy drew, whoa, Screaming Nemesis.
Yeah, so what happens if you just play the Screaming Nemesis as well? 2, 4, 5, 6 damage coming in. 1, 4, 3, okay.
There's Screaming Nemesis.
There is Screaming Nemesis. Now, Ken
has perfect info at this point.
God, I love this. Andy playing a little bit of offense and defense here, just trying to make sure he can't possibly die. And now, if you're on Ken's side, you can activate the Sanctuary, block the Heartfire hero, and take 4, go to 3. Does he have enough then? Oh, but there's a Magebane Lizard in play. So let's say you block the Heartfire hero and you take 3 from the Screaming Nemesis. You go to 3. Then if you play 2 spells on your turn, it wouldn't work. Oh, if Ken draws a land off the top here. Okay, so if Ken draws a land off the top here, we're looking at 7 mana, correct? That's enough mana to kick Burst Lightning and cast Self-Destruct. So this is what you do. You play a Burst Lightning for 4 on your turn. Right? You take 1 damage from the Magebane Lizard, you go to 2 life. Then on your opponent's upkeep, you self-destruct. Magebane Lizard deals 1 damage to you, and then you kill your opponent for the 3 damage from the Soulstone Sanctuary.
So he needs to find an untapped land.
Untapped land would get it done here.
There's the Burst Lightning upstairs down to 2.
Oh, this also works. You can just activate. Actually, this is even better, in fact. You activate and self-destruct?
Yes, there's the Sanctuary, and it doesn't have Summoning Sickness anymore, and that is just enough to get Ken Yukihiro over the line and even things up at just 1 game apiece. This is exciting stuff, right? I know you think, oh, it's mono red, they just play all their stuff. No, it actually plays out in very intricate ways.
Well, the thing is, when you're playing a creature matchup with on both sides where there's a lot of aggression and there's a lot of removal, it's a highly interactive matchup, right? It's like, do I use my burn spells to clear the board, or do I change gears? Like, Ken had a really aggressive start there, and he's like, well, you know what? I can't actually win through damage anymore, completely changed his strategy, and just burned him out. So there's lots of different ways you can kind of approach this matchup. So it's a lot more interesting than the, oh my gosh, it's the mono red mirror. What can you? The games are actually very interactive.
That's right, and we're going to get even more interaction because the players are going to be consulting their sideboards. While they do so, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll have Game 3 of our opening quarterfinal here from Vegas. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here of Top 8 Sunday at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. We are in beautiful, sunny Las Vegas, Nevada, over at the Convention Center here, where we have MagicCon happening. That's right, everybody waiting in line to get in. There are so many ways to enjoy our game, and we have, I think, pretty much all of them represented here at MagicCon, including high-level competitive play. If that's your thing, you're in the right place. We are in the top 8 of our event. We're in our opening quarterfinal. If you're just joining us, it's mono-red mirror match, and the first 2 games, they went pretty quickly. The second one a lot more interesting than the first. Yeah. We've got game 3 incoming between Ken Yukihiro and Andy Garcia-Romo, and that means, of course, Paul, that the sideboards are now in play. Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the thing is, their sideboards were pretty similar, but the interesting thing about the mirror specifically is you might change how you sideboard based on whether or not you're on the play or draw. You know, a card like Case of the Crimson Pulse, for example. If you're on the draw, you might be a little too much on the back foot, where number 1, you have an extra card, you're on the draw, so you're not going to be able to solve the case. And number 2, it's just you just want to have more creatures and removal spells. Whereas when you're on the play, you're the one putting pressure, your opponent's just trying to survive, and all of a sudden you have an enchantment that lets you kind of get kind of more action going. So really curious to see how both players are going to be navigating those sideboarded games. One thing for sure, -3 Magebane Lizards on both sides. Yes, those both came out immediately for both players. And let's check out game number 3 as we come down. I mentioned it at the onset of the round here, but being on the play or the draw is important no matter the matchup, but here it's particularly critical, not just for your chances of winning, but also for the way that you play it out. The person on the play will most likely be the aggressor, and it's up to the defensive player, the person on the draw, to try to stem that bleeding and turn the tables back around so that they can be aggressive. As you see, Ken use Burst Lightning on Hired Claw immediately, but he is going to take a couple from the challenger. Yeah. The way that you play this matchup, especially when you're on the draw, Stormbrew, is by the way. If you have a creature or removal spell, if you have a target for the removal spell, you use the removal spell. You want to keep your life total as high as possible. Another thing is, because you have to play around the card Monstrous Rage, whenever your opponent's tapped out, don't get tricky. Just use the removal spell on the creature, because if they have a Monstrous Rage to save their creature, it's really, really tough to come back from that. Nice curve out here from Andy, though. He goes right into Screaming Nemesis. Hired Claw, Emberheart Challenger, Screaming Nemesis. It's hard to ask for much better than that. Could see a defensive Screaming Nemesis here, because the only type of removal in the mono red decks are burn spells. So if you deal 3 damage to Ken's Screaming Nemesis to get it off the battlefield, Ken can then just use that damage and redirect it to Andy's Screaming Nemesis and just have both of them trade. Now, is Andy just happy with the trade here, and they both just, I mean, they trade and they both take 3 damage, right? And Andy's on the play. Same thing too. Upstairs. But this has to favor Andy, right, as he's the one who's already ahead on the damage race. So if they're both taking 3, that's better for him. And you see the Heartfire Hero now hit the battlefield for Garcia-Romo. He has been able to continually keep a threat on the battlefield even through all these burn spells. And good sequencing there from Andy. Notice that he actually played this creature post-combat so that the damage from Ken Yukihiro Screaming Nemesis can't kill the creature that's in play. Yeah, no need to give him a 2-for-1 on board. You see the can't gain life thing over on the left. Not relevant. Is there even a single life gain spell that exists in mono red? I don't believe so. If there is, I have a problem with it, I'll tell you that. Right. It's kind of antithetical. So Ken's hand right now has an Emberheart Challenger and a Torch to Tower. He's also got the Manifold Mouse. You obviously want to spend mana there. Feels like you kind of want to just go with Emberheart Challenger into Torch to Tower here. Or, oh, actually, tapping out, just being more mana efficient there. Just suplex? Yeah, just suplex. Exile effects being very relevant against the hero there, just so you don't take the damage because it does get exiled. And he does have lots of removal spells here, though, so can use a Torch to Tower here to just kill the Emberheart Challenger. Doesn't have a threat, though. So now we're back to square one with life totals very close together. Who can seize the day? Wow, it's Ken Yukihiro with the big play. Anytime you can spend 4 mana, well, on anything in this deck, it's going to be big. Yeah, and Andy's hand is just, it's just a handful of burn spells. He might have to just fire off both of his burn spells to kill the mice that are in play. And if he does so, it'll be burn spell versus burn spell with no board state for either player.
Right, then it's just last
like
red
it.
standing, and then, you know, I did mention before, case of the Crimson Pulse.
Yes.
That could come in here, come into play.
And Andy has access to that.
He brought that in. Ken has it in his sideboard, but I do not believe he brought it in because he was the player on the draw. Now, you might see him bring it in if he loses this game and is on the play next game.
So Ken is just going to use both of his lands to just pump, but Andy's just going to be forced to 2-for-1 himself here.
Kill that. Then maybe use another, maybe Witchstalker Frenzy here. Yep. All right, you got to do what you got to do, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good.
And now it's 2 burn spells each, Paul.
Right, so the best, honestly, the best draw here is Manifold Mouse, right?
Right.
That requires 2 removal spells.
Which we just saw. There's a mountain off the top for Ken. I don't see any sanctuaries either. So
no sanctuaries, all right. It's just top deck mode here.
I like this.
Sometimes you have those really interesting games. Right now, it's just what can you find?
That is a hired claw.
Can give it haste. This is, and you can kill it here.
There's a Torch the Tower window.
He's going, please don't have Monstrous Rage.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you saw he played the Witchstalker's Friend second last turn just to make sure that Monstrous Rage wasn't a factor.
Okay,
and it's a hired claw. 1 threat. Will it stick?
Now, Andy does have a Monstrous Rage here, and he's going to use it.
And Ken says, okay.
Okay, he's going to take a bunch of damage here. Now, Ken does have the Charring Bite on the following turn, but this is a very big chunk of damage coming in.
What is it, 5? 6 damage with the ping.
Oh, Ken is down to 6, but will have the removal spell here.
And he found a mountain, so he is not able to put another threat going.
All right, so 14 to 6. Nothing in play on both sides.
Ken's just begging for a
Look at those graveyards.
Off the top. All these lands, too.
Right. They are loaded. I mean, given that Ken is at 6, Screaming Nemesis would be an absolutely incredible draw.
It's a mountain go.
Oh!
What did
there's
he
a
find?
Screaming
He found
Nemesis.
his own Screaming Nemesis.
Okay, now the clock starts here from Ken's side.
That was a great draw for Ken.
Another land for Andy.
Is Andy flooding out?
Okay.
Down to 8. He is.
6.
All
They're
mountains
both flooding out.
for both players. Go.
Can Andy find something here? Oh, he found something.
It's a Heartfire Hero.
And you can pump it twice. This is an attack for 4 because there are 2 Rockface Villages in play.
Wow.
So that'll put Ken down to 2.
All right, let's see what Ken draws.
Charring Bite off the top would be incredible. Charring Bite would be the win.
Look at him. He's peeling for
Charring
it.
Bite. It's a, what is it, a red card?
Yeah, it's a red card. It's Heartfire Hero.
Ooh, that's fine though because
Would Frenzy also be GG?
Heartfire Hero with 2 Rockface Villages is an attack for 7. Oh! Right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. He's 1 damage short here. So he might have to play a defensive Heartfire Hero and not even pump it. You can't pump it because if he pumps it into a 2-power creature, all Andy has to do is attack with his 2/2 Heartfire Hero. And if they trade, then Andy kills him.
He
so you have to play
die.
You have to play a naked Heartfire Hero here just to survive.
And if it dies, it's only doing 1, so it wouldn't be
it's
lethal.
Not lethal, right? Yeah. Okay. Andy has so many draws here to just win the game.
Can he find the top deck? It's a Rockface Village. Is that enough?
No,
it's still just
not.
a chunk.
It's not. But so here's what happened. Andy has to attack, right?
Right.
So if Andy attacks, Ken Yuko Hero blocks. That'll put Andy down to 4. Screaming Nemesis attack puts you down to 1. So.
But then he's dead on the crackback, so Ken is going to have to top deck something.
All right, just fully pump up the hero. That's kind of the only line that you have because, you know, Andy Garcia here, what are you going to do? Keep the Heartfire Hero on defense, maybe? It's probably better to just hope Ken just draws a land.
Yeah.
And attack and go down to 1. Because right now we're looking at a 2/2. If you, I guess pumping it doesn't actually matter.
He needs to make sure, yeah, just that the Heartfire Hero doesn't trade, but.
Yeah, the Rockface Village, I believe, is a sorcery speed ability. Check there.
You're right. He did leave it back.
Oh.
Does that open the window here for Ken? What does he find? Self-destruct.
Oh my gosh.
And that's enough for the game. Ken says, got there. That's 2 games to 1 for Yukihiro.
That is the mono red mirror in a nutshell, right? Especially after sideboard, more removal spells. Last threat standing for the win.
Table Alpha starting game 4.
All right, game 4. It looks like Andy's down to 6 cards. Ken's on 7, but Andy does have the play. They didn't change anything for their sideboards for this game.
Right. Well, because Andy's again on the play this game, so it makes sense. If Andy wins this game, there might be some swaps.
There's the village, and there's an Amberheart Challenger.
Right, nice aggressive start.
And there's the attack. Ken was writing it down before he even turned them sideways.
Ken does have the classic turn 1 Heartfire Hero into turn 2 Manifold Mouse, so he can crack back for 4 damage here as well. But Andy's hand is excellent, does have 2 Torch to Towers and a Witchstalker Frenzy.
With threats, yeah.
Right, with like another mountain, the Rockface Village does not allow you to actually double spell this turn.
Right.
So, you know, it is in his best interest to fire off one of these removal spells.
Well, while the getting's good.
And Ken is not going to block because the Higher Claw can pump here. And then before damage, he will fire off probably one of these removal spells, probably a Torch to Tower on the Heartfire Hero.
And then get that prowess trigger.
Yep.
So 4 more after the 1 from the Hired Claw go. No mountain though.
But Ken's hand, I mean, he's got the lands here. He's got the Screaming Nemesis, actually just one of the best cards in the deck, full stop. Great in the mirror, just good in basically all matchups.
Yeah, one of the best cards in the format.
Right, could consider now playing a defensive Screaming Nemesis, right? It's just like there's not too many things Andy can do. It's just you play that on the defensive end and you think, okay, what's the worst that can happen? You kill it and I just kill one of your creatures? Yeah, and that's what he's going to do here.
Does mean Andy may get a little time to find some lands, but there's just, it's another Rockface Village.
Another Rockface Village.
But there's just no way around the Nemesis.
Yeah, and this is just so awkward, right?
Just a brick wall.
You can only play 1 spell. What are you going to do? Attack with everything and Witchstalker Frenzy the Nemesis? That just does not seem like where you want to be here.
Yeah, and the Claw doesn't have a +1/+1 counter on it right now.
Yeah, so just no good attack here. I think Andy's just going to have to probably just play Rockface Village. Now, he does have the ability to pump the Emberheart Challenger here. Maybe find a mountain off the top, right? With the Rockface Village in play. You turn the Emberheart Challenger into a 3/2. Maybe be willing to sacrifice your board here to get in for an attack, or just try to draw a card. The issue with that is if you don't hit a mountain specifically, you just don't have anything to do.
Right. And he still has removal that he can use on the mouse.
Yeah.
To at least keep this board under control.
Yeah, and that might be the option here. You just kill the mouse now when you can, and then you pass. And then, but the issue is then on Ken's side, he's going to play a Manifold Mouse with the Offspring cost. Get 2 tokens in play.
There are issues. No doubt about it. Andy Garcia facing down a Screaming Nemesis, and it is a huge problem for him right now.
Ooh,
and Ken's turning it sideways. This is what we call breaking serve, Paul.
Yep. And Andy's absolutely going to take it. I mean, especially because he drew Monstrous Rage, he now has the ability to potentially just kill Andy next turn if he taps out. Right? Just give one of your mice double strike, +3/+1. That's 8 damage from one of the mice.
It feels like Ken's drawn the high end of the curve here, right? Nemesis into kicked mouse, or offspring mouse, if you will. And, I mean, he spent 7 mana.
Yeah.
The last 2 turns. Andy, he spent 1 last turn, and maybe 1 more this turn.
All right, that's potentially 5 damage coming in.
Is he just going to try to take care of the mice?
Yeah, you could just keep the mana up here, right? And just not do anything. I think at this point, especially given that you saw Ken attack there,
right?
You have to think something might be up, like Monstrous Rage, or maybe Ken's thinks he's very, very close to killing Andy. And if that's the case, just make this attack, keep up mana for potential Burst Lightning or Witchstalker Frenzy on something like a Monstrous Rage. Andy's thinking, okay, well, but do I just go for maximum damage here? Right, he can play which...
Yeah, you're at 9.
Oh, and this is great because this forces Andy to tap out if he wants to kill the Manifold Mouse. Ken's going, look, if you want to pay 2 mana to pump your lizard,
claw.
By all means.
Because now he's tapped out.
Yeah, and now, I mean, that's at least 8 damage from the Manifold Mouse from the right side.
Wow, what a block there from Ken.
Right. Oh, no, excuse me. That's
he gets
even more.
to pump as well. Does he have lethal here?
Yeah, that's 10 damage on the right side with the Screaming Nemesis. That's 13 damage coming in.
And there's no way to block to get around any of it because Double Strike, Trample, and the Nemesis. Is this Ken Yukihiro advancing?
That's 11. 2, 10, 13.
This one goes to 11. That is Ken Yukihiro advancing to the semis. 3 games to 1 in a tense mirror. And also remember, Ken started this match off very poorly on a mulligan to 4 and a, I don't know, 45-second game or something. They played 3 turns and the thing was over. And now all of a sudden, he finds himself not too far later onto the semifinals.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of times I think Mono Red sometimes gets a bad rap where you could just like, oh, it's a deck where you just play your things on curve and you just win. No, especially in matchups like the Mirror, there is just a lot to think about. And Ken, I mean, just even look at that block, right? When you made that attack, he's just like, look, I know this is a play that puts me down a card technically, but it lets me win the game because I know that you're going to be tapped out, and so then I can just pump my mouse and go for the Monster's Reach. Just little things like that. Those are tiny edges that not every player might see, but of course, somebody like a Ken Yukihiro will find those lines, and that's why he's here.
And that's why he's here. The other place he is he's with Ailey right now.
Ken, you've just picked up a really, really sweet victory, and you've been using some excellent combat tricks. Tell us about Self-Destruct and why you like it in the deck.
This Self-Destruct, yeah, best Final Fantasy card. Great, yeah.
Better than Monster's Rage, I think so, anyway.
Yeah.
Ken, you are always smiling when you're playing Magic. Do you ever get nervous?
Yeah, very, very happy, yeah.
You're very
happy, yeah.
Awesome. So, next matchup, you're going to be fighting against Mono Red again. Are you looking forward to the match?
I'm a Mono Red play, best #1 player.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Watch out, Percy Fang and any of the Mono Red players there. Best of luck in the semifinals. We'll see you there.
Thank you.
Wow, I love that. I'm the #1 Mono Red player from Ken Yukihiro with a big smile on his face. Wow, great stuff from him. We're going to take a short break here from Vegas. When we come back, though, we'll be back at the news desk, and we'll be setting up for more action. Don't go anywhere.
Race down to your local game store for Magic Presents Chocobo Racing, now through July 24th. Themed around the iconic Chocobo races of Final Fantasy VII, these events let you earn special prizes while participating in Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy Limited Play. Earn special Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy promo cards and test your Magic skills at your local game store's standard showdown events now through July 24th. You'll be playing the standard constructed format with cards from the last few years of Magic releases, including Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy. Welcome back to coverage of our top 8 here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy, live from Las Vegas, Nevada. MagicCon going on here this weekend as well. There is a look at the tournament hall, the biggest MagicCon of all time. There is so much to do here. I walked around the hall yesterday. It is awesome and exciting. Oh, yes! And a couple of our fans here from Cardiff came and saw me. Diolch fawr, my Welsh friends, for showing up with your incredible dragon hats. They said they were going to give me a dragon hat, too, so
Nice.
everybody, wait for that. That's
Wardrobe
going to be
change?
a moment. Yeah,
You could pull that off. That would look good.
so much, Corey. Hey, everybody, welcome back to the news. That's Maria, Corey, and Ailey hanging out with you here in our top 8. We are in our quarterfinals. But before we get to another one, we're going to take a check-in of our teams and find out how they did this weekend, starting with Team Flex Slot Diamond.
Yes, indeedy. The big story here from Flex Slot Diamond is Ian Robb, 14-2, getting into second position, and really carrying the team's hopes on his shoulders there.
Yeah, absolutely crushing it. Next team is Sanctum of All, and not the best finish as far as their team goes. I mean, this is one of the best teams to ever do it, so this is a little lackluster. We do have the one player in the top 8. We got Tony here representing Is It Prowess here. Outside of that, 9 7s, 10 6s. Really wanted to do a little bit better from this team, but I can imagine when we come back for the next one, they're going to be stronger than ever.
I mean, Sanctum has put up some of the best results in the tournament.
They really have.
Time and time again. So, you got to take one off every so often.
Yeah, you never miss 2 in a row, so they're going to be coming back even stronger.
All right, let's take a look at our next team up here that we're going to check in. Handshake Moxfield. Ailey.
Handshake Moxfield had the best chances here with Eli Cassis, who would have loved this top 8, being the Is It Killer, wielding that Roots deck, but alas, didn't have the greatest day too. But also David Inglis returns to the Pro Tour and requalifies for the next one alongside the other 10 and 6s there for Arna Huschenbett and Carl Serap. So pretty great conversion there for the team overall. I think they'll be quite happy with that.
Absolutely. And Eli Cassis, I'm just so sad he didn't make it into the top 8 with that Roots deck, but he was so close.
Yeah, so close. It looks so good. And I am just shocked. This is my shocked face that David Inglis is once again putting up consistent results. No way.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
David Inglis, an incredible Magic player. Now we're checking in on the team that is the Giants in the Room, Team CFB Ultimate Guard here. Congratulations to the team. They did very well overall. Edgar Megalhash just missing out on top 8 is such a heartbreaker. It was like a percentage or something.
0.7%.
Oh, 7%.
0.7%. Theo also lost a win and in, so both 16th place and 9th place. They were so close to being in the top 8. Really, really disappointing for them.
Well done anyway. Excellent result overall with 6 players getting 10 or 6 and better, meaning they've requalified and can come back and do it again. A couple of good results there from Hall of Famers as well. Gabriel Nassif and Paul Rietzel. Welcome back to the Pro Tour, Paul. Great to see you. Disappointing finish there for Matt Nass, who was our reigning Pro Tour champion. 8-8 for Matt, who didn't start things off with a very good draft on the first day of competition. Seth Manfield, also a disappointing tournament for him with 3-5. But once again, every so often, gotta take one off.
Exactly. Yep. Next team, we got Moriyama in Japan, and I bet we're gonna be seeing some good results here. Yeah. We got Ken up at the top, the #1 seed, first one into the top 8, representing Mono Red there, and then a lot of great finishes. Yeah. Shuhei Nakamura in 24th place with that 11 wins. 10 is the magic number for these players coming back. So being able to see plenty of these players get some more qualifications in case they didn't already have it locked up. One of my favorite players of all time as well, and 113th, Riku Kumagai. I absolutely love him. He is always crushing tournaments and always a lot of fun to watch. So great job by them.
Up next, Worldly Council Heavy Play, having pretty decent results all around. Congratulations to Alex Rohan and Arch Dota representing Great Britain. with 11 wins apiece. Derek Davis as well, always consistent performance there, and plenty of 10 wins to get the remaining players there that you see through to Pro Tour Atlanta later on.
I gotta say, that was really brutal, especially for Arch. They were crushing it. It looked like they were gonna win their winning in as well, and just lost by razor-thin margins there to Andy. And then when you go to 17th place instead of 16th, like, that's just the extra dagger. As always, a little brutal. So let's check out our next team here. We got Rampant Growth, Heavy Play. Let's see how they did. And ooh,
first up, Cosmos Heavy Play,
oh,
Corey.
Sorry, I'm stealing your thunder, Maria. My bad.
There's
my
so
bad.
many heavy
I was getting
plays.
excited.
Okay.
That's okay. We have 3 heavy play teams, each one kind of doing a different thing. There's the Grinders team, which is the Rampant Growth team. This Cosmos team is like the heavy hitters here. They're captained by Anthony Lee, and this is our dominant team performance of the weekend. They absolutely crushed it. 9 out of the 15 players have re-qualified for the next Pro Tour, and check out those results.
Paulo.
I mean, we had 4 players there on 11 wins, so just missing out on top 8. Javier Dominguez once again.
He's always there.
He's either in the top 8 or he's just on the outside looking in. Christopher Larson, an excellent limited player. We saw him drafting on day 1, finishing at 11-5. Team captain Anthony Lee, who makes this whole thing happen. Congratulations with 11-5 finish. Quinn Tonoli on 11-5. It's got to be a bit of a heartbreak, even though he got 11 wins, because he's a mono red player and he's just like knows and loves that deck inside and out. So kind of tough beats there for Quinn, but a good finish overall. Paulo Vitor Damaderosa finishing at 10-6, Pro Tour Hall of Famer there. I hope we see you back here again,
Oh, he's
buddy.
re-qualified. He better.
Yes.
I would love to see, I just love having him at these Pro Tours, so I would love to see him come back. And then we've got 2 French players, Victor Hawkins and Thierry Ramboa, with 10-6 records overall. So great performance from Cosmos Heavy Play.
Yeah, and Victor Hawkins, I want to give a shout out as well. I played against him a lot on like the SCG circuit. He's always impressing me. He's always crushing me for one thing. So it was only a matter of time to see him on the biggest stage here. So big congrats to him. Next team up is Rampant Growth Heavy Play. We have our 1 player in the top 8 in the form of David Rude, making that 2nd Pro Tour top 8. Really impressive stuff. Connor McKenzie, who had been impressing me all tournament, ended up, wheels fell off just a little bit at the end there, but to be able to still take 32nd, got to be extremely proud of yourself for that. And then 3 other players with 10 wins. Gotta love it. Basil Nasri ended up playing one of my favorite decks in one of the arena tournaments. Played a good old Luris Demir kind of mid-rangey deck that he took it down with.
I remember that.
Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah,
it was a couple years ago. It was really, really fun to watch, as well as Adam Adelson, one of the limited GOATs here, who just doesn't lose when it comes to 40-card formats. So a lot of really nice stuff here from Rampant Growth Heavy Play.
I want to look at Flex Slot Diamond again, so let's go back here and check out the rest of the team. We know Ian Robb is absolutely crushing it. He is on a tear. Like, he's got somewhere to be, it feels like, because he is just getting into
a top 8.
Yeah,
that's where he's got to be.
Oh, yeah. I mean, maybe he has a reservation at Lotus for Siam as well. Who knows? But Adam Brace, also an exceptional performance, coming in at 13th, so just missing out. And then 9 sevens down the way there. So unfortunately, no more qualifications for the team, but yeah, like I said, Ian Robb is going to carry their hopes, hopefully, to a championship.
There's a check-in of our teams here this weekend. Taking a look at the Pro Tour area now. And of course, this is Pro Tour Final Fantasy, but we didn't have a Pro Tour Tarkir Dragonstorm, but of course that set was also added into Standard. And right now we're gonna look at the top 10 cards, top 10 most played cards from Tarkir Dragonstorm at this tournament, starting with number 10, Corey.
Yeah, all right, so number 10 is Sun Pearl Kirin. This is a card that was seeing a good amount of play in all these Pixie decks. Being able to play Temporary Lockdown, pick it up with this, and then recast it to re-lock everything down was a really nice play. The card that kind of soft banned this card was Vivi. The fact that Temporary Lockdown got a little bit worse just made these Pixie strategies not so great because, well, if you're only locking down some of their threats, it's not as strong of a card. So I miss these Pixie decks. They're so fun.
I don't think they had a great weekend either.
No, not really. Not really.
It's a couple of
very
players.
cool deck, though.
It's sweet, yeah. A
Yeah.
couple of players I was speaking to that were playing this, and I was hoping that Ambrosia Whiteheart would get in. They were like, no, that bird doesn't fly. I was like, okay, fine.
Fine.
Sure.
Yeah, they fell off a little bit, but I'm with you. I love these decks.
They're sweet. Up next, we have Tersa Light Shatter. I love this card. When I saw it, I was like, oh, I want to make a commander deck out of this. Like, what nonsense can I come up with? So she's a great way to kill someone out of nowhere if they're at 3, for example, having the haste. But a great way to just chuck stuff in the bin if your deck cares about that. And if you like some chaos, she can just replay some of the best things in the bin for you. So
I love the
really
random
nice
aspect, you know?
Oh,
like,
yeah, I love crazy things like Chaos Warp, that sort of effect.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates.
Except it's a box of lightning bolts.
Way less appetizing.
Watch out if you open that up. Wild Ride. Hello. This card, of course, dominating across the weekend. Just extremely impressive performance overall. Is it combo with BV, of course?
Yeah.
Just enormous chunks of damage. I cannot say too many words about Wild Ride. I mean, it's just one of the best cards that we're playing right now.
I mean, there are some decks that are playing a split between Wild Ride, let's all put that in perspective, and Monstrous Rage.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, that means that these players are saying Wild Ride is just as good as Monstrous Rage. So
At the player party, I was chatting to Nicole Tip. I was like, hey, you know, because I like saying hi to her all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you playing? Is it prowess? Boo! But we've got Spice, and she like pulls me over to her phone. This is before deck lists were revealed. She's like, look. There. She points to the Wild Ride, and she's so proud of it. I'm like, you guys.
yes, I love it. Being able to harmonize when you can, you know, just pay 1 mana ends up being really nice. So here's another one. Clarion Conquer really pretty much lived in the sideboard of Omniscience decks, but it's a cool plan because there's a lot of Omniscience decks that kind of pivot post-board. They don't just lean in on just all the combo. They bring in Clarion Conqueror, the White Overlords, these kind of things to have a little bit of a plan B. And this is a nice little dragon, so you can...
took so long to realize that.
Yeah, so you can pick up a nice little enchantment that you might be talking to us about a little later.
Oh, spoilers. Not yet, though. First, I'm going to talk about Heritage Reclamation, which this is basically everything you want in a sideboard card for green-based decks. You need to destroy a Corey Steel Cutter? Got you covered. You need to break a temporary lockdown? Cool, sure. You need to prevent a combo from going off against the Omniscience decks? Here you go. You can just get that out the graveyard and, you know, draw a card. Because why not? So just really great all-round modal card.
It slices. It dices. It's number 6. What about number 5? Windmoth Stormbrood. I'm a huge fan of this card from Tarkir Dragonstorm Limited. Really excited to see it show up here in Standard, Mono Red, Charring Bite, an excellent Omen, which, I mean, when Omens were previewed, I was like, I'm not sure how this, I don't know if I like this better than Adventures or what. But honestly, the ability to cast this a second time or a third time.
That is nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, you're going to be roasting creatures for days if you keep shuffling them in your deck.
I just don't like shuffling. To be honest.
Like shuffling.
It's too much shuffling with the Omens, so
Yeah,
give me adventures.
They definitely do you a favor on Arena by shuffling it in, that's for sure.
Thanks,
the next
Arena.
one is one of the best cards in the set. You know, this is making an impact in older formats as well, like Modern, Legacy, all that kind of stuff. But in Standard, it is another card that lives in the sideboard of these Omniscience deck. Being able to get a threat that 2 mana hits for 3 on turn 2, perfectly reasonable. But then if you also just prevent your opponent's counter spells, that's awesome. So the thing I love the most about Voice of Victory is if your opponent's bringing in like negates to counter your Abuelo's Awakening, negate this, Maria.
Here is the card you were mentioning, Roiling Dragonstorm. 2 mana enchantment that can trigger repeatable card draw. It can trigger prowess for you. If you're playing the Clarion Conquerors or the Meringue River Regents, you get to bounce this to your hand and replay it. It's just another great way also to fuel your graveyard if that is where you're going. So yeah, not just great in limited, but also pretty damn good in constructed.
Yep.
This was one of my favorite limited cards for sure from the format.
I like drawing cards.
Of the Dragonstorms, definitely, I think that one's the most impactful.
Coming in at number 2, Meringue River Regent, this powerhouse here in Omniscience, a key combo piece, 6/7 dragon. And of course, there's Coil and Catch on the Omen side as well. You talk about doing it all. This is one of the dragons that does, in fact, do it all. Loved it in Limited, love it in Standard.
That's
Coming in
such
at
good
number
art.
2.
Really good card, that's for sure.
But what's
That
number
is
1,
for sure.
Corey?
Let's check it out.
What could it be?
Roll the tape. Oh, we're not
Please
doing
no,
that bit
please
anymore?
no.
Oh, never
No,
mind.
no.
Sorry. Okay, yeah, so only thing I don't love about this card is I think it's a typo. I believe that Corey is
Yeah, they got
spelled
your name wrong, man.
Yeah, it should be EY, but otherwise, nice. Yeah, really strong card. It is completely dominating in Standard right now. It is the best card from the set by far in Enabled and Supercharged these Is It Prowess decks. It's Corey Steelcutter. You love it, you hate it, doesn't matter. You're going to be playing against it.
Absolutely. Let's look at the top 10 most played cards from Tarkir Dragonstorm here this weekend. Oh, there's Red Steel right behind you, Corey.
Oh, God. It was a tough day's work, you know? It was an
I hope they paid you
absolutely
extra
tough
for
day's
that.
work.
I'm just saying.
Wait, you guys are getting paid?
Moving on, let's take a look at our bracket.
All right.
And find out where we are at in this tournament with our quarterfinals. Ken Yukihiro, we just saw win over Andy Garcia Romo. So congratulations to Ken. Moving on to our semis. Now we're going to take a look at the bottom half of the bracket because coming up, we've got David Rude and Tony Portalon battling here. David Rude has 3 top finishes to his name. First here for Tony Portalon. David Rude is your Pro Tour Atlanta champion back 20 years ago in 2005, which is just incredible to find him back here on the top 8 stage. Goal for the season was to requalify for the next event. Tick, he has done that. Tony Portalon, the first Croatian player in a top 8. He is very proud of that, said that this morning, was 1 win away from top 8 at Pro Tour Ether Drift earlier this year in Chicago. His season goal is to play in all 4 events. Tick to that as well. Let's take a look at David Rude's road here to the top 8. Went 7-2 in Standard with a bye, 3-1 in the 7-1 in Standard with a bye that he received in round number 16. So congratulations to him there on locking it up with a win over Christian Baker, who will also find here in our top 8. Let's take a look at the road to the top 8 for Tony Portalon here. Took him all the way to get it. Ended with a win over William Arujo in round number 16. Went 7-3 in Standard overall. There's a look at the players. Tell me about these decks in this matchup.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the decks. Of course, we have an Is It Prowess mirror matches, so let's get into the weeds and start dissecting the minor changes that we're going to be seeing. So let's pull up the first list. Now, the big change that we're going to be seeing from the list is that top left card that we see. It is Drake Hatcher in the main instead of Monastery Swiftspear. So David's choice in this configuration is trying to be a little bit slower, a more mid-rangey style, and that usually is the advantage player, as Swiftspear can be good, but both players are playing a lot of Torch the Towers, that kind of thing. So Drake Hatcher ends up being the really, really impressive card. Let's look at the sideboard here from David and see some of the cards we have here. Another Vivi in the sideboard, which we could easily see being brought in, as well as that Abrade to be able to deal with Corey Steelcutters. Outside of that, feels like we're really pretty much ready to go in the main deck. So let's take a look at David's opponent here. Look at Tony's list, and yeah, once again, top left is where I want to focus your attention. That is the Swiftspears here. So Tony is going to be trying to go a little bit faster. A little bit of a problem with that, as Tony will be on the draw here in this match, as David was the higher seed. So slight advantage, I would say, to David, but let's look at Tony's sideboard, see if we got anything extra going on here. Not a ton as well. We do have that one Abrade as well. You can bring in more removal spells in the Rolling Furnace if you really want to like that, but I would give the slight advantage to David on this one.
And we've talked about already here at the desk how important it is to be on the play in these matches, of course. So how does somebody on the draw take advantage of that? Like what might need to happen for them?
You want to keep hands that are a little bit more reactive instead of just like, all right, 2 Swiftspears, a stock up, maybe 2 stock ups and 3 lands or something like that. That's just going to be a little too slow. You want to be having cards that are like, you know, Torch the Tower to be able to destroy your opponent's 1-drop, other removal spells for Drake Hatcher, stuff like that, and then of course, always keep your Corey Steelcutters. That's the best card. You want to have that in your opening hand as well.
All right, it's time for quarterfinal number 2. I'm going to pass it on over to Cedric and Monty.
Thank you very much, Maria. Hello, hello, everybody. We are getting ready now for our first of what's going to be a couple Is It Prowess mirrors here on the Sunday stage at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Cedric Phillips, Monty DeVuti. Monty, you ready to see some Corey Steelcutters in play?
I'm very excited.
Yeah.
I think, you know, maybe there's some narrative of a lot of mirror matches, but one of the things that I really love is all of these matches are really interesting. There's a lot of play, especially the Is It Prowess mirror. There's a lot of micro decisions being made, so I think we're going to see some really good Magic today.
I think so, and you know what? Vivi's going to be involved, so I'm certainly going to be happy. My favorite legendary wizard is going to see some action here on the Sunday stage. David Roode is the player that we're looking at right now. The Canadian is making another top 8. I think he said his last one was 20 years ago at Pro Tour Atlanta that he won alongside Gabriel Nassif and Gab Sang many, many moons ago. Tony Portland, no stranger to high-level competitive Magic and positive results, but only one is going to get to move on to our semifinals, and we're going to find out who it's going to be starting right now.
Good luck, guys.
A Spire Bluff Canal and a Storm Chaser's Talon is how Roode will get his day started.
Yeah, looking at Tony's hand, I believe that's a sleight of hand, a Quarry Steelcutter, and a Stock Up alongside quite a few lands. So in a position where is representing the more impressive threat in the Quarry Steelcutter, assuming there isn't one from David, but definitely considering he is the one with Monastery Swift Spears, the more reactive hand at the moment.
This is a Quarry Steelcutter for Tony before passing the turn back. David off to a very nice start there with the Storm Chaser's Talon and a copy of Drake Hatcher. We'll see what the third turn does yield, and it's going to start things off with an Opt, so there will be one prowess trigger there for both of those creatures. The top card here for Roode may remain the top card. We will find out here in just a moment as David does consult his hand. And that top card will stay on top. So David is happy with what he saw with the blue instant.
Yeah, I think for David, if he does have access to a monstrous rage here to get that attack for 6 that we've seen so many times before with Drake Hatcher, getting those 6 incubation counters, that would be the dream. But as things stand, I do believe that he may be looking for a third land here very aggressively.
Well, kept with both of those Ops, so it appears as though happy with what he has found on each. Spire Bluff Canal is the land. Will there be a play afterward? There will not be. So looks like 6 damage will come across. Some incubation counters are headed Drake Hatcher's way. And that looks like it may be it for Roode.
You know, a relatively understated turn as far as things go.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I think Tony is pretty happy if he can get away from that turn where he just played Quarry Steelcutter and passed, not taking that much damage out of the situation and only seeing one potential Drake being made from David.
Well, it's time for Tony to actually make some relevant game actions. And the first one is going to be a sleight of hand, as he needs to get onto this battlefield here. And it looks like Roode has paused Tony for just a moment, and now the sleight of hand will resolve. So Opt and another copy of sleight of hand is what Portland is looking at and choosing from with the sorcery.
David potentially representing a Into the Floodmaw, saying that maybe with the sleight of hand on the stack before you're able to dig deeper, I want to try to bounce this Quarry Steelcutter. A bit of a risky play considering the amount of instancy spells that are available to the Izzet Prowess deck. Maybe considering just activating the Drake Hatcher, but as things stand, it could also just be a bluff, just taking the advantage opportunity to tell Tony, okay, this is one aspect of things that you have to think about is maybe I have this.
The follow-up is a copy of Into the Floodmaw. That's going to trigger Quarry Steelcutter. And looking to bounce that Otter, and that is going to work out just fine there for Tony. So starting to get on the battlefield in a meaningful way. And now we'll simply pass the turn back with a Mountain at the ready. Let's see if Drake Hatcher wants to make a Drake on the end step. Looks like the answer is yes here for Roode. So there's the 2/2 flyer. And David will be untapping very quickly and drawing a card. Don't have a great look at Roode's hand at this stage of things, but we do know that a couple of Ops kept the cards on top last turn. So you have to imagine that Roode is setting up for a pretty big turn here. And 2 mana, well, not a bad place to start. How many? Excuse me.
Yeah, Quarry Steelcutter definitely being the ideal way to start things off here from David. And for Tony, the hand is really offering no help. As much as he would like to posture, I believe it's 2 lands as well as a Stock Up and a Sleight of Hand. So really doing nothing in this scenario. And if David reads this and says, I have free reign to do whatever I want here, which is essentially how things are playing out, then this is just going to continue putting Tony on the back foot. And we don't see any of those 1-mana interaction spells that typically stabilize things in This Is It Prowess Mirror.
Well, you saw that copy of This Town Ain't Big Enough. Going to bounce the Monk token that Tony did have. Also going to bounce the copy of Storm Chaser's Talent that David owned. And now you see a whole bunch of damage coming through here.
Yeah, just confirming that we have the damage correct, putting Tony down to 6 and 3 more incubation counters on the Drake Hatcher, plus a hand of spells, especially with that Storm Chaser's Talent that we do know about, means that David can continue putting pressure on next turn, and it's not going to take much more pressure to put this game away.
Well, there's a copy of Vivi, and we have saw many times over the course of this weekend that if one does have the opportunity to untap with Vivi, life is pretty good. I'm not sure Tony is going to get that opportunity, though. In the meantime, it is a sleight of hand, which means Vivi will grow a little bit into a 1/4 and deal a point of damage, and there will also be a Monk token from the Corey Steel Cutter. Tony, fingers crossed, able to get through this turn.
Into the Floodmaw is a 1-mana interaction spell. Tony is essentially limited to that one piece of mana, but the problem is there's more trouble on the board than just one permanent. So yes, you can use this into the Floodmaw. You do have to use it now because of Vivi's ability only being activatable during your turn. But that means that essentially Tony is saying, I have nothing. I have no mana. I have no ability to interact. So for David, it is purely a mathematical question at this point. And a lot of the time, that is the trivial part as the Is It Prowess player.
So Drake made on the unstep via the Drake Hatcher there for Rude once again. And now David is doing a little bit of math to see if there's a way that he can finish the game off on this turn, especially with the Vivi on the battlefield. We all know that Tony's at 6, just like David does, so going to kick things off with a copy of Storm Chaser's Talent. That will trigger Prowess for the Drake Hatcher and the Monk. There's your Otter. The follow-up is another Storm Chaser's Talent. So another Otter. And now a Corey Steel Cutter will trigger, and there's the Monk. Next up,
I believe
into the
removal
Floodmaw.
spell does it.
And that will do it indeed. David Rue is going to win game number 1 here over Tony Portolan. The Is It Prowess Mirror, at least thus far, goes to the Pro Tour Atlanta champion as we get ready here for game number 2. Tony on the play this time around. Going to need to be a lot more proactive, especially with those Swift Spears in the deck.
Yeah,
tie this up.
Absolutely. This is the second of the pre-board games before we swap to post-sideboard after this one. And I think one of the things that is going to be real important for Tony is how he's going to break serve in this matchup, considering he both has the more aggressive build of the deck and the disadvantage of being the lower seed. At some point, he's going to have to win a game on the draw, and if he loses this, that's going to be a really difficult battle.
It is indeed. Here's another copy of Storm Chaser's Talent, another Otter on the way. The one that's in play will become a 2/2. Oh, no. Oh, I have bad news. I already had bad news when it was a Shivan Reef to start, thinking it may be a one-lander.
Hold on.
We'll see if the bad news is enough. It's just a Thundering Falls. Okay. I was a little scared there for Tony.
Yeah, I think the existence of the tap land meant that all of these plays were going to play out exactly the same way as if there was no land. And fortunately for Tony, getting the Thundering Falls, here, means that he does in fact have a game ahead of him.
Looks like he's going to leave on top with the Surveil trigger from the Thundering Falls, and we're going to head back David's way. This is a sleight of hand, trigger the Prowess on the Otter. Take a look at the top 2. Sleight of hand among those 2 cards, so we'll see what Rude does want to select here in just a moment.
Yeah, I think the ideal for David here is having access to a land plus either Torch to the Tower or a copy of Into the Floodmaw, just to deal with one of these Otters and make sure that he's not taking too much damage out of a potentially explosive turn from Tony. Something like a Corey Steel Cutter into an interaction spell would be a lot of damage potentially being presented.
That's a mountain, and Rude will simply pass the turn back. So we're heading back Tony's way. Explosive third turn maybe on the way here.
I do think I saw a third land in Tony's hand, and I do believe there was a sleight of hand. The only thing I don't know is whether there is that 2-mana Haymaker in the form of Quarry Steel Cutter to bring this all together.
Well, it looks like the answer is no, so at least for right now, we'll just see a sleight of hand. So a Monstrous Rage among those cards here for Tony. And one thing we have seen from these prowess decks this weekend is a varying number of the very powerful red combat trick. Some players electing to go with 4, some with maybe a little 2-2 split, 2 of those, 2 copies of Wild Ride, but it does still exist in the deck, just in varying numbers.
Yeah, there's incredible variation between the 4 Is It Prowess decks that we have in the top 8. It does feel like each of them have chosen a slightly different flavor, whether it is 4 Drake Hatchers, whether it is Monastery Swiftspear, whether it is Wild Ride versus not, how many VVs you have. Everybody feels like they have a different approach to the deck and how they feel like they are best answering the metagame at large.
2-2 Prowess Otters at the moment. Looks like there's a Swiftspear. Follow up is another copy of Storm Chaser's Talent.
Sorry, 15.
As Tony's going to fall down to 15. Otters on the battlefield, at least the ones that can attack, they're 3/3s. And then Monastery Swiftspear is a 2/3.
Yeah, notably, one of the best ways we have seen people find success in the Is It Prowess matchup against Prowess is just to go wide. And the only person that we've seen actually have any sort of preparation for that is, I believe, Christian Baker, who has a copy of Fire Magic in his sideboard.
Yes, indeed.
Everyone else, when they're looking at a wide board, they're thinking about how am I going to 1-for-1 answer things, or how am I going to race, because those are your 2 options.
An Opt is going to make the top card the bottom one, so mystery card here for Rude. And that might just be passing the turn. Well, that might just be passing the game because Tony is widening out quite a bit here, and Rude missed the land drop. So not an ideal start here for David, and very much the opposite here for Tony, who is on the play and is going to try to continue to run downhill with another Swiftspear.
Yeah, I do think that Swiftspear was taken over a Monstrous Rage off the sleight of hand the previous turn, but it's not really going to end up mattering because you see exactly Tony's understanding of the matchup, which is go wide. And in that situation where David is struggling on hitting his land drops and continuing to develop, having the Monastery Swiftspears to push that extra hasty damage across compared to something like a Drake Hatcher coming down really did allow Tony to just force things faster than usual.
We are in game number 3, which is our first one, here of our sideboarded games. We'll get to what these players have done here in just a moment, but you do see that Rude is on the play with the Storm Chaser's Talent this time around. Tony's going to match it with one of his own, but remember, play draw disparity in this matchup is pretty big. We've seen both players run downhill when they are on the play, and we'll see if Rude can keep that narrative going, as it will be an attack here for 1 to begin, and maybe a Drake Hatcher to follow up. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I think you see both players really in the sideboarding are trying to become a little more reactive, not too much, of course, but cards like Lithomantic Barrage or Roaring Furnace coming in, and definitely recognizing that you can't afford to fully tap out for a 3-mana play like Vivi, so both players are taking out at least 1 copy of the Legend.
We prepare here for Tony's second turn of the game. We can let you know that he took out 1 copy of VV, along with 1 Monstrous Rage and 1 Spell Pierce, and has brought in an Abrade and 2 copies of Roaring Furnace. So some light sideboarding is on the draw this game, so that might be part of the reason that he has made the decisions that he has made. Meanwhile, on Rude's side, 5 cards have come out in a VV, a Monstrous Rage, a copy of This Town Ain't Big Enough, and 2 copies of Stock Up, and in have come the Twin Maw Storm Brood, more importantly, Charring Bite aspect of that card, an Abrade, a Spell Pierce, and the aforementioned 2 copies of Lithomantic Barrage. So that's the setup for the players in this particular game. That will be an Into the Flood Maw on that Drake Hatcher. That's going to pump the Monastery Swiftspear and the Otter. So Tony will come in for 4, knocking Rude down to 16.
Yeah, the tempo gameplay definitely coming into effect here, and you can see the type of situation that would lead to David having sideboarded as he did, taking out copies of Stock Up and Vivi. We're on turn 3 here, where ideally you would be able to resolve one of those spells when your opponent is tapped out. But if you play Vivi and pass without casting a spell, that's a very vulnerable creature to something like Torch to the Tower. If you just tap out for Stock Up here while your opponent has 2 prowess creatures, you can take a lot of damage on the way back. So the dynamics of the matchup forcing you to be reactive when you are even behind by just 1 creature means that you can't really afford to tap out for those 3 mana spells as liberally as you would like. Ideally for David here, he would be able to deploy the Drakehatcher again here, followed up with a 1-mana interaction spell of some kind, Torch to the Tower on a Swift Spear, or into the Floodmaw on the Otter token. That would at least allow him to take the board back in his favor and try to stabilize things. But if there isn't that 1-mana follow-up, then a Drakehatcher alone is not really going to be exciting enough here. Even if the follow-up is a Sleight of Hand or an Opt, that's only a bit of damage being pushed through by this Otter.
Well, there's the Drakehatcher, and Rude is just going to pass the turn back with a single mana up, which of course can represent a myriad of things. So we're going to head back Tony's way, see how he wants to play against Rude having up 1 mana and a little bit of a board presence that is prowess related. First things first here for Tony will be an Opt. He'll wait patiently before resolving that spell because Spell Pierce does work itself into the equation in these sideboarded games. But the Opt is going to resolve, so the top card here for Tony is going to become the bottom one. Mystery card coming.
That was a wild ride being drawn, so Tony has the ability to get aggressive a few turns into the future. At the moment, I believe Tony is just going to be also playing passively, just saying that if you are going to not use your mana fully, I'm going to try to develop with as much my mana as I can, which is not that much. He missed the land drop there, but I'm going to force you to answer the board that I'm going wider and wider with, which was the strategy that Tony used in game 2.
Sleight of hand here from David Rude means that he has found the card that he is happy with. There are prowess triggers, of course. That's what the blue die does represent. 1 for the Otter and 1 for the Drakehatcher. We'll see if there'll be more this particular turn.
I think one thing that Tony is really hoping for here is that there isn't a big haymaker from David right now. If this is just an attack where the Drakehatcher is representing some amount of damage, but not that monstrous rage-fueled 6 damage, 6 incubation counters, now I'm able to go very wide and check your board. That is a decent feeling from Tony, even though he really does need to at least find that 3rd land in order to actually start putting some pressure on.
We were heading back Tony's way. He does ask how many cards does David have, and the answer is 3. And 2 mana available. Again, that can be quite a few different things. Here's a copy of Stormchaser's Talon to get this turn started. That's going to resolve, so there is the Otter token once again.
And most importantly, that started off with a 3rd land. So
yes, indeed.
Tony can feel like he is now playing the game.
So, Stormchaser's Talent once again, a 3rd Otter onto the battlefield. That's 2 prowess triggers and a pretty healthy attack here. Looks like Rude is going to analyze what happens when 6 damage comes across.
Yeah. And more importantly, what that 6 damage could turn into with something like a Monstrous Rage. Of course, both players are sideboarding out a copy of Monstrous Rage, but that is not all of their copies of Monstrous Rage.
Correct. Still leaving a couple in. Got to keep your opponent at least a little bit honest, right?
Yeah. And both of these players have played the matchup quite a bit this weekend. I think David Rude, this is his 3rd time playing the mirror match. He's 2-0. Tony Portolon played it 4 times in the Swiss, going 3-1, I believe, only losing to Ian Robb late into day 2, who, you know, a lot of people lost to Ian Robb this weekend.
This is true. Yeah. This is true. A Drake on the end step via the Drakehatcher there for David Rude means that he'll be starting this turn with a 2/2 flyer among those prowess creatures. And there is an island for the turn. Now, when 5 lands are on the battlefield, that means that something like Storm Chaser's talent level 2 can work itself into the equation, getting back sleight of hand or Torch the Tower.
Yeah, and we are approaching the point in the game now where David's sideboarding is looking a little worse.
Okay.
Once you get to 5 mana and suddenly you've cut 2 copies of Stock Up from your deck, that is the point where you really do want to find those 3 mana draw spells just because you have the mana to interact as well afterwards. So there is an inflection point where when you're on 3 lands, Stock Up not looking good. Once you're on 5 or 6, suddenly you really want it back.
Looks like Drake Hatcher and the Drake will come across. No effects. Damage is going to come through. Tony's going to fall down to 10. 1 incubation counter on the 1/3. And now here will be Storm Chaser's talent getting back towards the tower. And David will pass the turn up with a very obvious removal spell and a prowess trigger for his 2 creatures.
Yeah, so 2 blockers and 1 removal spell. But now Tony has pseudo free reign essentially by knowing about what is happening there. And if David fires off this Torch to the Tower aggressively here and Tony has a Monstrous Rage, that's disaster. So something that I think David will have to play conservatively and hold back.
You see David taking a long look at the hand here. Let's see what this is going to be. In response to Stock Up, that will be a Torch to the Tower. Looks like it'll be on the Otter token. Okay. So that'll take care of that, and now the Stock Up will resolve. So a couple of lands alongside an Opt and into the Flood Maul, and another copy of Stock Up here for Tony to select from.
Yeah, this is the big issue, of course, with firing off that Torch to the Tower now is Tony has free reign, can do the math, can decide whether I am aggressively using this into the Flood Maw to get rid of this Drake Hatcher and push more damage across or not. If he does have a copy of Monstrous Rage, he can use it on a blocked creature here. So still definitely a bad situation for David as he has essentially put the shields down. The question is, and I believe there's only 1 card left in his hand, what is he able to do with the remaining resources? Because if he's not able to push lethal across the next turn and Tony is chaining Stock Ups here, the game is over.
Here's into the Flood Maw. Going to bounce the Drake Hatcher. All these prowess creatures are
3 power.
3 power. Can David dare go down to 1 in this situation? Maybe try to kill with a counterattack of some sort? Well, I got that question answered very quickly. He doesn't believe that's true. So he'll chump block, fall down to 4.
Yeah, I think it really depends on what David's hand is, because if he doesn't have a removal spell, I don't think he can actually deal with another attack regardless of whether he's at 4 or 1. So it's possible that he may have needed to play for lethal. Of course, that depends. We don't have the full hand information. We know there's a Drake Hatcher in that hand and some number of unknown cards. But it is really a matter of, is my only hope trying to go for the kill? And that is a big ask, considering, again, Monstrous Rages have been sided out here in the post-board game.
And I think our question has been answered here very quickly, as it's just a Drake Hatcher and a passing of the turn back. So can't imagine that David's hand is terribly strong at this stage of things. Not a guarantee, of course, but it sure does seem tough. As now here's a copy of Vivi.
Yeah, this is massive for Tony because he's on the verge of breaking serve, as we mentioned previously. This is the game where he was on the draw. He was the lower seed, so if everything went according to plan, it would have been play, draw, play, draw, play for David, and he could have won a set in 5. So Tony winning this one means that he has taken the advantage firmly should that get across the finish line.
An Opt to be cast after the Vivi, so the Vivi trigger is going to be on the stack, as will the Opt, as will 3 prowess triggers. So we'll see if David wants any of these things to resolve and what order they will be resolving. Clearly, David has some intention of responding to all of these triggers that are on the stack, as well as the Opt itself.
Yeah, whether it is a matter of bluffing or does indeed have something, this is a situation where David is essentially using the last of his resources, or pretty close to it.
Now, it'll be Torch the Tower that has been bargained to take care of the Vivi. And that's going to resolve, so now David will have the opportunity to scry.
But I believe he is technically alive here as things currently stand. He does have 2 blockers for 3 creatures that are all going to have 2 power, and he's at 3.
Well,
so
in this exact moment, that is true.
In this exact snapshot moment of time, David is alive and getting another turn.
We will see what comes after the opt from Tony after David finishes the scrying from the torch to the tower. So the scrying is done, and now the scrying from the opt.
Yeah, notably, Tony has not played a land, I believe, this turn. The previous turn, he did go stock up into the Flood Moss, so has the ability to play a land. And as we believe, any spell here should be able to push lethal across, including that Swift Spear in hand if there is a red source.
Well, at the very least, he can present lethal. Again, we don't know what's hiding in David's hand, so there could be some sort of interaction spell there. Who knows?
It looks like 2 cards.
Now Tony's just going to pass the turn back. Okay, so David makes it out of this turn alive. Now it's time for him to untap and draw. Remember, he put the top card from the Torch the Tower scry on the bottom, so this card that he's drawing is a mystery to everybody.
And
see, at least one. Oh, I like a good sweat. A Shivan Reef?
I think that's 2 Shivan Reefs.
Don't love that.
Pierce.
It's nobody's favorite.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's definitely 2 Shivan Reefs and a Spell Pierce. Okay, Tony has Swift Spear, unknown card, 4 creatures available.
Well, there's Swift Spear. Now this is a Sleight of Hand. That is a Spell Pierce. See if Tony wants to pay for this.
David, of course, trying to force Tony's mana here. Or saying
Tony
you have nothing.
Tony says I won't pay. He'll say
Tony has it all.
I'll braid that. And how about a little of this? That's going to get the job done. Tony Portalon's going to break serve here. Taking a 2-1 lead. And this, is it Prowess Mirror?
Yeah, really impressive stuff from Tony. I love, of course, how he's playing, but we are also seeing the impact, maybe, of that Monastery Swift Spear. If everybody is trying to play for a mid-range game plan and you have the cheaper creatures, you're only spending 1 mana on your threats versus 2, because there is a significant difference between having to pay 1 for a Swift Spear versus 2 for a Drake Catcher. So in a matchup where every bit of mana economy matters, when a turn from David Rude on turn 3, where he plays Dragcatcher and passes and doesn't use that remaining mana, is a much bigger deal than you would normally imagine in Magic. This is a huge difference.
A little bit of a change in sideboarding here for David Rude. For this particular game, he has sideboarded out that copy of Twinwall Stormbrood, a Monstrous Rage, and 2 Spell Pierces. And he has brought in 2 VVs, an additional copy of Stock Up. Remember, he boarded out 2 Stock Ups in Game 3, and then looks like he's boarded back in his copy of This Town Ain't Big Enough, or at least one of the copies of that card. So there is a difference between the play and the draw in the matchup, and you can see that he is shifting things depending on where his game begins. Meanwhile, Tony, no changes.
Right, and this is interesting because Tony broke serve the previous game, this is David significantly changing his sideboarding on 2 different games where he's on the play. So this is him saying, whatever my strategy was the previous game, perhaps whatever strategy I've been using throughout the weekend, he's changing it up. And you don't normally see a big change in philosophy like that from players. You say, okay, well, I think the conclusions I've come to previously for the matchup are sound, and I'm going to stick with them. So this is David changing philosophy entirely. Tony, of course, once again on the draw says, you know what, things worked out okay for me the previous game.
Well, we're going to see if this change of philosophy is going to work here for David, because there's multiple copies of Corey Steelcutter on the battlefield here for Tony. One of the main reasons that this deck was 40% of the standard metagame is the powerful red artifact. So can David actually overcome this sort of draw while being on the play? Because a lot of the times, we know these blue-red players, they want to get out on the front foot and then run downhill. David is doing anything but that at the moment. And I'm sure he would love to resolve this VV, but is that the right time for the very powerful legendary wizard?
VV is the way to try to overcome this draw. Obviously, a lot of the matchup that we've seen up to this point has been 1-for-1 exchange of removal in order to keep the board in check. Corey Steelcutter completely changes that dynamic because suddenly, if you have multiple of those out, you're making too many creatures that your opponent can't answer. That's that go wide mechanic. And David's hand, other than this Vivi, is a bunch of just single target interaction. So this Vivi is really going to need to do a lot of heavy lifting going further into the game in order to help David come back. And hopefully that copy of Stock Up that he boarded back in is going to play a role in that.
Well, here is Vivi. There's into the Flood Maul. Vivi will trigger, of course, to deal 1 damage over to Tony, and it will get a +1/+1 counter. Mana ability on the Wizard hasn't been used just yet, though I imagine David is thinking about it because of the Torch the Towers, plural, that are in hand. So Torch the Tower is going to take care of the other Monk token. Prowess trigger there on the Draycatcher. And of course, Vivi will get a little bit larger, which will put it out of a Braid and Torch the Tower range. And now here comes the Draycatcher looking to get 3 points of damage through. That Otter has no interest in blocking, so that'll work. And now here come the incubation counters.
Yeah, Tony had the choice to block with the Otter if he wanted to essentially trade the Otter for a potential Drake. But as things stand with cards in hand, opting just not to do that, let David have the incubation counters and say, I have 2 Corey Steelcutters. I'm now able to have a nice explosive turn here.
So it'll be a sleight of hand here. Corey Steelcutter is going to be the first card found there on the sleight of hand. The Torch the Tower was the other.
Yeah, so choices for Tony here, of course, is able to use Torch the Tower or the copy of a Braid to answer the Draycatcher on the board, but will need to combine both of them to deal with the Vivi at this point.
And I think that might actually be of interest. Getting the Vivi off the battlefield, of course, Tony has a copy of Vivi in hand, and you have to imagine knows just how powerful Vivi is once a player gets the opportunity to untap with it. So using 2 resources to take care of it, well, that's quite the decision, but that might be the one that he elects to make.
Yeah, taking care of it, yeah, just getting that off the board. But taking care of it is pretty appealing here, considering the game can get out of hand otherwise. So starting with this and then just knowing that you are able to have a big attack afterwards is very nicely appealing here.
And so now there's the Torch the Tower. So Vivi's going to bite the dust. Corey Steelcutters have generated monks. They're a little bit larger. Again, the dice represent the prowess triggers, and now here they come.
Everything is large enough to attack through the Draycatcher now. David can make a Drake and double block something potentially if he really wants, but losing this Draycatcher, it is the last of his gas at this point, so that is a really rough situation for him.
It looks like David's going to take all of that damage now too, so now there is a Draycatcher making a 2/2 Drake. David's going to untap, copy a Torch the Tower in hand, maybe hoping that Tony's out of gas here. He certainly wants to draw something good. Going to sweat it out once again. I love this David Root. Let's go.
He comes from our era.
Yes,
you know? I mean, he's older than both of us in terms of time spent playing Magic, but very much the let's make it a show era.
That's what we're here to do.
It's not just about entertaining those at home. You're entertaining yourself.
Yeah,
the sweat is definitely about making sure that you're enjoying your time here.
Oh, table for one. That's what I say.
You know, we can see the Riverfire Verge. That is not going to do anything.
No.
Currently, Tony doesn't really have anything other than the board, so it's not like the game is just over, but it's pretty close, especially because there is a copy of Stormchaser's Talent there sitting on the board. So even if Tony was to draw a land here, that Stormchaser's Talent can go to level 2, get back a 1-mana spell, and then still a lot of trouble for David.
David going to play that Riverfire Verge, and simply pass the turn back. We know that Tony's battlefield's already pretty good. Drawing a copy of Stormchaser's Talent certainly isn't bad. And there's also the inevitability of Vivi in hand as well. And speak of the devil, and it shall appear. There is the very powerful legendary wizard. Now there's a Stormchaser's Talent. This will be a pause for just a moment here from David.
Yeah, so on the stack currently is a Vivi trigger, 2 Corey Steelcutter triggers, I believe, and David with a Torch the Tower in hand thinking about what to do. As you see Tony getting everything ready, none of these things are there yet, but David has to do the math of whether he can afford to take how much of this. I don't believe he can be bargaining Torch the Tower to kill the Vivi in this spot.
Yeah.
It will likely have to just kill off an Otter. And that's essentially admitting defeat in No such terms.
More or less,
Yeah.
especially with the inevitability of the VV on the battlefield and the 2 copies of Storm Chaser's talent. David has just been overwhelmed in this particular game by Tony's draw. Multiple steel cutters, multiple talents, and just a very balanced Is It Prowess draw.
Yeah, I think we're definitely seeing the aggression of Tony's build showing itself and how it can help in going wide in this matchup.
Well, there is that towards the tower. It has been bargained. Time to scry. Top card becomes the bottom. 40 steel cutters have triggered.
Couldn't bottom it fast enough.
Yep.
Yeah. You scry the top bottom.
Yeah, checking. David is at 9.
Everybody.
So these are 2. These are...
Everything's
2.
Everything is 2
Everything's
right
2.
Yeah.
So there's a block. Here's some damage.
David's at 1, I believe.
Yes, indeed.
And David is
opting. Boom. Top card. Storm Chaser's talent.
Oh, bottom.
Most likely.
You know, what David needs is a fire magic that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Mountain won't do it.
There's a mountain, and that is going to do it. Tony Portolan is going to win this game and match here over David Rude. The Is It Prowess mirror goes to the Croatian, and he will be moving on to our semifinals.
Yeah, I think that was just really well played from him, understanding his role in the matchup. Even the decision going back to game 2 or 3 when he kept a Monastery Swift Spear rather than taking a Monstrous Rage. He was pushing damage, but he chose to take another creature. Just the understanding of going wide in the matchup, really impressive, really well played for David. The draws just being a little awkward, but still, that is the nature of the mirror, as you don't really have room to stumble.
No, you don't at all. Stumbling and fumbling, not the name of the game. Multiple Quarry Steel Cutters, that's where you want to be. And we're going to talk with Tony right now. Ailey, let's talk to our winner.
Tony, congratulations. 3-1 victory here for you. Did everything go as you'd hoped in this matchup?
Well, yes, I was on the draw, but I brought the deck list from Sanctum, which had the Swift Spears in the main, which I believe give an edge when you're on the draw, actually. So my opponent played the Hatcher version, and it went according to plan. However, he was flooded 1 game, but the other 2 games, yeah, I pressured his life total, and the Hatchers didn't do that much. So, yeah, all according to plan.
Awesome. Go Swift Spears. Going into the semifinals now, who would you prefer to face going into that match?
Well, I lost to Ian, so in the Swiss, so I'm looking for a revenge, but also I won against his opponent, so maybe, yeah, I would prefer maybe his opponent. Yeah.
It's a toss-up. I mean, we're trying to find the king of the Is It Prowess players here, so who knows? Maybe that could be you in a couple rounds.
Yeah, I hope so. So I can beat the king of Mono Red in the finals.
There you go. Just let them fight, you know? Awesome, Tony. Thank you so much, and best of luck for the semis.
Thank you.
Tony's our winner, but we have more matches to come here in Las Vegas. Mono Red Mirror on tap. Don't go anywhere. Rise to the top of your gaming community at your local game store's Store Championship. June 28th through July 20th. These events are meant to encourage competitive, cutting-edge gameplay and deck building, so get ready to test your skills in Standard Constructed. Join us for Spotlight Series Planetary Rotation, August 29th through the 31st in Orlando, Florida, presented by StarCityGames.com. Sign up today because registration is open right now. There's a $50,000 prize pool, Pro Tour invites to be won, and a special promo card of Get Lost. So put your Spotlight eyes on the prize. Ooh, where are we?
Beautiful, slightly less warm, just as sunny Las Vegas.
That is correct. Pro Tour Final Fantasy is what you are watching right now. We thank you so much for joining us. MagicCon Las Vegas, the biggest MagicCon of all time. As we wind down through this tournament and this weekend's event, there is another MagicCon coming in Atlanta very soon, so we hope to see you there if you couldn't make it here this weekend. But again, we do thank you for joining us here this weekend if you're watching from home. It's Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Cedric Phillips, Monty DeVuti. We are going to crown a champion here soon enough, but we have to go through a couple more rounds before somebody gets to hoist a beautiful trophy. And it's going to be a mono red mirror that we're going to turn our attention to, because on one side of the bracket, we've got Is It Prowess. On the other, we have mono red. You do see that Ken Yukihiro won his mono red mirror match over Andy Garcia Romo. And then we just watched Tony Portolan win the Is It Prowess mirror against David Rude, which means we're going to turn our attention back to red. Yuchen Liu, Percy Fang. You see both of them with a single top finish and identical records, also playing very identical decks in mono red. Honey, we both know this one's going to be quick. Given the matchup, the question is, who do you think's going to win?
Yeah, it's interesting because Yuchen Liu is on a streak of top 8s, top 8'd previously in Chicago at Pro Tour Ether Drift, also playing mono red, so very well accomplished. One of the big things that I notice in his deck here is only 3 Mage Bane Blizzards, so sacrifice against prowess, but in the red mirror, that's a big help, and 3 copies of Opera Love Song. One of the things that can happen in this mirror, of course, is that things slow down because creatures are trading or because you are using your removal, so having access to some extra card advantage or that big burst of damage can be a bit of a mirror breaker. On the other hand, though, I have to say, at the moment, Percy Fang might be the scariest Magic player in the world with mountains in his hand. In 3 events, one of which was Pioneer, with mono red, he has earned 3 World Championship invites.
Triple queued.
With his lowest finish so far being 2nd in those previous 2 events. So I don't know, at this point, I really cannot go against him when he has these mountains in his hand. He's got a lot of mountains in his hand.
A lot of mountains in the hand, a lot of mountains in the deck, and you see a very straightforward sideboard here of 4, 4, 3, 3, and 1 Twin Maw Stormblade just for fun. Mono Red Mirror, as we mentioned, is a pretty quick one here. It's that mice package that we know and love from Bloomborough, excuse me. We're going to see plenty of that here, which means the games go by pretty quickly. And don't forget that Screaming Nemesis does work itself into the equation in very unique ways. Game number 1 is, of course, where we are going to start.
Charlie ready for game 1.
And if you like mountains, you have come to the right place. Yuchen Liu on 6, Percy Fang on 7, and Percy on the play. It is going to be a hired claw on this day to get this quarterfinal started.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a decent amount of trading resources when possible between these players, but the big question at any given point is who is going to be able to play a creature and have it go unanswered or deal damage multiple times. And Yuchen does have a copy of Screaming Nemesis in hand. That is going to be one of the best cards in the mirror match here in terms of these mid-game positions where you may have to play defensive, getting down a Screaming Nemesis and ensuring your opponent can't remove it easily without losing a creature or taking some damage in the exchange is a very nice feeling.
It'll be a hired claw here from Yuchen. For Percy, it was just a Monusaur Swift Spear and an attack.
Yeah, Swift Spear for Percy is one of the unique choices between the 2 decks, where Yuchen does have those Opera Love Songs. Percy has actually gotten more aggressive, including 2 copies of Swift Spear in the deck to Yuchen's 0.
We'll see what comes up next here for Percy on the 3rd turn.
Yeah, there is also a question when we're comparing these resources is who has drawn what. So one of the things that we see from Percy right now that gives him a slight edge is a copy of Rockface Village in the land area where Yu Chen only has access to mountains currently.
Okay, a couple of burst lightnings we're going to exchange with Monstrous Rage and a Hired Claw. So a little bit of a 2 for 2, and of course 2 prowess triggers. And now there's another copy of Hired Claw, and Percy will pass the turn back. So we're going to head back Yu Chen Lu's way.
Yeah, I would not be shocked given the current situation to see a Screaming Nemesis on defense and just saying go.
Yeah, that's exactly what you are going to see. So we're going to head back over to Percy. Screaming Nemesis, the 3-mana 3/3 haste. Whenever it's dealt damage, it deals that much damage to any other target, and if a player is dealt damage this way, they can't gain life for the rest of the game. It is a very, very powerful 3-mana spell in these mono-red strategies.
Yeah, it is definitely a terrifying card to play against, but it is also a card that just has the ability to completely blank this board.
One good Screaming Nemesis deserves another, so that's what Percy has played. They're both sitting back on defense a little bit here, so we're going to head back Percy's way. Now, of course, Percy doesn't know the contents of Yu Chen's hand right now. There's a little bit of flooding taking place right now for the mono-red player, and Percy only on 3 lands and looks happy to send in a Screaming Nemesis.
Yeah, Percy definitely the aggressor here with more creatures on the battlefield, forcing Yu Chen to potentially take a trade here where Percy is going to get the can't gain life emblem online. Not that relevant in this matchup. There's not much life gain to be found, but this does help clear off the board a bit, which Yu Chen is okay with. I think the big thing right now for Yu Chen is he's hoping to find one of those copies of Opera Love Song that he has access to, because that will do a good job of restabilizing this game, given how much mana he has access to.
See the life totals here, 20-16 in favor of Fang. Now this is going to be an Emberheart Challenger that's on defense. So we're going to head back Percy's way.
Yeah, there was a joke from Percy there, I believe, about hard casting Twin Maw Stormbrood. That is a creature that gains life. I don't believe there is any white mana in this deck to speak of.
No.
But that is one of the cards that Yu Chen does have access to in his deck as a one of, is that Stormbrood, you know, for the charring bite side of the Omen rather than the dragon itself.
Here is an Emberheart Challenger for Percy.
Yeah, Percy has the stronger challenger here as he has the Rockface Village to trigger it, and we see that Yu Chen does not. So it is very much going to be a lot of stalling back and forth at the moment while Percy uses the repeatable resources he has that Yu Chen doesn't have access to.
I'm going to head back Percy's way now. You mentioned that Rockface Village, and there it is. Going to reveal a copy of Heartfire Hero. And the Mouse Soldier may be making its way onto the battlefield, and it does. And we have seen this one quite a bit. When Heartfire Hero becomes the target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it. And when Heartfire Hero dies, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent.
Yeah, best draws for Yu Chen right now would be a Manifold Mouse or even a Rockface Village, just something to start targeting this Emberheart Challenger and getting some value out of it, because otherwise, if the game continues on in this direction, you can see that Percy now essentially has a Pseudo-Phyrexian Arena every turn in order to get access to an extra card. And
combat,
you know, way back at the start of this game, I said it's going to be about trading resources. Well, now you're not running out of resources.
No, not at all. Not at all. As here comes the Heartfire Hero. It's a little bit larger now.
I believe has double strike.
And this is the mice package is complete. Manifold Mouse, Heartfire Hero, and Emberheart Challenger, providing a little bit of card advantage along the way.
Nemesis, not a bad draw. Of course, you take it. But one thing that we do have to be wary of as well in this situation is that with 2 Magebane Lizards, one of the outs that Yu Chen has from this flooded situation, the Opera Love Song, is already pretty close to uncastable, but very much headed there, if not already there.
Well, you land there for Percy off of the Manifold Mouse trigger via the Rockface Village.
Yeah, Percy doing the math of, can I attack here? Can give double strike to the Hardfire hero and attack with it, and Yuchen will likely be forced to just block with the Screaming Nemesis and hope there's no Monstrous Rage waiting in the wings there.
And I think Percy knows that as well, so asking how many cards does Yuchen have in hand? The answer is 2. And the interesting thing about a spot like this, if you're Percy, is do I have any reason to get aggressive? And the reason I would ask that question if I were in his seat is I'm at 20. I'm seeing 2 cards a turn, and my Hardfire hero just keeps getting larger and larger, and if you ever try to deal with that, well, we know what happens. You end up taking some damage. So Percy can elect to get aggressive, which we are seeing, or he can elect to maybe hang back and be more conservative, but he's going to take a much more aggressive slant to this particular turn, which leads me to believe that there's some strength in hand.
Yeah, I think if you didn't have a Monstrous Rage in hand, or at least something, you absolutely are not getting aggressive. Once you have something, I do think that you do want to try to push this game over the edge before your opponent has a chance to draw anything. Of course, you are firmly in the driver's seat at this point, so it is just purely a matter of, are you scared? And I don't think Percy is scared, but I do think he knows his advantage, and he is going to push it. That is a key sign of any mono-red master, is understanding your spots.
There's Monstrous Rage. That's the one that makes blocking hard, and that is going to get the job done. Percy Fang is going to win game number 1 here over Yuchen Liu, the mono-red master at the top of the screen, 2 wins away from a semifinals appearance here on the Sunday stage. We turn our attention to game number 2, and we're going to jump in progress here at the second turn. Looks like Hired Claw was feeling a little frisky. Got a counter on it. It's going to have Percy at 17 to start things, while Percy with his own Hired Claw. And now, let's see what the follow-up's going to be.
Yeah, getting that extra counter on the Hired Claw here is really nice just because it protects it from Burst Lightning, which is one of the primary cheap removal spells that are in this deck. So just making it a 2/3 so your opponent can't just cleanly Burst Lightning it here is really nice, which is why we see a lot of mono-red players prioritize just attacking and getting that counter immediately in the mirror match.
Well, let's head back over to Yuchen now. He's picked up a copy of Rockface Village.
A significantly better hand from him this game
so.
compared to the previous one. Of course, things to do. We do see that one of Twin Moth Stormbrood in the hand, so Charring Bite able to deal with the Emberheart Challenger here, if that's what Yuchen is looking for. Again, this matchup is very much about trading resources, and that Emberheart Challenger being a way to get extra cards was such a key part of Percy's game, the previous game, in terms of continuing to put Yuchen further and further behind.
So there is Charring Bite. It's going to get shuffled back in, of course. Perhaps Yuchen will see it again, and now there is a Hardfire hero, and here comes the Hired Claw. There'll be a trigger there, of course, because one or more lizards did attack, and then some more damage will be dealt as well. So I think Percy's going to fall down to 14 after that exchange. As we head back Percy's way, there comes the Hired Claw. And it looks like it's 14 up now, so we'll get these life totals updated for you in just a moment at home, as there's a Mage Bane Lizard, and we'll pass the turn back over to Yuchen Liu.
Yuchen's hand is a bit awkward, but does have those 2 copies of Rockface Village, so has a way to start triggering the Valiant on the Hardfire hero. That's really nice, and the Opera Love Song can do a great job of pushing more damage across or finding more cards, depending on how the next few turns go. And notably, this is our second pre-board game. Percy does have the advantage in the matchup, being the higher seed of being on the play to begin with. So once again, for Yuchen, and I think we're going to be saying this a lot in the Day of Mirrors, it is about breaking serve. So you have to win this game on the play, but you do also have to win at least 1 game on the draw, which is a pretty big ask here.
Breaking serve in this matchup is pretty tough.
Yeah.
Pretty tough. There's a Rockface Village.
Now, there have definitely been mono-red iterations in the past where the mirror match was about somebody actually being on the draw just to get cards because of how possible it was to trade resources to a point where the game stalls out for a long time.
Yeah.
And then it's that 1 extra card was actually way more valuable than having the advantage of being on the play. That is not this metas mono red.
Yeah, I do agree that the world was different in 1989. That's
Yeah?
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
I don't remember
Yeah.
that. I wasn't born yet.
Here is Opera Love Song. Gonna do a little bit of targeting, I imagine. Remember, this mode, the +2/+0, that does happen. You can target multiple creatures. We're talking about a Valiant deck here as well, so this is very powerful in this particular strategy.
Yeah, it does take 1 damage, of course, from the Mage Vein Lizard, so it comes at a very, very small cost. But with that said, clearing off the board, pushing a lot of damage through, and having another Hardfire hero as a follow-up means that with 2 Rockface Villages, the second one being in hand, I believe, he has the ability next turn to trigger both Valiants and continue pushing damage, and Percy's at 9 right now. So this game is not going to go that much longer.
Look at this mercenary, this hired claw. Gets paid to do one thing, go into the red zone.
Yeah.
Let's see what the follow-up's going to be here for Percy. Maybe a Screaming Nemesis on defense. It looks like Percy does have 4 cards. Remember, this is still a pre-sideboarded game. The first 2 are pre. The final 3 are post. And we'll get to those sideboard changes once this game does end. But for now, it looks like Yuchenlu's going to fall down to 11. Second main. This is a Mage Vein Lizard. I'm just going to pass the turn back. So, Hardfire Heroes are untapping here for Yuchenlu. And partner, you did mention that second copy of Rockface Village. That might be joining the fray here in just a moment.
Yeah, a copy of Witchstalker Frenzy drawn for Yuchen as well. So has the ability to push even more damage through if he wants to use that as a removal spell, or see exactly how defensive he wants to play it. It is feeling fairly ahead already, considering the fact that Percy has drawn 2 of what is one of the worst cards in the matchup in the Mage Vein Lizard. It doesn't block particularly well. It is a costly ability, especially when you're falling behind, because you're the one that typically wants to be casting spells to try to stabilize the board, and that comes at a cost to you. So not a good position to be for Percy, and I think much like Percy sniffed out the opportunity to push the aggression in the first game, this is going to be Yu Chen taking the same opportunity here in the second game. And right now, I believe Yu Chen has access to 8 damage represented. And I think he does actually have the ability to do 9 if he does play this Rockface Village. No, what he's lacking is a second red mana to be able to go Witchstalker Frenzy your Lizard after attacking, and then use the red mana to activate the Hired Claw. The Rockface Village only taps for red for creature spells, so unfortunately, that is not going to help you in this exact situation to push lethal across. So yeah. I do believe Yu Chen is 1 point of damage short of lethal at the moment.
It's a little bit awkward, the mana in this situation, and Yu Chen is trying to solve this puzzle right now of exactly how to get all of this final damage through. And so you see the tapping and the counting that is taking place in what looks to be maybe a straightforward turn is anything but.
Yeah, I think the question for Yu Chen here is, given what I haven't had, given the fact that I don't have lethal, am I just using this Witchstalker Frenzy aggressively to kill your Lizard, or am I using it defensively to kill the Hired Claw?
Well, that question just got answered. There's the Witchstalker Frenzy. Here comes the damage, and now if you're Yu Chen, you're just thinking, I'm not going to die, hopefully.
Yeah, I believe this is 7 damage being dealt, assuming, of course, it is dealt.
Assume maybe a Burst Lightning here as a Witchstalker Frenzy. Okay, that's going to take care of the Hired Claw.
5.
Okay, 5. Going to bring Percy down to 3. Untapping. Is there a way for Percy to steal this one on this turn?
Is there a way? Yeah, there's always a way, but it would involve, I think, an Emberheart Challenger and a Monstrous Rage, being the exact 2 cards, and something else off the top as well. I think that is the cleanest way. I do think Percy is down to just 2 cards, so I don't think it's easy.
No, I don't think it's likely.
Yeah,
but it could happen.
It could happen.
Here's 4 mana.
Another.
The Offspring here with the Manifold Mouse.
Pass.
And just going to pass the turn back and playing a little defensive in the, in the face of Heartfire Hero. Never easy.
Yeah, and I do believe Yu-Chen can now go second Rock Face Village, double activate the heroes, and force double chumps from Percy. He can't clear either of them off, so it is going to be a matter of just blocking. The big issue with that, and the thing that Yu-Chen has to consider, is once there is one Manifold Mouse left alive, the fear of double strike actually makes losing the game a lot more possible, especially with the Soulstone Sanctuary there in the land area. So that is something that Yu-Chen has to be aware of when making that a pseudo all-in attack. And maybe a reason that he would be eyeing the Soulstone Sanctuary instead is, if I activate this, that's a vigilance attacker.
Sure.
So it will also be left back as a blocker.
Well, there's a mountain. And now here is the Soulstone Sanctuary, as you did mention. Very astute. And
Combat.
Time for combat. Here they come.
Yeah, so the Soulstone Sanctuary has to get blocked. At least one of the Heartfire heroes has to get blocked.
Yep.
And either they both have to get chumped, or one is chumped and you're not removing the other one because you would die.
So there is Hired Claw blocking Sanctuary. Looks like the copy of Manifold Mouse is going to be blocking one of the copies of Heartfire Hero. And you heard Percy say, I'm thinking, these are my blocks, and now damage is going to resolve. Down to 1. Is Percy able to actually steal this somehow, even when there's a blocker back on defense?
Double Monstrous Rage. Emberheart Challenger Monstrous Rage again.
Uh-oh.
Target.
Okay, trigger. What's this? Heartfire Hero.
Will not do it, I believe.
Double strike? Sure.
Double strike.
Yeah, I think even with a Monstrous Rage here, Yu-Chen is always blocking and saying, do your worst.
There's a block.
Damage.
All right. Heartfire Hero post. And Magebane Lizard.
Go.
Okay.
We still play on here, yeah?
We still play on, and I do believe we're in a similar situation if Yu-Chen doesn't find a Burst Lightning or something here, which is going to be Screaming Nemesis.
That makes it a lot easier.
That makes it
bingo.
Trivial. Is I will attack you with Screaming Nemesis.
Yep. You're going to have to block it with something, and then that damage is going straight to the face. Yu-Chen Liu is going to tie things up here over Percy Fang. It's 1-1 as they get ready here for game number 3 at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Red Mirror sideboarding. This should be fun as we're going to watch Percy start things off. Now, you mentioned the Magebane Lizard not particularly good in this matchup. Percy agrees. Those are the 4 cards that have been taken out in favor of 3 Torch the Tower and a Sunspire Lynx. For Yu-Chen Liu, the 3 Magebane Lizards are gone, along with a copy of Opera Love Song. In came a Witch Doctor Frenzy, an Obliterating Bolt, and 2 copies of Torch the Tower. So straight up, just more interaction for both players.
Yeah, more interaction minus the bad cards. I think, you know, the old adage of minus bad cards plus good cards has never been more true than this exact matchup, where they only have so few bad cards and only so few good cards to bring in. I would say bringing in the Sunspine Lynx from Percy is actually not ideal, not something that you're overly excited by, but looking at his sideboard, because we saw a pretty straightforward build from him, that's what he had access to.
We're going to head back over to Yu-Chen Liu now. Excuse me, we're going to head over to Percy. Rockface Village. Now there's the Hired Claw. Looks like 2 damage is going to come across. And now the follow-up is a Manifold Mouse. We're going to head back over to Percy. Excuse me, we're heading over to Yu-Chen. I'm going to get this right one of these days.
Eventually.
First time in the booth.
Yeah, we've got some time.
Yeah, you get it.
You've been out of the game for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking at Yu-Chen's hand, I do believe I see a Monstrous Rage and at least 1 Burst Lightning, a Heartfire Hero, an Emberheart Challenger. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Heartfire Hero plus Burst Lightning turn here, getting rid of the scary double strike enabler as well as the Valiant enabler. What you really don't want to see is passing in this spot and then having Percy just slam an Emberheart Challenger on the board and be able to trigger it for free. So this is the cleanest line of play, and you still have a very powerful hand. So I think Yu-Chen is not unhappy with this spot.
Oh, I wouldn't be thrilled about seeing Screaming Nemesis on this side of the battlefield in the red mirror. That one is quite a doozy. So Percy off to a really nice start here. 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop.
And it is the 3 drop.
Yes, it is. So we're going to head back Yu Chen Lu's way.
So Rockface Village, Emberheart Challenger, Monstrous Rage Mountain, and one card that I can't make out that I'm guessing might be Obliterating Bolt. Of course, the damage-based removal is still very awkward in this matchup just because you really don't want to be damaging Screaming Nemesis at all, let alone overkilling it with 4 damage. I think this is a spot where Yu Chen may want to just race, using the Monstrous Rage aggressively here and just saying, all right, let's race. You have a Screaming Nemesis. My life is already difficult, so let's send the damage across.
Well, sending the damage is what's going to happen here. So Yu Chen agrees with you. Everybody into the red zone. Monstrous Rage providing a lot of damage here as well.
Yeah.
And that's 10 points of damage, and Percy's falling down to 8. So now the question is, will Percy have to take maybe a more defensive slant to this game?
Yeah, Percy lacking the snowball aspects of the deck, which is the mice. The Hired Claw is good. It does a lot of work. The Screaming Nemesis is excellent. But in terms of how you explode out of gates, how you present that overwhelming amount of damage in a turn, a lot of the time it does involve the Valiant ability. It does involve the Manifold Mouse. It does involve just having some of these synergistic pieces of the deck, and that's what Percy's lacking right now. So 3 cards in hand, of course, he was on the play, but he is now on the back foot, and if he doesn't have an ability to either set up a lethal wall surviving or finish the game right now, at least the Screaming Nemesis is staying back on blocks for sure.
Hired Claw gonna get busy. Yu Chen gonna fall down to 11. Maybe another Screaming Nemesis on defense.
I feel like that's the name of the game.
Oh yeah. This is where things can get maybe a little wonky. So we'll see exactly what Yu Chen is able to do here and what the draw step yields.
Yeah, I do think there is an obliterating
sweat. Let's go.
Look, I love Magic players. I love that they speak our language.
Yes.
If I can make out what's in your hand easily, you are not giving me the show I want. Okay, so has the ability to start with Rockface Village on Emberheart Challenger. I think Yu Chen's hand is 2 lands and an Obliterating Bolt, if I'm seeing correctly. So the 2 mountains not offering much help, so you start with getting your Valiant trigger, seeing what your top card is, deciding from there. You really don't want to fire off an Obliterating Bolt at one of these Screaming Nemesises. It's not doing a great job, and it's not going to push damage across the way you would like. So I think that is the initial question, but also there is going to be a point where if Percy has a 3rd Screaming Nemesis, Yu Chen might just get locked out of the game because you don't have good attacks or blocks at some point.
A lot for Yu Chen to think about on this turn. Screaming Nemesis is quite difficult to work through in the red beer. And if you get this decision wrong, you could effectively die out of nowhere. So this is one very complicated math problem, to say the least.
Yeah, and fortunately for Yu Chen, and for Percy, I would say, playing mono red as a deck in general is one big math problem.
Yes, it is.
Every game is about counting to 20 and finding the most creative ways to get there, or in some cases 30, though Screaming Nemesis does a good job of stopping that. So one big math problem, not an issue for Yu Chen, as he has been playing mono red for quite a while, very accomplished in doing this sort of math.
So step 1 looks like Rockface Village. Well, it wants to target something.
Yeah, he's still doing math. He's not aggressively saying his hardfire hero this choice.
Yeah.
He is just figuring out, do I need this extra 2 power on the hardfire hero? Is that what helps me push lethal across?
Okay, well, there's the answer to that question as far as the Rockfire Village is concerned. Next is playing a mountain. Okay.
You just attacking it with everything.
It's easier than it sounds.
Just do it. What's the worst that can happen?
Easier than it looks, excuse me.
Yeah, I think he may just be firing off an obliterating bolt and going for an attack. So much of this math is also just trying to predict whether your opponent's choices are forced or whether they have the agency to make decisions. If their decisions are forced, that's, not easy, but easier.
Easier, yeah.
Right? But as soon as they have the ability to make choices, then everything becomes so much more complicated. When you use this obliterating bolt, where is the Screaming Nemesis damage going? Does it have to go to my creature, or can it go to my face? Yep. How do I beat that?
Oh, Hired Claw. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, just getting the prowess on the Emberheart Challenger, not giving your opponent any damage. Saying that at the very least, you are putting Screaming Nemesis in front of my Emberheart Challenger and trading with it.
Yep.
Then the Heartfire Hero becomes a big problem.
Yeah, it becomes its own question.
It is the abyss that you cannot clear off unless you exile it. And there are ways to exile it, of course. We are in the post-board game, so Percy did bring in 3 copies of Torch to the Tower, I believe, so is able to exile the Heartfire Hero.
All right, it looks like... Looks like Screaming Nemesis is going to jump in front of Emberheart Challenger. This is what we like to call a temporary block.
Yeah.
We're lining them up, figure out exactly what we want to do before we commit to anything. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right, so Nemesis.
I will target you.
All right, Percy's going to send it upstairs.
All right.
Down to
3, 8. Can't gain life.
Right there's fine.
1 Nemesis.
Okay.
And remember, this was Percy's game on the play. So Yu-Chen is on the verge of accomplishing the all-important first point.
That's a very, very good point. Someone breaking serve in this matchup. Can it be done? That's a Hired Claw.
That's not how you want to start things off. That Hired Claw is essentially a forced block on the Heartfire Hero.
Yep.
Because you cannot kill that Heartfire Hero anymore. That cannot die.
Now that dies, you die.
Yeah. Just like that.
Yeah.
Yu-Chen's hand, I believe, is just a mountain. So that's a blank. Yu-Chen is working with the resources he has here, plus the top of his deck.
I'm curious what Percy's working with. 3 cards over there.
None of them lands, as far as we know. He hasn't been deploying them.
The big question right now. 3 cards feels like a lot in this situation, and none of them are lands. That means that, hypothetically, they are spells. And now the question is, what are they? And are any of them particularly good at managing a Heartfire Hero?
Yeah, I kind of think that at least one of the cards in Percy's hand might be a Burst Lightning. That's the gut feeling I've got right now.
Okay.
One thing I would love is if we could just, dissect this game with asking Yu-Chen Liu almost like a confessional. What do you think is in Percy's hand at this exact moment? Like, show him this footage after the fact and be like, what was going through your mind at this point?
Pass.
All right, Percy's finally going to pass the turn back. Yu-Chen is very quickly untapping. Picked up a copy of Opera Love Song.
It's a pretty good draw.
There's a trigger. Make the Heartfire here a little bit larger. Yu-Chen is taking this turn so quickly, it almost feels like it's easy.
Right? I don't think it's that easy.
He's making it certainly seem like it's easy, given how quickly these game actions have taken place. And maybe it is. We're going to find out one way or the other, because we're in the red zone now.
Now, one thing that Yu Chen could do is actually use Upper Love Song to buff one of his opponent's creatures, potentially. But as things stand, that's not something that he needs to do, and that is just going to be game.
That is game indeed. Opera Love Song is going to help put a wrap on this one, and Yu Chen Lu has just broken serve and is up 2-1 over Percy Fang. Game number 4. Let's do it to it. We'll see if Percy Fang on the play can tie this one up. This is a Mountain, and that is a Hardfire Hero.
Mulligan to 6 for Percy. Not ideal, but of course you have to make the most of what you have here, and this is an all-important game for you because once you win this, Yu Chen will be on the play for game 5, excuse me. And that is still a very large hill that Percy has to climb at that point.
Torch the Tower took care of the first Hardfire Hero. The second one is still hanging out, at least for right now.
Yeah, I do see a Charring Bite as well as another copy of Torch the Tower, Screaming Nemesis, Burst Lightning, Monstrous Rage, and I think one creature might be Emberheart Challenger, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're correct on that one.
So, pretty strong hand from Yu Chen. Sort of has a lot of bases covered in removal, threats, and the ability to exile these Hardfire heroes, so not even taking much damage. The question is, which removal spell do you want to use in which spot, and whether you want to let Percy, who is in a mulligan position on the play, low on cards, low on resources, have any form of damage, or whether you want to make the mana inefficient play here of just using another Torch to the Tower and passing the turn. I think I like mana efficiency at the cost of one potential damage here.
This is supposed to be C here. Yes. I guess I don't have a way to edit it.
All right, Hardfire Hero number 2 down. This one's actually going to deal some damage because it's not exiled via the removal spell. And now the dragon will get shuffled back into the deck here for Yu Chen. So, Percy, first 2 threats have been managed. We'll see what the third one is, assuming one's coming next turn.
Yeah, I think Percy, in an ideal world, would either have Emberheart Challenger into a trigger here or a Screaming Nemesis.
There's a land. This is a Manifold Mouse. And we're going to head back over to Yu Chen. Monstrous Rage, the draw.
All things considered, not the best draw. You really want to be using those on the Emberheart Challenger, but that would require you to have a third land, and that is not something that Yu Chen has access to right now. I think given that, we are going to see him continue playing things slow and just removing every creature that Percy puts into play. Ultimately, Percy is down on cards. Percy only has 2 cards left in hand, I believe, thanks to that mulligan to 6, and that means that Yu Chen can just continue playing this aggressively.
We're going to see an upkeep copy of Burst Lightning. I like this here. Here's a Monstrous Rage. Now there's a Torch the Tower. A little 2 for 2 exchange, but a favorable one there, excuse me, for Yu Chen Lu.
So that is exiled thanks to the Torch the Tower. And got one of Percy's lands, or, you know, mana out of it. So now Percy is even more limited in what he's able to do this turn.
This is another copy of Manifold Mouse, and we're going to head back over to Yu Chen Lu, who's picked up a copy of Hardfire Hero.
Pretty great draw, actually.
Yeah, not too bad at all.
Yeah, what you really want to do is not put out that Emberheart Challenger without the ability to Monstrous Rage in a lot of situations. So the Hardfire Hero was a way to do that, but if you're identifying that Percy is low on resources and you want to attack that, even if that involves Percy having a way to remove this Emberheart Challenger, this is a good way to do so, because if you untap with his Emberheart Challenger, I think Yu Chen identifies that he's pretty close to winning the game.
Double strike in 4?
Double strike in for 4.
15? Yes.
And now there is a Burst Lightning to take care of the Challenger. So Percy was able to get a couple of points of damage through. Opera Love Song added to the hand now, it looks like. We already know about the Hardfire Hero and the copy of at least one Monstrous Rage there for Yu Chen. So now there is the hero. This is a Rage right away. And now pass the turn back.
There's a counter on that.
Indeed.
Of course. And this is important too because even if your opponent has a Torch the Tower down, they do have to bargain it to deal with this Hardfire hero thanks to that monster roll as well as the +1/+1 counter. So now you have a 3/3. Your opponent can't remove it easily, and you're happy to trade it here.
Here comes a double striker. Remember, this time, no Rockface Village activation.
Yeah, so just a 1-power double striker, and I believe one of the cards in Percy's hand is a Screaming Nemesis. The other is this Torch the Tower.
Okay, well, Torch Tower's going to resolve. Exile will take place as well. It's double strike, no trample, though, so no damage will get through. We're going to head back over to Yu Chen Lu.
Run it back.
Could be same exact play. This. Now, this time, obviously, Percy has mana available, where last time that was not the case, so might not be as safe of a play.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to use the Monstrous Rage here with your opponent already representing mana unless you want to try to do it while they haven't drawn an extra card. I think, despite all that, it is more appealing for Yu Chen to just pass. Thinking about using it on Percy's upkeep instead here, so if Percy has something, his mana is being taxed during his turn, while still doing it before Percy draws the extra card, which is just purely maximizing versus minimizing probabilities of having the removal spell versus drawing the removal spell.
There's a Screaming Nemesis.
Double strike, yes.
And double strike itself.
4 cards again? 3? That's right.
Here comes an attack for 3.
I think in Yu Chen's spot, I am happy trading here. Yes, I take some damage, and that's fine, but you get to clear off Percy's board, and I think that is something that you are interested in this spot.
Don't die and 5U.
All right, so 5 goes upstairs. Hardfire hero
5 out of 13, yes.
goes upstairs. Okay, let's head back. It's 13 to 10. Big draw. That'll work. Glittering Bolt. All right, battlefields are clear. Percy with, it looks like 1 card. Let's make it a second one here. I'm just going to pass the turn back. This is a spot where a card like Opera Love Song can be very useful as well.
And I think you will fire that off on Percy's end step rather than your main phase. You have until the end of that turn, but Percy takes the opportunity to find another Screaming Nemesis.
Down to 7.
I think he is going to probably win this game at this point.
Well, we'll see. Look, there's a Screaming Nemesis on defense, which is certainly interesting. Draw step there, play this, play that. That's definitely on defense. Pass the turn back. Will Yu Chen Lu have the opportunity to trade with Screaming Nemesis?
Has another Screaming Nemesis in hand that we know about. Of course, Percy does not.
Block.
Yeah. That is going to be game.
Yeah, that's a monstrous rage, everybody.
4.
Damage, target this. Let's see what this is. Response to the trigger. Ooh, Witchtalker Frenzy,
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
5 you and kill you. So Percy Fang is gonna win this game and not the match just yet because we are about to head to the 2 best words in Magic. Game 5.
Game 5 for it all here, and it is Yu Chen on the play, so that successful breaking a serve earlier on in the match will come back to reward him here, and it's a question of are both players working with 7 here?
Yu Chen is, and as an aggro aficionado, there is no better feeling than being on the play with an aggro deck in a game that matters.
Oh, absolutely not. I'm not an aggro aficionado, but I'm going to take your word for it.
This is the dream right here, baby.
Yep. Once again, Yu Chen has one of those hands which looks pretty good, slightly awkward because of the mana stumble. Wouldn't be surprised to see things start off here with just an attack from the Hired Claw. Though you could, if you are planning on deploying the Emberheart Challenger this turn, just play it and send in everybody.
Decisions as early as turn number 2. Burst? Interesting.
It's definitely the most mana inefficient of the plays, but it does get rid of your opponent's creature and leave you the ability to still have Torch the Tower up. So potentially answering something on Percy's turn as well, and then untapping to resolve something.
Sure. There's Rockface Village. This is a Hired Claw. Do you dare Torch now?
I think you fire off another Burst Lightning, just because, of course, Torches, you do want to reserve for Heartfire Hero when you can help it. That is the important creature to exile.
Hired Claw.
This is the big issue that Yu-Chen has been facing for the past 2 games, is you don't need that much mana to operate as mono red, but you do really want that 3rd land just to have the ability to go, for example, Emberheart Challenger, target it, for example, being able to cast Screaming Nemesis, and that's something that Yu-Chen struggled with for too long the previous game, and may be stumbling with again this game.
Yes, indeed. Let's see. Last time we saw Burst Lightning on the Hired Claw. This time,
might just be another Hired Claw and attack, get 2 triggers, put the onus on Percy to try to pump or just block and take the 2, and then you get to pass cleanly.
All right, 2 triggers from Hired Claw. And Hired Claw's going to block.
Damage.
Burst. All right.
Yeah, now that the damage is on, hey, Yu-Chen is saying, do you want a Monstrous Rage? Go ahead. Your creature's still dying, and Monstrous Rage is not helping you in combat.
This is Manifold Mouse.
Not that great here.
Now there's the 3rd land.
All right.
There's
now
the 3rd
Yu-Chen is
land.
cooking.
Okay.
Play the Emberheart Challenger, attack with everything. They have your block.
Squad. Triggers from the claws. Arr, arr.
2 damage dealt. Once again, this is the beauty of that 3rd land, is with that copy of Torch the Tower in hand, if Percy goes for a block into Monstrous Rage, you can blow it out. If Percy goes for a block, you get to just pass. And if Percy ever tries to get aggressive, you have the potential answer.
Well, there's the block. Rage or Frenzy? It'll be Frenzy. Now, here's an interesting question. Do you want to Torch the Tower?
Yeah, on the one hand, Yu-Chen now has a clean opportunity to deal with the Manifold Mouse. On the other, do you want to use Torch the Tower on Manifold Mouse?
Yeah. The answer is no. All right. Couple points of damage, and okay, there's a Torch.
Yeah. Timing didn't matter using it there or not.
And draw. Percy is the one with all the cards. Oh, just pass. Oh, boy. All right. Screaming. Oh, giddy up, let's go. Triggers. Oh, going to 6 in the face of a Screaming Nemesis is absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Has the Soulstone Sanctuary, excuse me, turned into a creature on the end step, can play Manifold Mouse here, for example, just go for maximum damage, but there is no double strike to be found here, so just pushing some damage across and having a blocker may be the end of it here for Percy, and it's saying, hopefully you have nothing.
I mean, I will give Yu-Chen a ton of credit here. He has played beautifully around potential copies of Monstrous Rage.
It's just been fantastic.
Done a really, really, really nice job here.
You attack with everything. You get 2 higher claw triggers. Percy goes to 4. The Screaming Nemesis has to be dealt with in some way, or is getting 3 across. And as things stand, Percy has to have something, and he doesn't.
Yu-Chen Liu is going to win game number 5, and this match here over Percy Fang. On to the semifinals he goes. Mono Red obviously moving on because that's all that it could do, but it's Yu-Chen Liu, the one that's doing it.
Yeah, I think we've seen the importance of breaking serve in both of the matches that we've cast so far. Of course, that is going to be the name of the game in probably every single match today, just because of the nature of these red decks against each other. But every time, the person that has broken serve has ultimately come out ahead. And that's been really impressive to see, especially from Yu-Chen, who just played that 5th game, and the whole match just impeccably, in my opinion.
Needed that 3rd land, finally found it, and played around Monstrous Rage beautifully. So bravo to Yu-Chen Liu. We're going to see more of him a little bit further down the road. For right now, we're going to take a short break. We got one more match to bring you from our quarterfinals here in Las Vegas. Ian Robb, Christian Baker. It's an Is It Prowess mirror right after this. Celebrate the flavor of the Final Fantasy games at Commander Party. Bring your favorite Commander deck or purchase a ready-to-play pre-con deck at your local game store to join in on the fun. With events running June 20th through the 26th and July 18th through the 24th. Commander Party! We're having a really, really, really big Commander Party here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy at MagicCon Las Vegas. At least that's what they tell me. We're upstairs. We're covering this awesome tournament, but everywhere down there, I know lots of Commander is being played at the Las Vegas Convention Center. 19,000 plus of our closest Magic the Gathering friends. Now, we don't have that many in this tournament, but eventually, we're going to come down to one. That's who's going to be our champion.
Yeah, there's still a lot of Magic to be played.
Oh,
I think the first thing is we have to resolve our mini tournaments. We have the Battle of the Reds, and we have the Battle of the Is It Prowesses. And we've been ping-ponging back between them, just seeing first a Is It Prowess mirror, then a Mono Red mirror, and now we get another Is It Prowess mirror here.
The top half of our bracket, Ken Yukihiro, Andy Garcia-Romo, Yu-Chen Liu, and Percy Fang. Well, those were all Mono Reds, and we see who's through to the semifinals. So in our first semifinals, when we get to it, it'll be a Mono Red mirror between Ken and Yu-Chen. For Tony Portland, who won the Is It Prowess mirror against David Rude, that's our player that's through. He is waiting for an opponent, and it's between Christian Baker, who was 8-0 after day number 1 of this tournament, against Ian Robb, who made top 8 at Pro Tour Ether Drift. Both these players starting to add top finishes to their resumes. You see the records there. Ian was the first player into the top 8 at 14-2. Christian, one of the last, but making the most of this appearance. Is It Prowess mirror is where we are headed. And we're going to take a look at some deck list here too, starting with Ian Robb.
Yeah, Ian Robb is one of the players that came very quote-unquote top-heavy, which is weird to say in a deck that caps out at 3 mana, but 3 copies of Draycatcher plus the full 4 copies of Vivi does also have that explosive factor that we've seen from some players with 2 copies of Wild Ride in his deck, so has that ability to add some haste out of nowhere and have this big explosive Vivi turn. Looking at the sideboard, you do see access to some copies of Unable to Scream, and also cards like Lithomantic Barrage that have been so important in this mirror match, as well as a card like Get Out that we've seen sometimes when the games get a little grindier, being almost used as another copy of This Town Ain't Big Enough. Now, on the other side, Christian Baker, also on Is It Prowess, he has the most unique build of Prowess that we saw this weekend. He has access to 3 copies of Astrologian's Planisphere in the main deck, as well as cards like Enduring Curiosity in the sideboard. You do see 2 copies of This Town Ain't Big Enough, and he's the one that actually has the Planisphere instead of cards like Monastery Swiftspear or Draycatcher, saying that rather than go wide with a bunch of Drakes, I want to go tall with the Planisphere, which hasn't typically been the avenue to success in the mirror match. Now, I will say both the players have played this matchup quite a bit over the course of this weekend. Ian Robb, I believe, is 3-1 in the mirror. And for Christian Baker, every match of Constructed he played yesterday was the Is It Prowess mirror, 5 of them. Oof. And he went 3-2 over the course of them. So not bad, not great, but this is probably going to be the most important mirror match he's played so far this weekend.
Well, we are going to settle into a mirror match here between Is It Prowess. We've seen it before, and guess what? We're going to see it again in semifinals. The question is, which of these 2 players is it going to be? Christian Baker's on top, Ian Robb on the bottom, and we are underway. Good sportsmanship to kick things off, and it will be Ian who kicked things off with a Storm Chaser's Talent, and there's the Otter.
Please use the purple for talent. Okay. Thank you. Yep.
Storm Chaser's Talent as well here for Christian Baker. So both players with a nice little start with their Prowess Otter. And now the follow-up is a Quarry Steelcutter. Trigger the Prowess on the Otter, and in for 2 comes Ian Robb.
Yeah, that's what we call the good one in terms of the plays that he could have played there. Now, one thing that is notable for Christian Baker, doesn't look like it's going to be relevant this turn. He is one of the players that has brought a main deck copy of Abrade. So he actually has a potential permanent answer to Quarry Steelcutter. Doesn't have it this turn, of course, and will need some work to fight against the Quarry Steelcutter, as going wide has been the most successful strategy here in the mirror, and Quarry Steelcutter is the card that best enables going wide. So we'll see how things go for him, as he also doesn't seem to be portraying any red mana right now.
Mountain. I'll cast Wild Ride, trigger Prowess.
A Wild Ride is going to trigger Prowess on that Otter.
Yes, please use the blue
Counter
dice.
for Prowess action.
We're going to let Ian talk through this turn.
Okay. Monster Trade, trigger Prowess and Cutter.
Yeah.
I'm going to grab a Bit Monk and a roll token. I'll be attacking you for
8, 10.
Correct. I'll beat you to 8. 8. I'll pass the turn to you.
Not a bad turn.
Not a bad turn.
Yeah, not a bad turn.
Going wide and tall at that point.
Yes, indeed. Now, it is worth noting that Ian's got a land, and I think a stock up left in hand. So the likelihood of being able to trigger the Quarry Steelcutter next turn is also somewhat high, given the 4-mana threshold that will be available. Speaking of mana thresholds, Christian has a problem.
No red.
Nailed it.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things is we've seen Torch the Tower and Into the Flood Mob being the tools that these players have used in the mirror match to keep the board under control. When you remove half of those, the Torch the Towers are not available. Things are going to very quickly snowball, and unless Christian has exactly double Into the Flood Mob here, I think this game is not long for the world.
I think I'm inclined to agree as stock up is resolving. Sleight of hand among the options here for Ian. There's also an opt-in there, and I think another copy of stock up, and then 2 lands that I imagine he's not terribly interested in. So some blue cards are headed that way, and the rest are going to the bottom. Next up, it's a Torch the Tower.
This, I'll trigger Cutter and Prowess.
Bargain, sacrificing the Storm Chaser's Talent.
Yeah, St. Christian will need 3 spells to keep this alive with Prowess.
And this is a spot where something like This Town Ain't Big Enough could work itself into the equation. We'll perhaps see here in just a moment. Here from Christian Baker. And it looks like that Otter's gone.
Yeah, Christian does have access to 2 copies of this town bait. Ain't big enough. Not a typical choice.
There's town.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Flood Maw token, I would guess.
Yep, there's a Flood Maw the token. Okay, so Christian does a nice job of making it at least out of that turn alive, or that could certainly not have been the case. So let's see if he's able to restabilize a little bit here. Again, it's still missing red mana, but perhaps that changes at some point during this turn thanks to this sleight of hand.
Now, Cedric, I'm going to put my own neck out on the line here.
Bold.
I did some math. I think Ian may have missed 1 prowess trigger 2 turns ago.
Okay.
And may have missed 1 point of damage, if I'm not mistaken, which I very much could be. And I'm not saying that that's going to be the difference maker. I'm not saying that Christian Baker is going to come back into this game. But all I'm saying is, if things start to stabilize and you see Christian Baker still have an extra point of life to work with, I don't think we're going to get there. Never mind. Never mind.
It's the point of damage, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Not saying you're wrong. Just saying I don't think Ian cares.
I don't think Ian cares.
Saying I got some monks, I got some cutters. Top card becomes the bottom card. New one coming.
Another Corey Steel Cutter in hand, I saw.
Down.
But you too?
Yes.
Looks like it's 2.
Could have been 1.
Yeah.
I'll pass the turn.
Here's an opt. Top card. Gonna take that one. Ooh. Took it with some confidence. I can appreciate that from Christian. Let's see what this is going to be. Finally, red mana's online. Is there enough to catch Baker back up? I think that's the question.
Yeah,
very far behind right now.
We're still in the pre-board game.
Oh, yeah.
Fire Magic. Yeah, no, I think we're looking pretty close to done here.
Tanya. Get this out of here. Trigger that there. Sharing. Sharing is caring. And now replay this. All right, try to get lucky. Gonna fail
up on the other side.
Yeah, I mean,
whatever.
I don't mind trying to get a little lucky. That's all. So there's that. There's that. Smell
Plenty
you later.
routes.
All right, Ian Robb getting the job all done in game number 1 over Christian Baker. Corey Steel Cutters, plural. Much too difficult to overcome there for Christian Baker.
So there will be no sideboarding before this game 2. After game 2, once sideboarding has been completed, I'm going to pause the match and step away with your sideboards to communicate to the broadcast team how you've sideboarded.
Sounds good.
You can resolve mulligans while I'm doing that. Please do not begin.
Sounds good.
Our table judge, very, very helpful there, explaining exactly what's going to happen for those of you that might be newer to the competitive landscape of Magic the Gathering. So the first game is pre-sideboarded, the second one will be 2, and then these players will take their time to get some sideboarding done. Now remember, I think each player is without Monastery Swift Spear in this matchup, so some of the more aggressive slants to Is It Prowess we're not going to find here.
Yeah, one of the things that we actually saw Tony Portolon, who is our only Swift Spear bearing Is It Prowess player in the top 8, did point out in his winner's interview previously, is Swift Spear gives you an edge in the matchup on the draw. That's where he said that the card was actually at its best, is when you're on the draw in the matchup. So here, Ian Robb being on the draw after winning the first game would be nice to have access to it, but of course, not something that either of these players do have access to.
These players are going to shuffle up here and get ready for game number 2. So if you are just joining us, Cedric Phillips, Monty DeVuti, we are here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy at MagicCon Las Vegas. After this round, we're going to head back to the news desk and get our semifinals all set up. And then old Marshall and Paul will be on the call to take care of the next round. Eventually, we're going to crown a champion here. Someone's walking out of Las Vegas with $50,000 and a pretty cool trophy and the honor of saying that they are the Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion.
Yeah, and it's been a great Pro Tour. There's been some really cool matches of Magic, both in Limited and Constructed. And I feel like it's, you know, even with the metagame being 42% Is It, and with our top 8 looking like it does, it's still just been really great Magic.
Yeah, games have been good, and certainly if you were with us for the limited portion of the event, those games were absolutely wonderful. If you've not played Final Fantasy Limited, I highly encourage that you do. Log into an arena and get some games in, because that format, you can basically do whatever you like, as it looks like Ian Robb is going to be taking a quick little mulligan down to 6 cards here. Ian, a player who is very quickly, partner, making a name for himself on the professional circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ian is a player that has had previous success in card games, is a player that, you know, speaking to some of the guys that know him and some of the people that have tested with him over the past 2 events, they say that he really knows his stuff. He's not new to Magic, of course, started playing in 2008, but this is sort of his big break into competitive Magic over the past 2 events. So maybe he doesn't know all the Magic jargon yet, all the lingo, but he will describe to you exactly why he's beating you up in terms that may sound a little awkward, being borrowed from other games or not quite technically correct. Still knows what he's doing.
He's learning. He's learning. He goes. He's smart enough to know to spell pierce a Corey Steelcutter, so he's not here for on accident. That's for sure. As that is a Storm Chaser's talent. There's the Otter, and going to pass the turn back. So we're going to head back over to Christian Baker.
Yeah, we are in pre-board games still, but that is a one of fun of Spell Pierce in the main deck from Ian Robb, and it does come very handy here as Corey Steelcutter, we've often said, is the most important best card in the matchup, and having access to 2 of them would have been nice, but I think Christian is pretty happy to still have 1 here.
Yeah, so nice. He played it twice. So there is a Steelcutter. That Monk token from the Steelcutter is dead thanks to the Torch to the Tower. Now this will be a Drake Hatcher, and Rob will pass the turn back over to Baker. Now remember, both these players do have access to copies of VV in their main deck. Hasn't shown up just yet, but it is a very powerful card in the matchup if players are able to untap with the Legendary Wizard. So we'll see if that works itself into the equation here in this second game. I swear I'm not from the future.
And yet,
I just had a feeling.
Yeah.
Torch it. Torch it.
Torch it.
Yep. Scry 1. Button bottom.
Steelcutter will make a Monk, and now this Opt is going to resolve. VV Trigger, of course, is going to resolve, and the VV is exiled, as Ian Robb does mention. So, top card here for Baker. It's going to stay the top card. Happy with the Opt. They're now just going to pass the turn back. Can't attack into that Drake Hatchling. So now here's an Opt for Ian Robb. That top card here for Ian becomes
the Corey Steelcutter. So this will be very indicative of what Ian's perception of the current game state is. It is one of the best cards in the matchup, so you do want to keep it, but at the same time, can you afford to? And he decides yes.
Yeah, he does. And with that, Corey Steelcutter coming before combat, that Drake Hatcher is going to attack for 3, which is the magic number on that card. So now 3 incubation counters are headed that way.
Please use the purple for the...
And perhaps a Drake will be coming to play in just a moment, as there's a Spirebluff Canal, and Ian will pass the turn back over to Christian.
Yeah, and you do see the reason Ian did think about the Corey Steelcutter is with just the land in hand, it is going to take more than just one good draw in order to start triggering things.
There's a VV, there's a sleight of hand. VV triggered, 1 damage going upstairs. Another Monk is on the way. Now it's in play. Now sleight of hand is going to resolve.
Oh, not a red.
VV's going to make a red. This is a Torch to the Tower. Get this Drake out of here. Sacrificing a little something. And now a 2/2 Drakes on the battlefield. Scry 1. So now VV is up to 5 toughness. And we've mentioned this on Friday. We mentioned it on Saturday. So we might as well talk about it today. When you get the opportunity to untap with VV, bad things happen for the opponent.
Yeah, it's a pretty powerful card, and once again, for those at home, Ian Robb is hellbent, and now has lost the Drake Hatcher, so just has a Corey Steelcutter and a Drake to work with. Of course, there are plenty of great top decks in this deck. Stock Up would be one of them. Spirebluff Canal would not. But now you can see that the clock is on, and that's an abrade, so the clock might be off. As if I'm Ian Robb, I am firing that off on this Corey Steelcutter and trying to close the door here.
And Christian Baker, of course, with the abrade.
Yes, excuse me.
No problem. There's a block. This.
If I'm Ian Robb, I'm conceding when this happens.
Okay. Well, I think Ian says, I'm in the top 8. I might play another turn out here real quick. So, abrade, deal damage, trample because the Corey Steelcutter, so on and so forth. Stock up or no? Yeah, Drake Hatcher. It's not nothing, but it doesn't compete with what the battlefield looks like right now. Stock Up will likely win the game for either one of these players, or at least allow Ian Robb to catch back up. It'll cement Christian's advantage if he's able to find one right now as he's reaching for mana. Looks like VV will be the only one that's doing the attacking here. And now there's an island, so pass the turn back. What happens next? Okay, there's an Opt. Trigger Prowess, bottom very quickly. Next one.
Opt again.
That's Opt, Trigger Prowess.
Run it back.
Keep on top. Slide and Trigger Prowess.
Love it.
Prowess Trigger.
3 Prowess triggers currently.
Next. 2.
Oh, Monstrous Rage.
Well, if Christian were lower.
Yeah,
nice, but the ability to make a lot of Drakes does become a real thing here.
Yeah, that's the big thing is Monstrous Rage quite good here. Of course, Wild Ride was tempting just because it does have the harmonize ability, but
6.
It's 4 prowess triggers.
Plus rage. They're going to do the math here real quick. We'll let them do that.
Triple over for 6.
Yep, for 10, I get 6 counters.
Yep.
Okay.
And
that was pretty good.
That was a pretty good turn. That was
Sorry, just
a
wanna confirm what
red
our life total is right
card,
now.
I
3 to 10.
think.
3 to 10. So now if you're Baker, you'd like to be able to chain some spells together for the Corey Steelcutter and Vivi that are on the battlefield.
That's a 5, right?
5,
Yeah,
five.
because you took 3 from
Yep, sorry.
Okay, let's clear it up. 10 to 5. 5 is a lot different than 3 right now.
Very
so
different.
Good thing they both confirmed.
You know you can equip Corey Steelcutter?
I'm extremely aware.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You know he gives trample, right?
I'm also aware of that.
All right, just checking.
No problem.
No. It's fine. Just going to make sure, you know.
I'll have to imagine that Christian's aware as well. So let's see. Vivi right now is 3 power. You can make it 4 power if you do equip. Remember, that is frustration. Yep. I got a feeling Christian didn't draw a spell. I might be wrong. Ooh.
I got a feeling he's attacking anyways.
Okay.
No blocks.
Ooh, okay. What's the follow-up here?
Yep,
okay.
All right, 6 damage represented. What is the draw? It's a land. All right.
Yeah, it might be more than 2.
You die to any spell.
Yep.
For 6.
There you go.
4. I get 2 counters.
Yeah, you're saying I have a 4 toughness creature. You have a 4 power attacker.
Rick? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, this is gross.
Draw?
Yep.
Dead. Oh, that's so gross. Ian Robb.
Yeah.
Oh, man, is going to win game number 2 over Christian Baker. Playing to win is what he just did with that monstrous rage. Cantrip, rage on the Drake Hatcher. Make some Drakes, cross your fingers. And it worked out very well for the youngster.
And, you know, just half a second away from attacking with just the Drake Hatcher. Took a second, reconsidered the board state, understood exactly what the 2 possible branching paths were for the following turn, and was like, all right, attack with everything.
Oh, boy. Yeah, if you're Christian Baker, you got to be very frustrated not winning that game. 1 spell, most likely, over those 2 turns. That's all you needed. Obviously, on the last turn, it needed to just be a spell that would trigger Vivi. And we've said multiple times, and we've seen it this weekend, too, that all it takes is an untap with Vivi, and most of the time you're able to get the job done, but Baker was not able to find the necessary tools to cross the finish line, and all of a sudden, Ian Robb is up 2 games to 0 here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. We're going to take a look at Ian's deck list now, get our eyes on this build. Remember, first player into the top 8 was Ian, and you see the unique build of Is It Prowess here this weekend. 4 copies of Vivi, 3 copies of Drake Hatcher, no copies of Monastery Swiftspear Money.
Yeah, and I think what we will take the opportunity to do here as the player's sideboard is actually talk about that sideboarding. Because for Ian, if we look at his sideboard, he's actually taken out 1 Vivi, 2 Monstrous Rages, a Torch to the Tower, a Wild Ride, and a Stock Up. So some of what we saw from David Root in that previous Is It Prowess matchup, and he's brought in some of these interaction spells, both copies of Abrade, of course, in answer to Corey Steelcutter, as well as creatures, 2 copies of Lithomantic Barrage, and then both copies of Spell Pierce have come in from Ian, something that, in addition to the one already in the deck, makes for a total of 3. Not something that we saw in the previous Is It Prowess matchup. They were waffling between 0 and 1 Spell Pierce for a lot of the time. On the other side, we're going to take a look at Christian Baker's list. He has perhaps the most unique build of Is It Prowess here in the top 8, and it's also the list that seems to be doing the least amount of sideboarding when it comes to the mirror match. As we take a look at this list, both copies of Vivi have actually come out alongside that singleton copy of Roaring Furnace. Bringing up his sideboard, he has brought in an additional copy of Abrade to join the one that he has in the main deck, as well as 2 copies of Lithomantic Barrage. Now, one interesting thing is he has not brought in the fire magic that we have seen previously. I'm interested to see if this fire magic is just something that he uses on the draw versus play, or whether it is something that he's just not interested in when it comes to the specific build of prowess from Ian Robb that has the 4 copies of VV in addition to the 3 copies of Draycatcher.
Yeah, we saw Fire Magic be very potent for Christian Baker yesterday on his way to the top 8 here this weekend. So you may be correct. It might just be an on-the-draw sort of thing to catch up. We'll have to find out, as Christian Baker has some catching up to do. Down 2-0 right now in this matchup against Ian Robb. Remember, winner of this one goes on to an Is It Prowess mirror against Tony Portolan. On the other side of things, we got mono red aplenty. So if you like mountains, you have certainly come to the right place. Cedric Phillips, Monty DeVuti, we are here in the booth during our last quarterfinal match of Pro Tour Final Fantasy. We, of course, have Maria Bartholdi, Ailey Loney, and Corey Baumeister, Corey Steel Cutter himself at the news desk. Marshall Sutcliffe, Paul Cheon. They'll be on the call for our first semifinals match. Eventually, we're going to crown a champion here in Las Vegas. $50,000, an invite to the World Championship, awesome trophy, and most importantly, bragging rights.
Love some bragging
Bragging
love
rights
to get
as
some
the
bragging
Pro
rights.
Tour Final Fantasy champion. Christian Baker, top finish here this weekend, making a name for himself. Started off day number 1 as our lone 8-0. Day 2 got a little more rocky, as tends to do for our 8-0 players we have seen over the course of Magic's history, but able to squeak it out in that final round to make the top 8. Ian Robb, his path a lot more clean. Our first player into the top 8, 14-2 record, and this is back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s for the youngster.
Yeah, definitely continues making a name for himself, and there's a reason I think that a lot of the people that have been playing against him or watching him play have been quite impressed, especially the people that have been testing with him say that he really knows his stuff, even though he is relatively new to the competitive Magic the Gathering scene. And I think for Ian, he has to be feeling pretty good right now. Obviously up 2-0 here, but also Tony Portolan, the potential opponent waiting for him in the semifinals. That's a player that he's beat previously as well yesterday. You heard in Tony's winner interview, he said that on the one hand, Ian beat me and I want revenge. On the other, I've beat Christian, so maybe I just want him again.
Oh yes, one of those situations, right? Those are always fun. Revenge could be on the mind here for Tony if Ian is able to get through. Christian going to take a look at the opening hand here. See a Shivan Reef, a Storm Chaser's talent among these cards. Ian Robb taking a longer look at things, so we'll see what players decide here in just a moment before our third game is underway.
Yeah, it looks awkward for Christian Baker. That is a one-land hand, I believe. Just the Shivan Reef. There is an opt to try to balance it, but it was ultimately a keep for him. It is a hand that could go very wrong very quickly, of course. If you miss that second land drop between your draw spell, the one card on top that you could scry on the bottom, and the potential next card, then you are in a lot of trouble, as this is a snowbally matchup. But on the other side, Ian Robb is mulliganing, so if you can hit that land drop, if you can start pushing an advantage, Christian is going to be in a great spot, because you really don't need that many lands to function in this matchup.
No, you don't. No, you do not. So, Ian's going to take a mulligan here. We'll see if it's 6 cards or less after taking a look at this opening hand. Well, looks like there's some lands to function with there. There were 3, maybe too many.
Yeah, it looked like a keep, and thinking what goes on the bottom here. And I do see a copy of Corey Steelcutter and Sleight of Hand in Ian's hand, in addition to some lands. I think that may be an upgrade there. Yeah, it looks like 2 lands, a Draycatcher, a Sleight of Hand, and a Braid, and a Corey Steelcutter. How'd I do, Coach?
I think you did okay.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll take it.
I'll give you a B.
Yeah, I'll take a B.
Cards in your opening hands? 7, 6.
Green light means go. Christian, let's see what you can do.
Table Delta, start of game 3. All right, begin.
4th quarterfinal, Table Delta indeed, and Christian not even going for the Storm Chaser's talent, just saying that if this Opt finds a one-mana draw spell, I really need to be able to use that to find my second land.
Yep. Bottom. Mystery. Draw step. Okay.
All right.
Steel Cutter. All right, good start.
First sigh of relief.
Yep. Steel Cutter, dead.
Correct. Steel Cutter.
Good choice. Next, Storm Chaser's talent. We'll get Nodder here in just a second. And we'll head back over to Ian Robb. No third land there for Baker.
No third land, obviously important, but less important than the second land. One of the big issues that I do see right now for Christian Baker, both of his lands are Shivan Reefs.
Yeah, that makes it a little bit painful, of course.
Yeah.
Already down to 17. And when Ian starts to really ramp things up, it means that each point of damage that's being taken off those lands could be worse and worse news here for Baker. Now, there's a Spire Bluff Canal, so that's some painless blue-red mana.
Yeah, and Baker only has access to one Spell Pierce in the main deck. Did not bring any in and does not have any more in the sideboard. So that was the only real hope there and wasn't able to find it. So in a lot of trouble now.
Let's see what the follow-up's going to be. This is an Abrade on the Steel Cutter. Okay, so that problem is solved. Next. If anything, this.
-1.
All right, that's a barrage. The Otter is large and in charge. In for 3. 17-16 in favor of Rob as he will take a fourth turn and kick things off with a stock up.
Ooh. Things you hate to see.
Well, depending on who you're rooting for, that's for sure. This looks like a Into the Flood Maw, among other things. As the 3 cards will go to the bottom, the stock up will go to the graveyard, and now the 2 cards are coming to hand here for Ian Robb. Next up is Into the Flood Maw. See ya. Bing ya. In for 3. 17-13, back to Baker. Baker will draw. This isn't the worst time to resolve a stock up if he has one. It's going to be Town. We'll replay the Storm Chaser's talent. Otter, pass it back.
-1, but the board is clear, and I was going to say if you can get away without a Haymaker from Rob this turn, either a VV or another stock up, you'd be okay, but that is not in the books.
Yeah. That is not good news for Christian Baker.
Keep on top.
Opt is going to stay on top. VV make a blue, and Opt again. Another point, and now 5 toughness for the legendary wizard.
I've seen this Opt up before.
I do have 13.
I went to 12 to play the talent, or
I had you going down to 13.
13 to play?
That's what I had.
You tapped me for 3 to put me to 13.
13,
and then I went to 12 to play the
that,
talent.
yep.
Then 11 off the VV, and then 10 off this trigger, right?
Yeah, now right there. Let's grab one. All bottom.
All right, players communicating life totals. They're all good. VV's been used. Land has been played. We're heading back Christian Baker's way, who's in some serious trouble. Though, if you ask Christian, he said, I had the same thing last time. Didn't work out for me. Why does it get to work out for Ian?
Sorry.
There's a stock up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, my. Well, there's an Abrade in there, at least. All the rest of them were lands. That's not what the doctor ordered.
I mean, maybe it is. We're not getting a good look at Christian's hand, but he's been missing land drops, so maybe he has access to an Into the Flood Maw here, uses one of these lands that he had to have taken off of the stock up to get the VV off the board temporarily, and still has game. But no, that's the Spell Pierce that he needed a while ago.
Yep.
And, all right. Don't kill me, says Christian.
We're going to find out. I'm not sure if Christian's going to get another untap here.
I don't think Ian is going to be kind enough to not kill him.
Let's see what we got. Steel Cutter trigger. That's 1. Down to 9. Oh, excuse me. Down to 9. Yeah, I was going to say not down to 15. There we go.
Yeah.
Next.
My handwriting, I upgrade 3 blue, pass stock up trigger, trigger.
Okay.
Yeah, You're not going to concede your final game in this tournament.
You're going to hope.
But this is your final game in the tournament.
Ian Robb getting out the broom. Gonna win this match here over Christian Baker 3-0. Our first player into the top 8 is our last one into the semifinals. Vivi powerful enough to propel him into a rematch against Tony Portolan.
Yeah, I think really great stuff from Christian Baker all weekend, starting out 8-0. Maybe it looked like the wheels were falling off yesterday. Was able to right the ship and make the top 8. Really great run with a unique build of Is It Prowess, but Ian Robb looks like an unstoppable force. And considering yesterday, Ian Robb and Ken Yukihiro simultaneously made the top 8 as our first 2 players, I'm beginning to feel like maybe they're on a collision path to finally face each other in the finals. Of course, their opponents Yu Chen Liu and Tony Portolon will have something to say about that, but this is a matter of maybe unstoppable forces coming to meet here.
Well, I will look forward to whatever we end up seeing in our finals, but we're not there just yet. We're going to take a short break, and we're going to do some recapping of things. When we do come back, it's Maria at the news desk. Then more Magic here from Las Vegas.
Magic Presents Pride events will be taking place at local game stores across the globe, running June 27th through the 29th. Celebrate Pride and play some Commander games with the All Commanders Have a Pair rule and come up with some fun combinations. Receive the Chromatic Lantern card featuring Nico for participating. Check with your LGS on locator.wizards.com to find out where your nearest event is. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Final Fantasy from Paris. No, just kidding. That's Las Vegas, Nevada, of course. Here we are on Top 8 Sunday. We are through to our quarterfinals, and our semifinals are ahead of us. MagicCon Vegas also happening this weekend. But don't worry, we have Elspeth here to protect us the entire way through. See our tournament towards the end. We have $50,000 on the line for first place. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Marie Brassoldi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney hanging out with you. And it is semi-final time. We are coming down to the wire. One of our quarterfinal winners, Ian Robb, did it with a clean sweep. You just saw it happen on camera. And Ailey, you got to talk to him after his big win.
I did chat to him, and he was basically shell-shocked. I asked him, like, has it sunk in? He's like, I can't believe it. I'm jittery. I swear, he is playing like he's been possessed by Perforos. He is just steamrolling his way into what could be a championship.
Yeah.
And it was actually quite funny. His friend asked him, like, did you just 3-0? And he says, yeah, I did. And he's like, holy expletives.
Colorful language, I believe I overheard. Yeah.
I mean, his performances just seem dominant. This back-to-back top 8 from him as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's just incredible to ever go back-to-back in any Pro Tour. It's incredible to just top 8 2 Pro Tours. But to do it back-to-back, you know you're in the zone.
Insane, yeah.
All right, so we are playing standard, single elimination standard to be exact, here today in our top 8. And it is the biggest standard of all time with more than 4,000 cards to choose from, 15 sets. Ailey, walk us through what's in standard.
There are so many sets in standard, so many different things to play and do. And if you have been living under a rock or have just joined us for the first time in Magic, hello, welcome. Here's what you can play with. Foundations will be the set that you can play with the longest. Dominaria United, Brothers War, and Phyrexia, along with the March Machine sets, will be rotating out soon. So it'll be interesting to see what standard looks like in a couple months' time when that happens. Tarkia Dragonstorm and Final Fantasy, the 2 latest sets to join the fray.
All right, there is a look at the sets in standard. And what about our standard metagame win rate, Corey? I'm always so excited to break this down.
Yeah, I'm always excited, and it's always very interesting. So you look at Is It Prowess here, having a sub 50% win rate. Normally you think like, wow, that is really bad. But when you have this many of one deck, this is pretty natural. You know, you're gonna have a lot of these players. Of course, some will win, some will lose. So 48%, not that crazy. I think the biggest stories to tell here are Mono Red, once again, just doing so well. I feel like every single standard tournament we see, it's like, yes.
It's insane.
It is insane. It's like, is the deck to beat? And then Mono Red's like, yeah, I'm still going to win the event, though.
Excuse me, we're still here.
Exactly. So, you know, Mono Red did really great. Jund Roots, horrifically bad compared to Golgari Roots. Red, not needed. Make the mana base a little bit better. But I will also say Golgari Roots has a cheat code involved as Ely Cassis plays the deck, and he never loses. So that's those stats aren't fair. I'll
so
say
Corey,
that.
like next week, what are you playing? You know what I mean? Like, what do you think would be the deck to play at your LGS?
You know, I would say Golgari Roots. You know, I think it's going to be a blast. I'm physically borrowing Ely's deck to play next weekend. I can't wait. You know, of course, I'm not going to make it look anywhere near as good. I'll be stumbling
You just have to follow the sideboard guide.
I will be following the sideboard guides. Yeah, maybe I'll phone a friend and call Ely for some help here in between rounds too.
Well, of course, Final Fantasy, the newest set that we can play with in standard here. Let's take a look at the top 10 most played cards from Final Fantasy this weekend, starting with number 10, Corey.
Yeah, number 10 is Astrologian's Planisphere, and yeah, these number 10, maybe through 5, 6 or so. There's not a lot of these cards, but this is a really, really nice one. Job select to put a creature already equipped to this, and then it kind of has super prowess. Instead of just getting +1/+1, you get a +1/+1 counter. The big problem with this card is it's competing with Corey's Steel Cutter, and yeah, that card's pretty good.
There's let's be honest, there's no competition.
With
this
the
is kind
steel.
of cute, right?
Very cute.
And maybe it'll find a home somewhere, but yeah.
Good card, though.
Good card. Up next, we've got Town Greeter, which one of the players I interviewed likened it to Seder Wayfinder, being able to get some things in the bin and bring back a town, which isn't... They haven't made their way into standard just yet, but bringing back a land and gaining 2 life if you did have a town, but just getting a creature on the board and being able to fill up the graveyard. It's a neat little 1/1.
Good with the roots then, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're going to see these cards too, you know, especially post-rotation, maybe start to make a new or at least a very different kind of impact on the standard environment once people have had more time with them, found different places to put them. Let's take a look at number 8 here. Drum roll, please. It is Ultima! Destroy all artifacts and creatures. End the turn.
Turn's done.
Turn's done.
Any death triggers? Nah. Doesn't matter. Turn's done.
Turn is done. That's
over.
right, Corey. Thank you, Judge Corey.
I got you.
I hate when these cards are in standard. Come on, I did all this work, then you just Ultima me? Because it is 5 mana. I should stop whining, but I'm not a
Just
control
don't play
player.
into it.
Maria,
Easy.
You just gotta join these control mages, okay?
Absolutely not, Corey.
Come to the dark side, kill creatures instead of play creatures.
No
it's
way.
fun. All right, and if you want to kill your own creatures, cast some self-destruct here. I absolutely love this deck in the red decks. And what better hands to have this in than the one of that Ken has in his deck? Too funny.
He loves this card in this deck too. Did you hear him?
I love it. Yeah, he absolutely loves it. And this card with, you know, your very powerful red creatures is really, really nice at creating that final push over the finish line.
Another card that's made its way into the Jund Roots deck is Terra Magical Adept. She is great at milling cards, putting things in your bin, and also getting back Insidious Roots, which is pivotal to the deck's success.
Yeah.
There is also some very convoluted combo, which I'm not going to get into because Fun fact, Mani Davuti is still explaining it to me from 2 nights ago.
Yeah, scholars are still figuring this out, and one day we'll be able to put this in a book and figure out this combo.
There's too much to it, man.
Number 5, Cecil Dark Knight here in the Demir mid-range list we saw this weekend, which wasn't a very highly played deck. For good reason. Didn't do particularly well, but I do actually like this deck. I think it's very cool. You've got creatures, you're doing the mid-range thing, you've got some removal, so maybe this deck starts to have a life once again post-rotation.
And it reminds me a little bit of one of my favorite creatures, Death Shadow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's true, Corey.
Knight of the Ebon Legion, a little bit.
There you go.
Doesn't hit you, though.
Still nice. Next one is the Starting Town. This is one of the lands that I think is going to see a lot of play coming up here. Being able to have this City of Brass, Mana Confluence style land is great, but you can't play those lands as much because they always dealt you damage. The fact that you can add a colorless here is really a huge improvement with this land. If we start seeing some hyper-aggressive aggro decks that really just care about the first 3 turns, this is going to just be an absolute beautiful land in those decks.
Yeah. Up next, we've got Bob Maher himself. Dark Confidant makes its way back into Standard with Final Fantasy. If you like cards, well, for the low cost of the mana value in life, you can have a card. So don't go playing this with like 8 drops unless you really don't want to play the game.
Listen up here, Ailey. I played a deck way back in the day where you played Greater Gargadon and that. And you know what? You just hope for the best you didn't flip that one over, you know?
Greatness at any cost, Corey.
Exactly.
I love Dark Confidant. One of my favorite cards. I hope it comes and see some more Standard play here moving forward. Coming in at number 2, Opera Love Song. Just an incredible moment from Final Fantasy VI, and a wonderful card here too. Played in mono red, 2 ways to trigger Valiant. It's just been an all-star this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Just saw it in some of the mono red decks as well. Pretty cool stuff. And last but not least, yeah, you could guess it. It's Vivi Arnatur.
Who could it be?
The beautiful wizard who does some absolute huge damage here. I would imagine, we don't have the exact numbers, but I would imagine it is a landslide being the most played deck in Final Fantasy.
I can tell you exactly. 374.
What was second?
Thank you, Frank Karsten. What was second?
Yeah, the Opera Love Song?
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
Opera Love Song, it's nowhere near that amount.
Nowhere near, yeah.
Congratulations, Vivi. You are our most played card from Final Fantasy. Well, we turn our attention now to our 2 semifinals here in the building. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out where we're at after our quarterfinals. As you can see, the players who have advanced, Ken Yukihiro and Yu-Chen Liu, as well as Tony Portolan and Ian Robb. We still have our 2, it's kind of the story of 2 mini tournaments happening here in our top 8, the Mono Red tournament and the Is It Prowess tournament. We're about to find out who is the best Mono Red player in the building. Whoever it is will be in our finals facing Is It Prowess. Take a look at our matchup here. Ken Yukihiro versus Yu-Chen Liu. Ken Yukihiro, this is his 5th Pro Tour top 8, one of the best Japanese players to ever play the game, has 10 Grand Prix top 8s and 2 wins. Always a smile on his face as well. Ken is a fan favorite for sure. Up against Yu-Chen Liu, who has made back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s, which is no small feat at all. This is his 3rd Pro Tour top 8. The other was in Dublin in 2017. So this is going to be a big matchup here for Yu-Chen and for Ken Yukihiro. Let's take a look at Ken's road to the top 8 here. Went 7-1 in Standard with 2 buys there at the end of the tournament. Locked up his spot early as our first seed here in the top 8. Let's take a look on the other side of things. Yu-Chen Liu went 8-1 with 1 buy, locking it up in round number 15. There's a look at our players' roads to the top 8 and their introductions. What about this matchup? I know it's a mirror, Corey, so what's going to be important?
Yeah, well, once again, look at these small, minor differences in the list, and these ones are a lot closer than I would say the top 8 when we saw Ken a little bit earlier. So let's pull up Ken's list and check out the big changes that we have. So the first thing that I want to point out, once again, the Twin Ma Stormbrood. Those are kind of the biggest innovative take from Ken here, and it's proving to be serving him quite well, as it is the roast side, the Charring Bite. Being able to kill creatures without having to attack with a bunch of creatures to get that cost reduction on the other removal spell of choice, Witchstalker Frenzy. So let's look at the sideboard here from Ken. Check out some of the other stuff that's going to be coming in the red mirror. We have Suplex, we have Torch the Tower, and then if you're on the play, we've seen Case of the Crimson Pulse come in. I really like Ken's sideboard for these red matchups. Usually 1 extra or 2 extra removal spells compared to other mono red lists. So let's take a look at the other list here that Ken's going to be playing against. So looking at this, we also have one of the powerful dragon. That's uncastable, by the way, on the front side. It's all for the adventure side, or the Omen side, excuse me. Only one of those in the main, but we are playing Opera Love Song in this version. Gives you a little bit extra card advantage, so you can go a little bit longer. And then the Witch Stalker Frenzies. When you're going first, you're attacking with 3 creatures, that card's gonna look better. But when you're on the draw trying to kill one of these pesky 2-drops, you could get put in kind of a weird situation. So I would say advantage to Ken, but let's pop up this sideboard. A little bit more removal from the side, not quite as much as Ken, but 2 torches, 1 obliterating bolt, and then that force with Witch Stalker Frenzy. Very close once again. Ken gets the play. Ken has a little bit better of the list for the mirror, so I'm gonna put advantage to him slightly, maybe 55, 56% or so.
All right, it's time to find our first finalist in this mono red mirror. I'll send it on over to Marshall and Paul.
And thank you, Maria. Welcome to the booth here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And as they mentioned at the news desk, Paul, we are on the mono red side of the equation here, and we get to see who the mono red champion is, if you will. Only one player gets to emerge from this half of the bracket and secure their seat in the finals, and we're going to find out right now who it's going to be, because we've got Liu Yu-Chen versus Ken Yukihiro in the feature in the mono red mirror.
Yeah, and Ken Yukihiro did proclaim himself as the greatest mono red player in the world, but Liu Yu-Chen, no slouch himself, back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s, played an aggressive red deck in the last one as well, and just won a very, very exciting five-game set against another mono red master in Percy Fang.
Take a look at our 2 players. There's Ken. He plays for Team Moriyama Japan, and that is Liu Yu-Chen, who plays for Team mostly by myself, he said. He tested mostly by himself for this Pro Tour. He also called it a miracle that he made it to the top 8.
Welcome to the semifinals.
I don't believe it anymore.
I don't buy that.
It's his 3rd top 8.
This is his 3rd.
He's on Team Can't Lose. That's
yeah,
what I feel
that's
like.
It's population Liu Yu-Chen. Right. He top 8'd Pro Tour Ether Revolt in 2017 and Ether Drift this year. Of course, play draw critical in this matchup, and Ken gets to be on the play, well, for the whole time he was our #1 seed coming in.
Yeah, and take a look here. Ken actually on the play here did mulligan, does have a Heartfire hero to play here, but actually preferring to keep up Lightning Strike here, thinking it's very likely for Liu Yu-Chen to play out a 2-drop this turn, or any creature this turn for that matter.
Yeah, ideally for Liu Yu-Chen, he does this.
Right.
He plays out 2 creatures. So yes, it is mana efficient for Lightning Strike to be used here, but card economy wise, not so great.
Right.
As Liu has already turned the tables on Ken, he's the one with the threat.
But here comes a Screaming Nemesis, one of the best cards in the matchup here. Great at pressuring the opponent's life total, and also just a fantastic blocker if you are on the back foot.
We saw that in the opening quarterfinal, also with Ken Yukihiro.
Okay, I think Liu Yu-Chen has 2 Monstrous Rages, no other creatures. Could potentially just go for a very large attack here. Attack with Higher Claw, give Monstrous Rage, and then also give it +1/+1. That does allow you to play around cards like Lightning Strike.
So far,
and
that's exactly
Rage.
what's happening. There's the Monstrous Rage.
Yes, that's 6 damage being taken here total.
Jeez.
And again, it's got 4 toughness, so Ken Yukihiro would need to rely on one of his 5 damage effects to be able to kill the Higher Claw.
And right now, it's a pair of Hired Claws and a Heartfire hero for Ken. Is he going to need to pump the brakes here?
Yeah, it's really interesting. You might want to just keep the Screaming Nemesis back, right? Because no matter what happens, you're feeling okay. But you can also play a little offense and defense here, too. You could play either the Hired Claw or Heartfire hero out of your hand, give that haste, attack with that, while also keeping the Screaming Nemesis back. Because you got to be a little bit concerned about this racing situation here.
Okay, he's going to start off with the Heartfire hero activate, and both are coming in.
Getting in.
All right.
It's just a race, good old-fashioned race.
Yeah, this is a race situation. I'll land off the top there for Liu Yu-Chen. He does have another Monstrous Rage +2 Burst Lightning.
Yeah, so let's look at the math here. It's a 3/4 Higher Claw. When it attacks, it hits for 4 damage. by itself. That would put Ken Yukihiro down to 9. 2 Burst Lightnings for 4 damage is 5. And Monstrous Rage will give an additional 2 points of damage because, of course, you can't have multiple roll tokens. So he's very, very close here.
That's 3 he could get him to if he wanted.
I mean, alternatively, you can also, instead of casting Monstrous Rage here, just try to use all your mana and just give it +1/+1 and still keep up double Burst Lightning.
So that's 1 less damage, but you keep the Monstrous Rage in hand.
Now, if you're afraid of the Heartfire Hero getting out of hand, you could also consider Burst Lightninging that right now while it's a 2/2. So a lot of different options for Yu Chen. But I think right now, I mean, you're really close to just being able to kill your opponent here. So I don't think he's going to keep the Higher Claw back. I don't really think that's an option against the Screaming Nemesis. It's just, does he want to go all in on as far as damage goes to Ken Yukihiro's face, or do you want to kind of split the difference and maybe also fire off a Burst Lightning on the Heartfire Hero?
Let's find out. So the trigger resolves, and it looks like he's going to take the aggressive but not absolute literal maximum aggression line.
Wait.
This is going to be Burst Lightning on the hero, I assume.
Right. Yeah, I mean, this is a tricky spot.
I mean, just by activating the Lizard there, he's already saying, I'm not going to go for literal max damage this turn.
Right.
Though, as we calculated it, it would have gotten Ken down to 3 at the most anyway.
Yu Chen now down to 9.
And he gets to keep up Burst Lightning, does not use Monstrous Rage.
Right. Is that another Screaming Nemesis? I think it was.
It is. So does one get to stay home now?
Yeah, I feel like you can't really attack with both. You're probably just dead, you have to think. Yeah. Yeah, I like this.
Ken Yukihiro.
Now remember, the creature does have trample. Can you go Burst Lightning? What if you go Burst Lightning to the face here? That would put Ken Yukihiro down to 6.
Yes.
And then Hired Claw with Monstrous Rage. Monstrous Rage is 2 damage. Then you get another counter with 2 mana.
Plus the ping.
Yeah, yeah. So let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But the Screaming Nemesis does soak up 3 damage.
So not enough. Without some help.
Right. Might still just be interested in firing off the Burst Lightning to the face here to just use that mana, because if you find an untapped land is Soulstone Sanctuary, could that possibly get it done?
Right.
Just,
yeah. Okay, well he does.
Go.
End step. Burst you.
I think that was a Heartfire Hero.
I think is what he drew for the turn. Yeah, it was.
That's 7 damage coming in with 2, 3, 4, 5 from the ping, plus the counter, 6, plus Monstrous Rage, that's 8.
So he's
8 damage.
short.
Is he really 1 damage short? He's going to count this up over and over again. So we do have the opportunity to just try to figure out just how close Lou is here. But it does look like he might be 1 damage short. One more time. 2 counters on the creature plus the roll token. That's 3 extra damage.
So 4.
And then the claw is 1 power, so that's 4. The ping, that's 5. You give it +1/+1, that's 6. Monstrous Rage, that's 2 more, that's 8. And Screaming Nemesis has 3 toughness, so you can only get in for 8. Wow, that is so incredibly close here.
That's incredible. Down to 5, Ken with the block.
Just don't.
Ken's like, I'm blocking. I mean, Liu Chen's at 6.
I mean, he's just going to die if he can't win this turn, right? Because you have to deal 3 damage to the Nemesis. Then the 3 damage from the Nemesis goes at Liu Chen's face.
That's what I'm thinking.
But I suppose
he does have a blocker.
He does have a blocker, and then
Nemesis
it's a 1/1.
is dead.
What's in Ken's hand? He's got more action, though, right?
I think Ken has another Heartfire Hero or something.
7 power,
So Ken goes to 1. And then Lou takes 3. And then you have a blocker. So but you can't kill the blocker. Can you give it trample?
Or right, you can't kill the blocker. It's another
But Hired Claw with haste, that should be enough, right? So you play the Hired Claw with haste. Liu Chen goes down to 2.
Yes.
And the Hired Claw has 2 power. So two creatures, a 3-power creature, and a 2.
+1/+0.
So this should be lethal, yeah.
There's Hired Claw.
Wow, so close.
Activated and send them sideways. And Liu Yu Chen will be dead before the Heartfire Hero trigger gets to resolve.
Yeah. 3 damage. 2 power, higher claw +1 from the ping. What a close game!
Exactsies. Even Liu Yu Chen has to smile at how close that was.
Ken wins that one.
Ken Yukihiro picks up game 1. Oh, man. I love this matchup. It is so exciting.
Yeah.
You know, the lines of play that the players take are so punishing.
Right.
You know, where you see these control decks where it's like, you can kind of veer a little, I'll come back this direction. These are just like, no, you missed a point of damage.
Oh, that's
GG.
everything. That is absolutely everything. And both these players really didn't. I mean, Liu Yu Chen also gave him opportunities at more draws. He did have that inflection point where you go, do I fire off this Burst Lightning now? Because if I draw something off the top, that would get it. I mean, he could have drawn an Opera Song, right? An Opera Song off the top would be 2 extra points of damage.
Wow, that was incredible.
I love the life total still 2-1. Just showcasing to everybody just how close that last game was.
I mean, that game is about as close as it could possibly get, right? Ken attacked for lethal, literally Exactsies, and if combat damage were able to happen, he would have lost, right? Like, there was a trigger on the stack when he won the game that said you lose the game.
Right. Yeah. And
it doesn't get closer than that.
And you have to think about it from Ken's side of the table. Sometimes those decisions on what to attack with aren't so trivial. 2 turns before, he could have just attacked with 1 creature, but he attacked with both, putting him in a position to win.
That's right.
And then the turn after, he could have attacked with both creatures, but only attacked with 1.
And Liu Yu Chen was 1 point away on that attack.
Right.
Goodness sakes. Both of our players on very similar lists. This is Ken's 7th top finish.
Wow. 7.
He is in that upper echelon.
There are actually 10 top finishes just between these 2 players.
Right. Okay, players taking a look at their opening hands. I'll remind you, no sideboards just yet. We're playing best 3 out of 5.
Starting game 2. Do we have opening hands, sir?
And Liu Yu Chen gets to go first.
They're finishing cards in hand real quick.
We want to make sure we got all the cards in hand here before we start.
Right.
Yep. Our spotters are down in the feature match area with tablets standing behind the players and updating those in real time. They do an amazing job, and they make it so that we can do our job.
Right.
Also, that is a tough job.
Oh my goodness.
Like, look how much the cards move around in the players' hands. It's pretty standard for people to shuffle their cards as they play.
Can you imagine trying to keep track of hands when somebody's playing the Omniscience deck?
Oh,
it's just
super
you're just
tough.
like, okay, just game over. Just,
I mean,
just
to be fair, Paul, I used to do that job for a while, and it was during the Sphinx's Revelation era, so you're not touching me on that.
Right.
Yeah.
Because like, you actually have to get that right. Whereas when the Omniscience player is going off, they're just going to win that turn, you know?
Right. Yeah. All right. As we've seen often, the way this starts is an attrition battle.
Yep.
Strangely enough, but it's just using removal on opposing threats until we see kind of what's left. And oftentimes, the Screaming Nemesis is what's left, and it is definitely the hardest thing to get off the board. And now,
right.
Who's going to flinch first? We
Yeah.
got a little bit of a game of chicken going here with 2 Screaming Nemesis flying past each other.
Off to the races. Now the awkward part is being the person that has the second creature in play with Screaming Nemesis, because then all of a sudden you have the ability to redirect the damage that your Screaming Nemesis takes to the other creature if a trade happens.
Looks like they're going to be 2 ships passing in the night for now.
Yeah, it's like, does Liu Yu Chen just not play a creature?
He did not.
Yeah.
He's got a Burst Lightning. He's got a Witchstalker Frenzy.
And take a look. I mean, Ken Yukihiro has a Screaming Nemesis and an Emberheart Challenger that he could have played, but chose not to play another haste creature here.
I mean, nobody wants to be the first one to blink because that's who gets 2 for 1.
Yeah. Although playing a second Nemesis doesn't seem that bad, right?
Yes, that transfers that 2 for 1 further. Well, we are still in game 1 here, and thus Magebane Lizard is still in the list. And look at this. Ken is just going to go for it. He's going to dump 2 creatures on the battlefield.
Liu Chen activating the Sanctuary here can get a discount on the Witchstalker Frenzy after attacking. So you can kill the Magebane Lizard if you want, right? You just attack with both creatures. Then you can tap the Sanctuary and a Mountain for 2 mana to kill the Lizard. Get in for 6 points of damage. And then at that point, Ken might need to slow down a little bit with the Screaming Nemesis and maybe kind of split the difference the way that we saw him do in the last game. There's also a Burst Lightning, and Liu Chen, he can actually just kill both creatures if he wants. Of course, what you want to be doing is first use the Frenzy to kill the Magebane Lizard before casting your Burst Lightning on the Heartfire hero, if that's what you want to do. Oh, okay, actually choosing not to use the Frenzy here.
He's going to attack with both, but the 1/4 Lizard is happy to jump in front of the 3/3.
So maybe just use potentially a Burst Lightning here, or just maybe just play out a bunch of creatures.
Yeah, the attack is free.
Or could also be looking to save the Witchstalker Frenzy for his own Screaming Nemesis, just as a 5 damage burn spell.
Well, it looks like both players have opened the floodgates. If these Nemesis fight each... Oh, wow, there's double Screaming Nemesis now for Ken.
Does Liu possibly have the win at this point? I mean, Ken's already down to 11, and Liu Chen does have the Witchstalker Frenzy onto the Screaming Nemesis for 5 extra points of damage.
Yeah,
so he's got to be close here.
He does.
Liu can consider just maybe chump blocking with the Heartfire hero. You get to prevent a little bit of damage. You get to prevent 2 damage, and you still get the 1 damage in
Step closer to me.
with the Heartfire hero dying. Still have 3 creatures to attack with, or the Witchstalker Frenzy combination. Oh, if you block both, then the Magebane Lizard might also die here. So yeah, if you block both of these like this, there's 2 1-damage triggers that go on the stack. So I imagine one is going to go to the face and one might go to the Lizard. Makes a lot of sense.
1 you, 1 here.
It's like 1 damage or kill a 1/4. I'd much rather kill a 1/4.
Right, especially since next turn that's probably 3 more damage coming in.
So now let's see. Burst Lightning.
Is that right? Or?
Yeah, so now a Burst Lightning to the face would put Ken down to 8, and a Witchstalker Frenzy is putting him at an effective 3. But Ken can block both of the creatures, so it's not quite enough. But you might be interested in just firing off the Burst Lightning in case you draw like a Lightning Strike. Okay, okay. Now you can only block one of the 3/3s. You take 3, and then Witchstalker Frenzy is 5.
So that's 8, but
that's
not
8.
10.
Yeah, that's 8.
Heartfire hero off the top.
Don't think that does anything here to change the clock.
Still, Liu Chen did manage to keep his life total pretty high after that transaction. He's still at 11.
Yeah.
And he is making headway. Ken's down to 7 after the Magebane Lizard block.
Doesn't have to go for the Frenzy just yet, right? And you still have blockers, and you have Witchstalker Frenzy still.
Burst Lightning off the top there for Ken. Is there any way he can get the job done this turn?
I just don't think he has enough damage.
Right.
Right, like double Screaming Nemesis plus Burst Lightning is 8 damage. There's an Emberheart Challenger there as well, but Liu Chen can just block it with the Sanctuary or even the Heartfire hero. But if he plays defensively, I suppose... Oh, okay.
Cancel that order. Both Screaming Nemesis. He has attacked with all of them all the time this game.
You can probably just chump block one with the Heartfire hero.
Definitely can't take both, right? Then you're just dead to Frenzy.
Right. So just block one. If you do that, you basically take 2 less damage and you put Ken down to 6. And then that means then Ken can't really play another spell because he has a Magebane Lizard in play. And so if he does, it'd go to 5. Then Liu Chen could use Witchstalker Frenzy on his own Screaming Nemesis to deal the final 5 points of damage to Ken.
Right, you'd love to see Ken get down where he can't cast any non-creature spells for the rest of the game.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty good block here, I think.
Yeah, upstairs. So you take 4, you take 1.
So being at 6 is very, very big here. So now Liu Yuchen just needs to attack with Screaming Nemesis. It must be blocked. At least 1 damage will come through if the Magebane Lizard blocks, and then you use the Witchstalker Frenzy for the game.
Yeah, because he also has to block the other as well.
Right.
And there you go. That Lizard is going to just hit it for 1.
No effects.
Yeah, no effects.
Oh,
you take 1 and you're at 5. We're still in combat.
But Kenyuku Hero does have a Burst Lightning.
Oh, and it took the damage?
If it's taking the damage, so you take 2 less damage. So you kill this, so you don't take the 5.
So he takes 1 from the Lizard and 2 from the Lightning, but not 5?
Yes, that's not lethal?
Oh, how did this happen?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Liu Yuchen is not happy with how this went. I don't think he foresaw that chain of events.
Oh my goodness. He still has a blocker here.
Sorry.
What's his life total?
He's got to figure out where the 2 damage is going to go here.
Take 1. Yes. 6.
2 Screaming Nemesis, that's
6,
lethal, isn't it?
Yeah, if he's at 6, it's
all you
if
have
he's
is a
at 7,
3/3 blocker.
he can live. Is he at 6?
11, 7.
If he's at 6, he is dead if he doesn't have a follow-up here, and I don't think that he does.
Yeah, you see his hand is Opera Love Song. And which, I guess he could, if he hasn't played a land? No, because he needs that. He needs the Sanctuary to block either way.
Man, how close have these games been?
Yeah, and he's at 6.
This is just the game. All Ken needs to do here.
Ken's at 2.
Yeah, I mean, you can even just play another creature here if you want. You're not
Curse
taking
of Light
damage.
Shatter, that's kind of another Screaming Nemesis, if you will.
And
But he had it on board.
Wow, these games.
Incredible,
Ken Yukihiro.
Incredible stuff from Ken Yukihiro. He told Ailey, I'm the best mono red player. I believe him.
Oh my gosh. I mean,
unbelievable.
Winning game number 1 at 1 life. And here, I mean, we all kind of saw what Liu Yuchen was trying to do, and he kind of set that up well, but just, you know, he had to go for the Witchstalker Frenzy after damage just to get that last point of damage. And Ken recognizing this and goes, well, if it takes the 1 damage and you go for the Frenzy kill, I can just kill it with the Lightning. And Ken, once again, surviving. What was he in that game?
2.
Okay, so,
So
a
he had
little better than the
3
last
life.
one. Oh,
Twice
between
as
the
good.
2, yeah, 3 life between 2 games.
He had 3 life to spare. I have to say, this is one of the best matchups for us, though. Like, to cover, it's all on board. The decisions all matter, and the games have been super close.
Yeah, absolutely. And wow, I mean, there's just so many tiny little decision points that matter. I mean, again, even in the previous turn, Ken Yukihiro with the double Screaming Nemesis, you have to think, well, okay, he's behind now. Like, certainly you can't attack with both, because you didn't see him do that in the previous game. In the previous game, he attacked with only one of the Screaming Nemesis. But in this game, he attacked with both, recognizing that different lines that Liu Yuchen can probably take, and still finding the one that doesn't quite kill him on the spot.
He attacked with those Screaming Nemesis every turn, every time, and usually we see a little bit of a different line. All right, well, the players are going to now consult their sideboards. When we come back right after this break, we'll be into game 3 of our first semifinal. Don't go anywhere. welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. Thank you so much for joining us. We are in semifinal number 1 of the Pro Tour. Just part of the many things happening at MagicCon.
What is that?
Wow. I wonder what's going on there. Battle box?
Battle of Wits?
Yeah, maybe. You think that was one person's library? I like that.
It was huge.
Treacherous card, like eye level. That was great. Yeah, tons of things to do here. Paul and I had a little stroll. Artist Alley, there's the vendors, there's the free play area, there's the, get a booster draft going. It was tempting, I'm not going to lie, but we have a job to do here. We've got semifinal 1, 2 games down in our mono red mirror between Liu Yu-Chen and Ken Yukihiro. This is in many ways to decide who's the champion of mono red for our top 8. For those of you just joining us, we had something I've never seen before, even after having covered the game for many years, which is that our entire top 8 was split between 2 decks, Izzet and mono red. That is already pretty rare and kind of a weird thing, but the way the bracket turned out was all the mono red was on one side and all the Izzet was on the other. So we are guaranteed to have a mono red versus Izzet final. The question is just who is the champion of each? And we are here to decide the mono red side. Paul and I are along with you. And so far, it's looking like Ken. He's up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, both games were just absolute nail biters here. And, if you really just kind of look at these cards, it's really not a noticeable difference in terms of just kind of the options that they have. Both decks are roughly 90% the same. I mean, even if you look at what's kind of coming in out of the sideboard here, from Ken Yukihiro, 2 Suplex, 3 Torch to Towers coming in, whereas Liu Yu-Chen brings in 2 Torch to Towers, Obliterating Bolt, and a Witchstalker Frenzy, right? So both sides are just bringing in a bunch of different burn spells, but at the end of the day, you're both trying to curve out.
And do not start play until we have a judge back over.
Can I get the hit back? Already.
Too much damage. Too much damage.
Yeah, you go through those life pads when you're playing mono red.
But yeah, man, that game 2. I mean, I thought game 1 was insane. And then that second game, I just thought Ken was most likely just dead there. I'm pretty sure Liu Yu-Chen did as well.
You saw the look on his face after Ken kind of pointed out that burst lightning play. And he was like, wow, didn't see that. It's tough because Liu Yu-Chen, I mean, again, this is his 3rd top finish. He's a world-class player, but Ken is on a different level. My head hurts thinking about the different lines of play that you have to calculate for this deck, and the fact that they're unforgiving. You do not get to choose, oops, the wrong line of play. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have attacked here.
I mean, you even saw that just right there, Lou, just kind of shaking his head a little bit there, just kind of probably just in shock, honestly, with what just happened there. You just, in most instances, you win that game. And Ken just making sure that he had that perfectly timed burst lightning.
Look at him. I mean,
he's tough.
Still feeling it.
Absolutely.
The question I have, and I don't know the answer to it, is was there another?
He drew the opera love song. I'm trying to think if there is something else you could do. I mean, of course, you can look back many turns earlier where he was holding a bunch of removal spells. Should he have just used it to kill a Magebane Lizard just to try to not have that big blocker? Because that thing soaked up 3 damage twice, I think.
It did.
Right from the Sanctuary. So maybe the Witchstalker Frenzy would have just been better used on the Magebane Lizard. So you never know.
Look at Liu Yu-Chen. I guarantee the thoughts he has in his head are exactly what we're talking about. He's like, should I have used removal 2 turns and then I could have got in?
Yeah. Because also there's you could have used Opera Love Song to maybe pump your opponent's creatures and your one of your creatures. That would also get some extra points in. So there's just a lot of
lizards.
Consider, right?
Yeah. Okay, players taking a look at their opening hands post-board here for game number 3, and Ken does not like what he sees. Liu Yu-Chen is on the play and has kept.
See at least the Rock Face Village and a Hired Claw. Liu Yu-Chen's hand. But we've seen Ken mulligan a lot, and I'm wondering if it's just very bad hands or if there's also some consideration to aggressively mulliganing, just to make sure, especially when you're on the draw, to make sure you have the tools to kind of keep pace with the potential 1-2-3 start from the opposing side.
We did see in the semifinal match that Ken Yukihiro ultimately ended up winning. He was on 4. Remember on the first game that we came in? So that's, you know, maybe an unlucky day, but maybe it is that he's, you know, mulliganing very aggressively.
He's like, I need to make sure I have a Torch to Tower or a Burst Lightning after sideboard. Something along those lines.
Yeah.
Now, are there enough lands in his hand? It looks like a 1-lander.
Oh, he's on the draw.
He is on the draw. Does he have a 1-mana removal spell? I see a Charring Bite. I see Monstrous Rage and a Suplex. Self-destruct probably goes on the bottom here. All right, he is on the draw, and I believe Ken might be keeping a 1-lander here.
All right, well, for Ken's sake, he's going to need to find a land quickly. We're going to see Hired Claw here from Liu Chen to start off. This is a good start for him.
Oh,
okay. Land off the top. Clean living for Ken Yukihiro.
Right, but no 1-mana removal spell, and that can add up, because if Liu Chen plays a 2-mana creature here, and Ken doesn't have the 1-mana removal spell, one of these creatures is just going to get in for 2 or 3 extra points of damage.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see Lu's reaction to that as well. If Ken just says, okay, and draws his card for the turn, there's a huge chunk of cards that are not possible to be in Ken's hand. He would have either played a threat or used a removal spell at 1 mana if he had it.
Oh, and look at this.
It's going to give Liu Chen a lot of information about what Ken's working with. Look at that. Do you see him look up? He's like, wait, what?
Yeah, Liu Chen playing it very, very patiently here. Monstrous Rage does not save the Hired Claw here. But Liu Chen also wanted to probably set up a Emberheart Challenger plus protect it with Monstrous Rage combination, because the only way to kill an Emberheart Challenger, well, if you keep up Monstrous Rage, is a Charring Bite.
And with that already gone.
Yeah, look at this. Not going for the pump spell, keeping the protection available. Suplex will not kill Emberheart Challenger here. Now the question is, if you're Ken, do you still have to go for it here? Or, because I don't think he has a 3rd land. He has a Screaming Nemesis in hand, and he's going for it.
He's going for the suplex. This is going to be a blowout for Liu Chen.
Monstrous Rage will turn the Emberheart Challenger into a 4 toughness creature here.
And Ken just nods. He says, yeah, I know, man, but like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, you got to do what you have to do.
And Ken did have some hope there, as Liu Chen had the opportunity to pile on extra damage, but didn't, and it really paid off.
So Liu Chen now has several options. You can start getting your card advantage engine going here. You have Rockface Village plus Emberheart Challenger just to draw an extra card. If you want to dig 2 cards deep, of course, you also have access to the Opera Love Song. Now, noting that is 1 copy left still in Liu Chen's deck after sideboard. This is tough because he doesn't have another mountain. If you activate on the Emberheart Challenger, you won't have another mountain to be able to play a red spell to play around another suplex, right? Like, you need to be able to keep up that spell, so it's kind of a tricky spot here for Liu. But he's going for it. All right, does find a creature, which is really big, because now it's like, okay, well, I have more than 1 threat available. You still take a bunch of damage, and I still have this Hired Claw in play.
Ken Yukihiro at 12.
So can go for the suplex here on the Emberheart Challenger while Liu's tapped up. But of course, Screaming Nemesis, we've just seen this time and time again as just an amazing blocker in spots like this. Oh my gosh, I think that was a Screaming Nemesis from Liu Chen as well.
It was, wow.
So you play that, attack with everything. It's kind of tricky because Liu will, there's a chance he might get 2 for 1 here, but maybe he doesn't care just because Ken is at 12 life.
And you could get in for a big chunk before that happens.
What are you blocking here if you're Ken Yukihiro? Okay. Happy to just eat the Hired Claw. Can go for an Opera Love Song here to pump both creatures. Also get a trigger off of the Emberheart Challenger, which means the can't cast it, but the Emberheart Challenger will be a 4/4. So when Screaming Nemesis takes 3 damage, you won't actually be able to kill the Emberheart Challenger here.
That's really nice.
And so just 3 to the face here is the only option, which Liu Yuchen's very, very happy about. Can't play anything else. All right, now probably need to... Oh, no more suplex. I thought he still had... No, he does have a suplex. Probably going to fire that off here because there's 2 rock face villages in play. You can't save it. You can't cast any of those red spells. Now, Liu Yuchen, if you top decks an untapped land, you can still activate the Sanctuary, attack for 3. Also has
there it is, a mountain
still in hand.
He found a mountain.
He found a mountain.
Does he want to be mana efficient?
No, Screaming Nemesis attack, then torch the tower
then
for the
torch
game.
it, and there we go. Finally on the board here for Liu Yuchen. So a mulligan from Ken and being on the draw, plus a little bit of a mana issue. He hit land 1 and 2, but no 1-drop.
Yeah, I think, I mean, just think about how much damage those creatures were able to pile on. If Ken had the 1 mana removal spell, this would be a completely different game. But Ken did have that 2-win cushion now. He will have 2 opportunities now to be on the play, which is absolutely huge in the mono red mirror here. So he's still got to be feeling very, very good about his chances.
You can see the players are looking at deck lists, perhaps trying to predict.
I don't think they're sideboarded, right? They're like...
they did.
Okay.
Well, one of them did. Liu Yuchen said, I'm good. Ken did take out a card.
Yeah, took out a Charring Bite for a Tersa Light Shatter, so wants to be more aggressive on the play here and just bring in another large hasting creature.
One more big threat.
Nope.
Yeah, sideboarding. Once we get those Mage Bane Lizards out, it's just subtle tweaks.
Right, it's just like every card is good, right?
Right.
All the creatures are good, Monstrous Rages are good, all the burn spells are good, and that's basically your deck.
Yeah, there's only a few differentiating cards, right? I mean, if you put them into piles, it's like bunch of burn spells, bunch of threats, and then there's Monstrous Rage.
Right.
You know, and it's the one that can be the difference a lot of the time.
Yeah, and a lot of it is just kind of navigating the gameplay to try to play around it and not get blown out by Monstrous Rage. Now, we saw Ken get absolutely destroyed by it in the last game, but it was one of those instances where, because he missed those land drops, he didn't have a choice. And Liu Yuchen did had the well-timed Monstrous Rage. That basically won him that game. Ooh, 2 Frenzies and a Rage. 3 Frenzies? There is a torch.
That's too many, right?
Yeah, there is a torch to tower.
Witchstalker Frenzy, inefficient way to deal with threats. It's just far too slow. It tends to play out a little bit more like a combo piece with Nemesis.
I don't think you can keep that hand.
Yeah, I would get that one back.
Just way too many. The thing is, you're going to use that torch to tower on whatever Ken plays anyways. So then you're just looking at a bunch of like 3 mana removal spells, which is just really inefficient.
What about Ken's hand? You see the Rockface Village and the Soulstone Sanctuary as the lands.
Oh, wow. And did he keep, it looks like he kept his hand here.
Yeah.
So
he can cast, what, a couple of cards here?
He can cast 1 card. Oh, no, he's got 2 creatures. Yeah, he's got a Hired Claw and the Heartfire hero here, but absolutely needs to find him out. Now we've seen kind of this issue on both sides, right? It's, you know, sometimes you think Rockface Village is mostly free, but there are times where, well, you know, you're playing the Soulstone Sanctuary, you're really pushing the limits to how many red sources your deck actually has for spells, and it's something like 16 or 17 actual mountains.
Okay, let's see if Liu Yuchen has a keeper. This is him going to 6.
Okay, a bunch of creatures, no removal, but has to keep this. Looks like bottoming a land here.
Yeah.
Starting game 4.
Okay, game number 4 underway. If Ken wins it, he will be in the finals. And Liu Yuchen fighting for his tournament life.
Okay, now let's start.
And Liu Yuchen does have Hired Claw into Emberheart Challenger. But Ken's hand can be pretty anemic if he just doesn't find an actual mountain.
Hired Claw for each player here to start.
Oh, no mountain. I think you just block with a Rockface Village up, right?
Definitely.
Oh, no.
It gets a ping through.
Yeah.
There's a hard fight here. Sanctuary go, but Ken can't cast anything.
But when Liu Yuchen sees that side of Ken's board, he already knows Ken probably doesn't have a mountain.
Mm-hmm. You see Screaming Nemesis was the draw for Yukihiro.
Yeah, attack for 4. This is a huge, huge turn here for Ken.
He needs to
at
find a
least
land.
any land, right? Because he
Yes.
does have a Screaming Nemesis. It doesn't even have to be mountain. Does he get there?
No, it's burst lightning. He can't even cast it.
Oh, that is brutal here.
He can't cast anything.
And so it's at that point, since he can't cast anything, he's just attacking with his creatures and hopes that Liu just doesn't have a great draw here. Now, Liu would love a land there. He didn't bottom a land and kept Opera Love Song. So now he can't have as explosive of a start as he wants. Imagine if he had a third land here. He could have even cast a Witch Doctor Frenzy, but this is still great.
Yeah, this is probably the last chance Ken will
Mountain.
have.
Oh,
he
he
laughs
just
because
laughs.
it was Monstrous Rage, another stone uncastable. And is he just dead here? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's way more than enough. Right? With
Opera Love Song?
Yeah, just on both.
There's
of the
also
heroes.
a Manifold Mouse. You're also at 13. You're feeling pretty safe. But Opera Love Song on both challengers gives you a really good shot at hitting a land off the top, too. And there it is.
GG. Liu Yuchen even things up. That game, not quite as good as the others have been.
Yeah, a bit of a risky keep there from Ken Yukihiro.
Yeah,
he has
I heard you say
mulliganed
it,
a
Paul.
lot.
You were like, oh, he kept that, and that was the problem. He needed to find red. He needed to find a mountain. The Screaming Nemesis off the top did open him up. Like, if he found any land there, he could have had that nice blocking situation that we've described. But instead, he found Burst Lightning into Monstrous Rage.
Yeah.
Uncastable.
I mean, the thing is, his hand just doesn't work without an actual mountain. And to rely on, what, 16 cards or something like that on top of your deck, it's still a pretty decent sized risk, I want to say, because if you just draw the Rockface Village, you just, that also just makes you very, very easy to play against, right? You just can't be representing any burn spells whatsoever. But of course, if Ken draws a mountain, he's looking very, very good in that spot.
Right. Wow, game 5 incoming. Ken started off on the play, and he'll be here for this last game. That is absolutely critical, by the way. Ken went from a heavy favorite with the 2 wins before. He's still a favorite, though. He's on the play.
Yeah.
That really matters.
Yeah, being on the play's got to put you at least a 60-40 in the matchup.
And at the levels of Magic that we're playing here, that's about as good as you're going to get.
Oh, absolutely. Maybe like a 70-30 against us. 75.
It's worse against me. Don't even give me these mono red cards. It's not pretty.
All right. Liu Yuchen was down 0-2. He played a grindy 5-game set against Percy Fang. Has a chance to pull off the reverse sweep here against.
Extremely difficult to do.
Can you hear? Oh,
that's a lot of mountains. Okay, Liu Yuchen. So Ken's already kept.
Ken's hand is fantastic. Look at
3 mountains, Rockface Village, Suplex, Manifold Mouse, Emberheart Challenger.
Right, so no 1-drop here, but you do have Emberheart Challenger plus removal spell and the ability to just play a Manifold Mouse and make 2 tokens with Rockface Village to go with the mice. So this is a very, very solid hand. Only thing it's missing is basically a 1-drop.
Okay, let's see if we can get a 6-card hand here from Liu Yuchen. If you go beyond 6, it's starting to get really sketchy. You know, this deck really does require a certain amount of material to work. Especially because of how we described the games playing out in that attrition war. If you just, if you're on 5, you just don't have the firepower.
Yeah, we've seen some of those games where it just kind of comes down to last threat standing in the quarters. That's kind of what happens. So, yeah, you are absolutely correct.
Let's see if he's got a keepable
lands?
opener.
Oh,
that's a
no
0 lander.
lands.
That's a
Zero
lander.
lands.
Let's go to 5. Ken Yukihiro just gives him a little nod. He says, I've been there before, bud. I know what it's like.
Yeah, I mean, he literally lost that last game with some man issues. Of course, he did keep that hand here. Liu had simply just had no choice in that game. So this needs to be the best 5-card hand he can imagine. 2 mountains, a removal spell, a Screaming Nemesis, maybe a 2-drop, and then maybe a 3rd land off the top. Something like that.
Yeah, the Screaming Nemesis and 2 lands is right where you want to be. By the time you get to turn 3, you hope to have drawn that 3rd land.
Yeah.
There aren't that many ways to come back, but that is one of them.
And Ken understanding that this is an extremely favorable position for him, but still, you can see, look at just that level of intensity in his face right now. He's like, I still don't want this to slip away.
Yeah.
Like,
and Ken's an affable guy.
Yeah.
He smiles a lot, but he knows the stakes here.
This is for the finals of the Pro Tour. See, 1 land, I think.
Well,
is it just 1 land?
Yeah, but
yeah, you got to keep it. You absolutely have to keep it. Okay, I see a Monstrous Rage. Maybe there's a... Oh, he does have Mountain, Heartfire Hero, Manifold Mouse, Monstrous Rage.
Okay, that's a lot of damage. And Ken's hand is a little slow.
Yeah.
He's not going to do anything on turn 1.
Begin. Table off and starting game 5.
Mountain, go.
All right, Heartfire Hero.
Hero survives
Yes.
for a second. Is he going to get suplexed here?
Possibly, if you just don't want to get Manifold Moused out. Right, especially when your opponent's on 5. You actually play kind of a different game.
You do.
You just try to run your opponent out of resources. But here, this is a double creature turn, I think.
For Ken.
Is that a Manifold Mouse? Oh, it looks like he's going to go Manifold Mouse Heartfire Hero and pump it. No, he's just going to attack for 2 and then play a Heartfire Hero. That way, next turn you can play Manifold Mouse Offspring and pump both of your creatures to get 2 triggers.
Yeah, both. Nice.
Okay, now there is no removal in Ken's hand, and Liu Yuchen does have Monstrous Rage.
Double Monstrous Rage?
You know, there's some world here where maybe you can try to get in for some double strike trample damage for the win. You're certainly not keeping this back, and you're going for the Monstrous Rage. You're just maximizing damage here. So this is 8 damage coming in now. Ken Yukuhiro down to 12 with no removal spells. Liu Yuchen also has a Burst Lightning in hand. If Ken Yukuhiro goes for the manifested Manifold Mouse play, or Offspring rather,
yeah,
he does have the ability to Burst Lightning one of these creatures.
Go. Oh, this is nerve-wracking.
Oh, that's a big draw.
Wow.
Huge, huge draw here. With no shenanigans, I feel like you have to just go for Charring Bite here. That is how you lose this game.
Exactly.
Hero.
He is simply trying to close the door on the unlikely outcomes at this point.
Right, so that is an attack for 5. You might still want a Charring Bite here for the prowess trigger. Yep. Yeah, and that was
so devastating for Liu Yuchen. That felt like his hopes and dreams right there.
Absolutely. That was his route to victory. This is going to be much more difficult here. Could still draw Screaming Nemesis off the top, right? There's still a world here, but it got way, way harder.
Wow, and he actually was looking good up until that.
So now might need to use Burst Lightning on the Heartfire Hero here. He would still take 3 damage. Still take 6 damage total. We're trying to slow things down. That is a 3-2.
3 and 3. And 6.
So 12 life each.
Nemesis?
He needs a big threat here. Oh,
That looked like Witchstalker Frenzy.
Yeah, I mean, that is an answer, I suppose. You can kill the challenger.
Yeah.
But next turn, Ken's still going to have
on 2 cards.
Yeah, but Ken's still going to have 2 creatures in play this turn, right?
Manifold
It's
Mouse.
like you're going to kill the challenger because you have to, but there's going to be a Manifold Mouse and an Offspring token in play, and Liu Yuchen just has a Monstrous Rage in hand.
This is coming up really nicely for Ken. Heartfire Hero.
Okay,
he's going to target it too.
Holding off on the Manifold Mouse here, okay.
So now we're going to see the Frenzy.
Yep. Now Liu Yuchen has to think, okay, which one is the more problematic card? Going for the Heartfire Hero here just to minimize the damage.
7.
Liu Yuchen down to 7 now. Oh, that is a Screaming Nemesis.
Wow, okay, Screaming Nemesis off the top for Liu Yuchen. We may have a game here.
Wait, but is this just lethal? I think it might be. That's a Manifold Mouse double strike and 2 spells.
Oh, he can just play it.
He has Torch the Tower and Burst Lightning here.
Yes.
This is lethal.
Upstairs and Torch the Tower, and that is Ken Yukihiro securing his seat in the finals. Oh my goodness, the closest margin of victories there for him, and even down to that last turn. But Ken ultimately gets the job done and emerges as our mono red champion of sorts.
Yeah, and I mean, what an amazing fight there from Liu Yu Chen, even despite going to a mold of 5.
Look at Ken. They're talking about game 2.
Right.
Yeah, I would be smiling too if I were Ken. I mean, that was a big win for him. And, you know, especially after how the last game ended, where it just wasn't much of a game at all. And it's like, I was up 2-0. Now all of a sudden I'm going into the 5th game and start getting a little nervous there.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Liu Yu Chen put up a great fight there in that last game, going down to 5. You know, was looking like he might have had a chance there, but of course that charring bite off the top was huge. So now, I mean, it went to game 5. Of course, you know, you hate to lose in that fashion going down to 5. I think Liu Yu Chen's probably going to go back at some point and rewatch those first 2 games, because you got Ken Yukihiro down to 1 and 2 life in both games. Was there a different route to victory here? Because this match was so close.
So close. Wow. Another great finish there for Liu Yu Chen, but it is Ken Yukihiro who picks up the win and puts himself into the finals. Last time he talked with Ailey, he said, I'm the best mono red player. He's with Ailey right now. Let's see if that's still the case.
We have our first finalist here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy, and it is none other than Ken Yukihiro. Congratulations, Ken. How did that matchup go for you?
This matchup?
Yes.
Mono red, yeah.
Did it go as planned?
Maybe always attack. Yeah.
Perfect game plan. Now going into the finals now, you have a very appropriate shirt for this weekend, I will say. Very on brand, so if we were able to get the trophy while you're wearing that, that would be so, so good. So, Ken, best of luck for the finals. Let's see, who is king? Mono red, or is it?
Always attack, says Ken Yukihiro. He finds himself in the finals representing mono red. We're going to get our Is It representative between Ian Robb and Tony Portalon right after this break.
The Secret Lair Nalak Nuestra Magia drop is available now. 50% of your product price will go directly to the National Association of Latino Arts and Cultures. Show your support and grab these special cards today on secretlair.wizards.com. Available for a limited time through July 13th, 2025. What's up, friends? Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Final Fantasy live from sunny Las Vegas, Nevada. Well, we started the tournament with 331 players. We are now down to just 3 left in the field. We've got 1 finalist in Ken Yukihiro on Mono Red, but who will be joining him on Is It Prowess? We are about to find out. Hey, everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney hanging out with you. And what a match that was, Corey.
That was really nice. Anytime something like that goes to 5 games, you know you're in for a good one. And that one was no exception. That was great.
Nail biter.
Yes, absolutely. Incredible magic here. Before we set up our next semifinal, we've got to talk about the World Championship, which is, of course, coming up at the end of the year. We've put a lot of people into the field already. Still more to go, of course, this year. But let's review the field right now, starting with you, Corey.
Yeah, so let's check it out. This was the top 8 of the World Championship. We had Javier Dominguez taking that down for the 2nd time that he's won the World Championship. And we've been talking about how great it is to top 8 2 Pro Tours, even back-to-back, like some of our players in this one. Y'all ever heard of this Kai Buddha guy? Won 7 of them.
Oh, yeah.
Won 7 of them. Not just top 8'd some. So, I mean, the GOAT right there, as well as a ton of other phenomenal Magic players there. Seth, Quinn, Yoshihiko, a lot of great players there. They're all coming back to do it again.
Absolutely. Up next, our regional champions, or from the regional championships, I should say. Take a look there. We see a couple of familiar names. Connor McKenzie playing here this weekend, got himself a 32nd position, so super respectable indeed, considering 300-odd players.
Let's take a look at some more players qualifying through regional championships. I got to give a shout out to Jessie Robkin, who did it in style, went to an LCQ at an RC, playing a deck she designed, Breach, a deck I know you love, Corey, and then won the whole regional championship with it.
Yeah.
She is just goated. That is just a pro-level move right there.
And it wasn't, you know, like a local RC or anything. She flew to that tournament, you know, which makes it even better. So here is more people from the regional championship that made it. One of my favorites of all time. He was a great Breach player and just a great player. Michael D. Benedetto Plummer always was going deep in basically every single regional championship. So gonna be really fun to watch him play.
And then even more regional championship players to have a look at here. Plenty to talk about. We got Chris Botello, who was the runner-up at the most recent RC, losing to Percy Fang. He started with Anointed Procession on the board and still lost to that mono red deck, so that was nuts.
Taking a look here at more competitors in this upcoming World Championship here, Percy Fang got 2nd in that Arena Championship. Here's qualifiers on digital. Percy Fang, by the way, has qualified now 3 separate ways for the World Championship.
No big deal. No big deal at all. So here was Pro Tour Aether Drift. So this is going to be all of our top 8 and then everybody that had the same record as the people in the top 8. So the players looking in. And yeah, is this the pictures from the Pro Tour we're looking at right now? I'm seeing so many familiar names and faces. So congrats to them. We'll be seeing them a little later.
And then Pro Tour Final Fantasy, these are the new qualifiers. We have 11 that qualified, but 4 are already in. So the newest ones to join the World Championship: David Rude, Tony Portland, Christian Baker, Andy Garcia-Romo, Edgar Magalhaes, Sean Henry, and Mitchell Tamblyn. Congratulations. We'll see you at the World Championship.
This is already shaping up to be such a great World Championship field.
Yeah.
And of
So
course,
many.
we'll be adding more people to the World Championship at Pro Tour Atlanta coming up later this year. First week of December will be our World Championship. Well, it's time now for our second semifinal. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out where we're headed and where we've been so far in the competition. As you can see, we have one finalist waiting in the wings. That is none other than Ken Yukihiro on Mono Red. He won the Mono Red Championship of our Pro Tour here. Now we need to find our Is It Prowess Championship winner. Who will it be, Ian Robb or Tony Portolon? We are about to find out. Let's meet our players here. Both on Is It Prowess, of course. Ian Robb made back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s, just top 8'd at Pro Tour Aether Drift, and he is back once again. What, like it's hard? Top 8'd at RC in Washington, D.C. in 2024 on Team Flex Slot Diamond. Up against Tony Portolon, first top 8 for a Croatian player, says this means so very much to him. almost top-8 Pro Tour. Ether Drift got an 11-5 record there, so was 1 win away on Team Sanctum of All. Let's take a look at both of these players' roads to the top 8, starting with Ian. Beat Tony in round number 14, actually, to lock up a spot here in top 8. So this is a bit of a grudge match here for Tony Portolan. Was one of our 6-0 drafters as well, so it just goes to show how very important draft is at the Pro Tour level. Up against Tony Portolan. Take a look at the road to the top 8 for Tony here. Started 4-0, ended day 1 with 1 loss there, as you can see, but rallied back here to win in round number 16 and made it here to our top 8 today. There's a look at the players and their road to the top 8. What about this matchup, Corey?
Yeah, let's check out the very small differences in their list. Both of them went 3-1 in the Is It Prowess mirror, so both of them have plenty of experience playing in this mirror. So first up, Ian Robb, I think the main difference is top left part of your screen, that's what we're going to be looking at. Drake Hatcher versus Monastery Swiftspear. I don't think we've still figured it out which one is truly better yet, as you know, players with each of those configurations are still making it deep into this tournament. We also have 4 Vivi. Ian is definitely one of the few players that's playing all 4, so has a really high opinion on this powerful Final Fantasy card. Let's take a look at the sideboards here. As other cards you're going to want to bring in, anything that says destroy target artifact, get that in there, deal with those Corey Steel Cutters. So a Braid is for sure going to be coming in, as well as maybe some other pieces of removal if you're on the draw, like Unable to Scream. Let's take a look at the other deck list, and here is the big difference. Monastery Swiftspear, so Tony is going to be trying to go as fast as possible, but Ian was one of the first 2 people into the top 8, so Ian will have that play, or will be on the play, so I would say big advantage to Ian. We'll take a look at Tony's sideboard here, see if we got anything spicy. That Wanna Braid, I guess you have to play Wanna Braid, it seems like. That, I feel like every single Is It Prowess deck list, there's just one. And then we have some Rolling Furnaces as well as some other pieces of removal. Maybe when you're on the draw, you want to deal with some of those BVs.
All right, well, let's find out who is going to win this one. Ken Yukihiro needs an opponent. I'm going to pass it on over to Cedric and Mani.
Ken Yukihiro does need an opponent, and we are going to find out who it's going to be. Cedric Phillips, Mani Devuti. We are here in the booth for our second and final semifinal round. It's an Is It Prowess mirror, which you and I have had the pleasure of covering multiple times here this weekend, though this time, as Corey did mention, slight differences. Most notable one player has Monastery Swiftspear, the other, Ian Robb, does not.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a litmus test for Tony Portolan's build of Is It Prowess. Both players 4-1 over the course of the weekend in the mirror, but most importantly, in the one matchup they have had against each other, it was Ian Robb that came out victorious. So Tony being fueled by a bit of revenge, I would say here. One thing that he did say earlier in an interview that was interesting was Monastery Swiftspear, he thinks gives him an advantage on the draw in the matchup of the mirror. And that's where he's going to be for a lot of this match, considering it was Ian that was the higher seed.
Well, we are underway here. Both players look like they are starting with 7 cards. And welcome to our semifinals. Winner plays against Ken Yukihiro for the title. As a Shivan Reef is where Ian Robb will get this matchup started. For Tony, you can see the hand here, and more importantly, you can see the option. Shivan Reef and Island, those are the lands that he's choosing from. Looks like there might be a mountain in there too. Then you see an Opta Monastery Swiftspear, a Torch the Tower, a Sleight of Hand, and a Corey Steel Cutter. So that is the Swiftspear, and this is a Torch the Tower. Take care of the 1-drop.
Yeah, I think deciding whether he did want to run out the Monastery Swiftspear there with no ability to protect it, using something like an Opt or a Sleight of Hand to push it up. Here, Ian did have access to the 1 copy of Spell Pierce in his hand, but puts the shields down to get the Drake Hatcher down, and that's where it gives Tony an opportunity to resolve the first Corey Steel Cutter of the match.
Corey Steel Cutter is on the battlefield here for Tony. Could be for Ian as well, and it will.
Prowess.
There's the Prowess trigger. This
Bounce, trigger,
is an
Prowess,
Into the Flood Ball.
You get fish.
A fish is on the way. What a gift. What a nice
gift.
I'll attack for 5.
And there's an attack for 5.
I'll trigger Drake Catcher.
So there's 3 incubation counters being picked up. That's the magic number, of course. Well, a magic number. That is 1 Drake able to be made. And Tony, The biggest loss here is just the tempo. Having that Corey Steel Cutter back in hand, what Tony was really hoping for this turn was he would be able to play the second copy of Corey Steel Cutter that is in his hand, follow that up with an off to make some creatures and start going wide. And now Ian has more or less robbed him of that ability, given him a fish to work with, but not much else, and that means whatever Tony is doing, he is still going to be behind in this situation.
Tony with a lot of cards in hand, a couple of copies of Op, to Torch the Tower, a Sleight of Hand, and a Corey Steel Cutter. That Steel Cutter was bounced, of course, by that into the Flood Maul, so it's back on the battlefield, and now the follow-up will be a Torch the Tower. I promise it's not targeting that fish. We'll see what it is going to target, and it's going to be that Drake Hatcher. And now there is the token. The Drake is on the battlefield from the Hatcher in response to the Torch the Tower. And now here's the Scry from the Torch the Tower, given that it was bargained.
Right, that was the fish token being sacrificed for the bargain in order to clear off the Drake Hatcher. Now the question for Tony is, do you want to trade off your 2/2 token for the 2/2 Drake, or do you want to stay back? Of course, it's not going to be a good blocker, so the question is this prowess token more valuable? And Tony ultimately deciding it is, considering he has a handful of spells.
Here is stock up. 1 prowess trigger on the Corey Steel Cutter. So that powerful 3-mana sorcery is done resolving. And now it'll be a River Pyre Verge.
Cast Torch,
And Torch taking care of the Monk. Trigger the Cutter. There's the Monk. Here come the beatdowns. Looks like 7 all day.
And then 4 here. So 7. Yep.
2 prowess on that Monk, 0 on the freshly made one, but of course it is getting +1 from the Corey Steel Cutter. And that means turn goes back to Tony, who does have some play still with the second copy of Corey Steel Cutter, and especially picking up into the Flood Maw now, is able to clear off one of these tokens and create 2 more of his own. But again, the biggest issue here is just the fact that he is not defending well. Now, this is going to still be pretty awkward. What he would have loved is to be able to go for the gamble, maybe cast an Opt and try to find a 4th land in this spot, but that's not a luxury he has, that he has to just play defensively in order to not die from 7 life. Never mind.
Never mind has been announced, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Monster Rage, that happens to change some things quite often in the standard format.
Yeah, I think Ian has certainly the opportunity to cast the Swordfisher's Talent plus the Monstrous Rage here. He does even have the ability, even though I don't think he will be doing that, to Spell Pierce his own Swordfisher's Talent if he wants to just get an extra trigger here. And if he's done the math for this being lethal, then he may go for that. We'll see.
Yeah, he's doing a little bit of math right now before he makes his next move. The Storm Chaser's Talent, not much of a surprise. We'll see if there will be a Spell Pierce here or not.
I think he's just going to go for it. I think he's done some amount of math that this is going to be lethal.
Yep. I'm just curious, and that's what I think he's thinking is, do I need to Spell Pierce this? Yep, and that's more prowess triggers.
Did it resolve? Or sorry, I did my prowess triggers while it's still on the stack. I moved it filters. Or is it, sorry, my stack is correctly. Yeah. Because I cast this, I resolve my cutter trigger.
And resolve the prowess triggers.
Yes. Is your question whether you... This is still on the stack, correct?
That is correct.
Yes. Okay. Then I'll cast Spell Pierce. Okay.
There you
this, trigger prowess.
Sure. Yep, so he's done everything correctly.
I apologize, that was... And I will attack them all.
Big bigs.
So this is 7.
7, 4, and 3.
Yep. And the one that has 7 power is Trample. That's the most notable part about this.
4, 7, 3. These two have Trample.
So this I guess 2 of them have Trample because one of them has Corey Steel Cutter on it.
7
sure does.
3 at 10. So if I jump like this, and I block like
this is 8 damage coming
this,
through, I believe.
I take... Yep.
Dead. Dead. Ian Robb gets the job. All done. Up a game. Making it look easy, as he has most of this weekend here with Izzet Prowess.
Look, I'm not saying unstoppable forces, but way back yesterday in round... 2014, I think, when we put 2 people in the top 8. It was Ken Yukihiro. Where's he now?
Into the final.
Yeah, and Ian Robb.
2 games away from being into the final.
All right. Just saying. Feels like we've been building up to this.
Maybe a little. Maybe a little. But Tony, I imagine has something to say about this. So I'm going to get a shuffle in here in just a moment. Game number 2 is going to be underway. Remember, our first couple of games, they are pre-sideboard. The 3rd, 4th, and potentially 5th game will be post-sideboard. So just game 1 configurations here between these 2 players, and we'll be getting back to game action here in just a moment. But if you are just joining us, Cedric Phillips, Monty DeVuti, we are here at the semifinals of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy at MagicCon Las Vegas. 19,000 plus of our closest friends have come to the biggest MagicCon of all time, excuse me. And we had quite a few players in this Pro Tour. But we've whittled ourselves down to 3. Ken Yukihiro is into the final, and we have these 2 in front of us in Tony Portland and Ian Robb, who is currently up a game. Monty, I will ask you this with Tony on the play. What is the opening hand that he needs to find here to tie things up?
What he's really looking for is Tori Steelcutter as the turn 2 play. Turn 1, you're okay starting off with the Swiss Sphere. I think ideally you're using one of your 1-mana spells to set up a draw, whether that is a sleight of hand or an opt. So probably 3 lands, Tori Steelcutter, and then let's say 1 removal spell, 2 draw spells. I think that's what I'm going to go with.
Okay.
The big thing here for Tony, of course, what we've mentioned is he has the Swiss Spears. No one else does. He thinks it gives him a bit of a boost on the draw in the matchup. But that's not to say that the matchup is good for him on the draw. He is still behind, as is the case for everybody in this mirror match situation. The draw is weaker for these decks. So it is very important for him to win every game that he is on the play in order to only have to win 1 game on the draw.
Let's get to game number 2, shall we? Tony's on the play. How many cards? We will find out. You can see Vivi amongst the cards on our little card viewer there on the left. And it looks like...
I'm at 19. Yep.
It's going to be 7. There's a Swift Spear.
Yeah, 7s for both. And, you know, there's no 3rd land, but this hand's looking pretty excellent.
Yeah, this is a really nice hand for Tony with Steelcutter, Cantrips, Vivi as well. Just missing the 3rd land, as you did mention, but perhaps that's what the sleight of hand will take care of.
Yeah, and the big saving grace here, of course, is the fact that Ian has started off with Thundering Falls, so that means no worries about a singleton copy of Spell Pierce coming out, making anything awkward. You're pushing damage across, you're getting your Core Steelcutter onto the battlefield, knowing that I believe Ian only has 1 copy of Abrade in the main deck. None, actually, excuse me, for Ian. So this is already going to be safe, and that means for Tony, he has free reign here.
A couple of Steelcutters on the battlefield now for both players, and now we'll see how Tony wants to attempt to take advantage. The 3rd land may have been found there in the mountain, but we'll start here with a sleight of hand. So, Trigger Prowess 1, 3rd land for sure there, and a Shivan Reef, but I think Into the Floodmaw is going to be headed to the bottom. So 3rd land problem is solved if it was missing.
Yeah, and I think the bigger issue was actually, if there is even a mountain in Tony's hand, was the fact that he didn't have a 2nd blue source yet, and all of his 2nd spells that he could have cast this turn required blue. So if Tony had not found that Shivan Reef and wasn't able to double spell this turn, all the advantage that he would have had from a start would have essentially dissipated. So this was a massive find, and now he gets to actually really present the pressure that Ian has to be afraid of in this situation.
Going to try to continue running downhill is Tony. Going to pass the turn back to Ian, who is untapping on his 3rd turn of the game at 12 life. Brutal.
We are still finalizing what Tony's hand situation is here. And we know that Vivi is there, and I believe another copy of Stormchaser's Talent. And possibly a mountain. Not getting a good look at it, of course.
That is a River Pyre Verge, excuse me. Oof. Okay.
Now, this isn't the worst case scenario pass, because Ian, of course, has the ability to cast multiple spells at instant speed and trigger the Core Steelcutter. But this is still a situation where he is in a decent bit of trouble.
Well, that mountain that we weren't sure of is on the battlefield now, and here comes Vivi. So the Legendary Wizard has joined the battlefield, both players having access to it here this week, and now there's a copy of Storm Chaser's Talon. So that's going to trigger Steel Cutter, VV, and a whole host of prowess triggers as well.
Yeah. I'll write down.
So there should be an actual +1/+1 counter on VV. There should be...
This will be all in response.
Of course.
Opt is done resolving.
Bounce Vivi, trigger my cutter.
Vivi is going to get bounced. Cutter gets triggered. Monk here for Ian. And now the 1 damage from Vivi will resolve.
How many cards?
I have 5.
And 5 cards there. Monstrous Rage going to try to play some defense here.
Yeah. I'm at 11.
And I get 10.
Yep.
And I need to deal things about the.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, so I believe there is 1 prowess trigger on everything that is unequipped there, and no prowess triggers on the Quarry Steel Cutter equipped monk.
Correct. So with that in mind, an Otter is a 2/2, Swift Spear is a 2/3, Monk is a 2/2, and the other Monk should be a 2/2, but that one has Trample.
And I think that means even with Ian Robb having a 2/2 monk in this position, you're happy to just send everything in. Trading 1 creature potentially here, even 2 if your opponent has a removal spell to push some damage across in this spot is very appealing.
3/3, that's it? Yep. That's Monster Rage on here, trigger prowess. And then I will block.
Okay. I'm a little surprised. A very conservative turn there from Tony. And we're going to head back over to Ian.
And notably, excuse me, Tony didn't actually equip the Steel Cutter to the new monk, so only attacked with a 3/3 creature, saying that I'm valuing my wide creatures more than trading anything for a monk unless you're forced to use a spell here. And that was the situation where Ian did have a spell, saying that I can do better next turn if I have a wider board.
I think it's just for visual representation. 2 cards, correct? Yep.
And this is fascinating because with this Torch to the Tower here and the 2 copies of Monstrous Rage in hand, Ian is actually going to have the option to trigger Quarry Steel Cutter.
Again.
The mythical twice in a turn cycle.
Yeah.
Once on my turn, once on yours. And yeah, that's one that we don't see very often because it does require 4 cheap spells, including 2 instants, to be cast. And that is something that Ian has access to. So Tony, in all of his math, may be caught off guard by that.
This game's taking a very interesting texture and turn to it now, because normally in spots, especially with Tony's with such an overwhelming advantage to start, you would think that Ian, his attempts to be defensive would fail, but they're actually working out pretty well.
Yeah, it definitely, if Tony loses this game, and it is a matter of a lack of damage rather than a lack of resources, has to go back to that previous turn where he played very conservatively, decided to just attack with 1 creature and save everything else back. But of course, these games have been very swingy back and forth, so seeing this shift in Tony's favor is, or in Ian's favor, excuse me, shouldn't be the most surprising, as Tony is, again, about to have a pretty good turn, can go VV into sleight of hand, put a counter on it if Ian doesn't have access to another copy of Into the Floodmaw. If Ian does have another Into the Floodmaw, that would be negating your Monstrous Rage anyways, so you prefer it to get used in this position.
Yep.
And I think Tony still has a lot of game left for him this turn.
Trigger.
Steel Cutter's going to trigger, VV triggered, Prowess triggers will resolve, and now here is the sleight of hand. So 1, 2. VV and Into the Floodmaw.
I'm going to guess that he's going to take Into the Floodmaw with this one.
That's my guess as well. There's 1. It looks like VV's probably headed down under.
We're at 10, right?
10 to 14.
Sorry, what are life totals?
10 to 14.
13.
13. Oh, you took 1. Okay. Oh, you took 1 off Shrimp Brief. Yes. Yep.
10 to 13.
Yep, just making sure that both players have the correct life total, as do we. Which is the case.
Counter, did you also deal damage?
Yes, I'm at 10. Yes.
And our table spotter making sure everything is exactly where it should be before Tony decides how to attack for the turn. Again, remember, one spell just played right now, which is the Sleight of Hand. So, prowess triggers on the 2 otters and the monk, excuse me.
Or Steel Cutter has been triggered already, so there is no imperative here on Tony to cast into the Flood Maw before going to attackers.
Correct.
So now it's only a question of, are you going to play into the Flood Maw, or are you going to hold back Monstrous Rage, attack, put the onus on Ian if he's planning on doing anything before blocks to potentially make another creature, and then if not, you can Monstrous Rage after blocks.
Well, there's into the Flood Ball. Trigger VV.
I'm thinking about the rest.
Asked and answered.
Yep. Down.
Those are 3/3s, correct?
Down to 9. These are all 3/3s. They can all attack.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, pick that up.
And I believe that is game, because Ian is able to make 1 blocker here using both Monstrous Rages, and that would still be 9 damage being taken.
That's correct. That is going to do it. So, Tony going to tie things up against Ian Robb. These are Prowess Mirror. We're going to at least play 4 games.
Yep.
At least 4, maybe 5. We'll see. The attempt there with the defensive Monstrous Rages, that would have been really interesting. You talked about the mythical turn cycle with Corey Steelcutter making something on offense and defense. Didn't end up coming to fruition, but it was certainly an option there for Rob.
It was definitely something that could have happened, but ultimately Tony played the game exactly as he needed to, which was using his draw spells to find that 1-mana interaction into the Flood Maw, the perfect one for that turn, just ensuring that if he had found a Torch the Tower instead, that could have gone really wrong, because you would see Monstrous Rage, buff my creature up a bit, getting some prowess triggers, and suddenly your Torch the Tower is negated. So found the right things, played it the right way, had lethal damage.
We're all tied up. We're going to take a short break here from Las Vegas. When we do come back, these players will be sideboarded and good to go. Game number 3 between Ian Robb and Tony Portland coming up right after this. Welcome back to MagicCon Las Vegas, maybe more importantly, Pro Tour Final Fantasy at the largest MagicCon of all time. Ooh, Chandra's Fireball. We watched our friends at the news desk play that basketball game earlier.
We sure did.
That was fun.
You did some pretty great commentary on that. Maybe the best work you've done all weekend, I would say.
Wow, thanks so much. I really appreciate that. I'll try to do some better work. You and I, after we're done here, Street Fighter 2.
All right, perfect.
Hope you're ready. Cedric Phillips, Monty DeVuti, we are here in the booth. 2 games done between Ian and Tony. We're all tied up, which means we're going to take a quick look at the deck list here between these 2 players and see what options they do have in their sideboards. You see, they are shuffling up and getting ready here for game number 3. Open deck list tournament, they get the opportunity to take a look at each other's deck lists. So we figure, you know what? We'll do the same. Monty, let's start with Ian.
Yeah, so Ian Robb is the kind of hybrid version of the Prowess deck that we've seen. The full 4 copies of VV, 3 copies of Draycatcher, so eschewing the low to the ground Monastery Swiftspear version in order to have bigger threats. He does still have access to 2 copies of Wild Ride. That is a card that is both extremely powerful with VV, allowing you to attack for a large chunk at haste speed, while also creating a lot of mana by triggering it if you start with 4 mana for the turn. Also extremely powerful with Draycatcher, getting you to that mythical 6 power point. Out of the sideboard, one thing we've seen from Ian is the Abrades have been absolutely massive, as well as the Lithomantic Barrages. What we saw in the previous matchup, which Ian won 3-0, was he brought in both Lithomantic Barrage, both Abrade, and both Spell Pierce, where he was on the draw post board. What we haven't seen so far is Ian on the play post board in this top 8. And what we're seeing this game is actually doing a different strategy for sideboarding on the play, which is he's only brought in 1 Spell Pierce and 1 Lithomantic Barrage, rather than the full 2. He has taken out 1 VV, 1 Monstrous Rage, 1 Torch the Tower, as well as 1 Wild Ride, saying that when I'm on the play, I don't need as much reaction, and I'm just going to continue enacting my game plan in the best way possible. On the other side, for Tony Portalon, we've seen him do the exact same sideboarding strategy every time that we've seen him play so far. He thinks these Swift Spears help him out on the draw, so he's hoping to use those to break parity here. But taking a look at his sideboard, he likes to keep it nice, clean, and simple. 1 Spell Pierce out, 1 VV out, 1 Monstrous Rage out, similar cards. 2 Roaring Furnace, 1 Abrade in, that's it.
Clean, easy. And we'll see how it goes for both of these players who have played against each other once earlier in the tournament. Tony, as we've mentioned before, looking for perhaps a little bit of revenge here against Ian. And we are going to have at least 2 more games in front of us, hopefully 3, because we do love Game 5 in competitive Magic, believe you me. So, as these players do shuffle up, do remember the winner of this match is moving on to the finals to compete for $50,000, a beautiful trophy, a winner's interview with Haley Loney, and the most bragging rights there's ever been to say you're the Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion, but they have to get through, some pretty good magician named Ken Yukihiro playing mono red.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, not
pretty good
too
guy.
bad.
7 top finishes, pretty good.
And Ken has said repeatedly, best mono red player. Hard to argue given the results of the weekend.
Yeah, he proved it. Now we're looking for the best Prowess player.
Yes, we are.
And then we'll pit them against each other. What was always going to be the outcome of this Pro Tour, one could say.
Oh, you think so? How do you think the Zorgus Omniscience players feel about that analysis?
One of them should have made top 8. And we could have asked them.
That's fair. That's fair.
Now, the one thing I will say is, Tony looking for revenge. If you lose in the Swiss, that's losing the battle. But if you win in the top 8,
that's winning the war.
That's winning the war.
Yes, this is true. This is true. Look at you. Look at you. These players are going to take a look at their opening hands right now. A couple of lands here for Ian. That's a very quick keep for him. It's a mulligan here for Tony. So time to shuffle up and find 6. That'll work for the member of Team Sanctum of All.
Yeah, I believe that was a mountain and 3 sleight of hands.
That's not going to do it.
Not great.
I'll tell you that much. And take a look at Ian's hand right here, a Lithomantic Barrage, a Monstrous Rage, Stock Up, Quarry Steelcutter, Torch the Tower, a Mountain, and a River Pyre Verge. So a healthy amount of interaction, and Stock Up to refill if time does allow.
Right. Really has more or less everything you would like. You are missing the cheap draw spells. That would have been nice, but you do have this Corey Steelcutter. One of the things that we know, maybe Ian does not, is that Tony actually boards out his copy of Spell Pierce here in the matchup. So Ian may play around a Spell Pierce on turn 2 with Corey Steelcutter if Tony is leaving the mana up. But if, for example, he's seen the footage of the quarterfinals.
Table Alpha ready for game 3?
Well, you can take a look at Tony's hand, and that's a world of difference, folks, because that one does not look great as things currently stand, but draw steps can certainly improve things. As there's a cutter. And Ian's going to put Tony to the test right away. I think we're going to see that abrade, and we will. So the very powerful equipment is gone, at least for now.
Yeah, no fear from Ian running the cutter out there.
Yep. So now here is the stock cut.
Very much taking advantage of the fact that Tony's on a mulligan and his hand has already shown some amount of weakness. No Storm Chaser's Talon, no Sleight of Hand, no Opt on turn 1, no Spell Pierce, otherwise you would have already seen it cast. And turn 2, it was just reactive. Abrade to deal with Cutter means that Ian can more or less feel like he has free reign here to set up. Has another Cutter in hand, I believe, so with the stock up will certainly put himself in a position where he can go Cutter into second spell next turn and has a lot of reactive spells to go with it.
Well, stock up's not a bad draw because Tony did not have any action really at all. So take a look at the top 5. Wild Ride is among them, and that's one. Now it's time to figure out what the second one's going to be.
Yeah, this is how it begins. I do believe he picked up that Roaring Furnace, so that is an interesting avenue of fighting in this matchup. If he can ever actually land the door on his second side, the Steaming Sauna, that could get interesting.
Attacking for 2.
Corey Steelcutter into Storm Chaser's Talon. There's a 1-2 punch we've been seeing all weekend long, so it is timely here for Ian Robb as the Monk token's going to come across for a couple points of damage.
Tony would love a VV off the top here if his deck was kind enough to bestow it to him. It wasn't.
That is a Shivan Reef. Corey Steelcutter is in hand, so it's no VV, but it's no slouch either.
Yeah, being able to go Corey Steelcutter into the Roaring Furnace here, clear off the Otter, and make a creature. That's pretty good.
I'll get the...
Looks like the Furnace is going to take care of the Monk. And now a Monk will be made via the Steelcutter, and we'll see if Tony wants to attack or not.
Yeah, I believe just getting the locked paper out, that is equipped.
All right, let's get a little aggressive, says Tony. 18 all. We're going to head back Ian's way.
All I'm saying is Tony's hand's still not great, but, you know, 5 mana, Steaming Sauna. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card, Cedric.
I mean,
card advantage, pretty cool.
Dream big, buddy. Dream big.
Look,
while you're thinking about that, here's some damage for you, okay?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking about the Sauna. Ian's studying the Corey Steelcutter blade.
That's right.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
We're gonna head back Tony's way. I'm going to assume we will not see the door unlock in that Steaming Sauna room.
No, you don't think so? You don't think he's going to tap out to go Sauna and die?
That would be a tough way to do it.
Yeah, I do think Tony is pretty priced into going Monastery Swift Spear here. Make sure he is triggering the Corey Steelcutter. Somehow, I do believe he has Into the Floodmaw in hand as well as Wild Ride. He could fire off Wild Ride here just to get aggressive, and then he would still have access to Into the Floodmaw in hand to use as a trick on Ian's turn, potentially.
Yeah, it's tough here because Wild Ride is the kind of card where you don't want to play Wild Ride to trigger the Corey Steelcutter and then just say go. You feel like you're missing out on a ton of damage that way. And as we have said time and time again, this prowess strategy doesn't play the best of defense. So, you know, one could argue that a good defense is actually a good offense. And we'll see if Tony agrees with that cliche.
Yeah, it's awkward for Tony. Of course, he doesn't know this, but Ian has 2 copies of Monstrous Rage in hand, and those are going to do a great job of pushing damage through, sort of regardless of how Tony decides to play this. But from Tony's point of view, he feels like he can beat 1 Monstrous Rage, so it's possible that he attacks with the Swift Spear here, saying the 4-5 damage being represented is too much to give up.
Let's see what this is going to be. Into the Flood Maw, bounce that. Beat downs, looks like maybe try to get as much as possible in here. Yeah. This could be the just attack for as much as possible, hope that your hand isn't very good. That's the only chance that I have strategy.
Sorry, yeah, 3 and then 6. Yep.
Which, look, it's a plan because playing defense ain't going to work on this battlefield, so I get this attack.
Play that loud for the Sun the next turn.
There you
it's
go.
coming. It's coming.
Unfortunately here for
don't
Tony.
say it. Don't do my heart like that.
I know. Unfortunately for Tony here, in the words of one Wade Barrett, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Mr. Rob's wild ride is about to begin.
Yeah. It's beat down o'clock, buddy. Boom. We're all done. Ian Rob's one game away, everybody, from meeting Ken Yukihiro in the finals, as that cutter draw was much too powerful for Tony to overcome. Much too powerful.
Definitely too powerful. That was Tony's mulligan. That was Ian's being on the play. So a lot of what just happened there to be expected. Now the big question for Tony is, how is he going to respond? Because right now he needs to win 2 in a row.
Well, you tell me, what's the sideboarding look like here for game number 4, where Tony is going to be on the play?
All right, so Tony has changed it up a bit. He's getting more aggressive on the play. So the copy of Roaring Furnace that was brought in previously, that's gone again. No Steaming Sauna, rest in peace to the Steaming Sauna fans. But Monstrous Rage has come back in, so he is looking to get aggressive. Rob, on the other hand, 1 copy of VV, another Monstrous Rage, and a Stock Up have been taken out, and he is going fully reactive here. So bringing in a Torch to the Tower that he boarded out in the previous game, as well as the Spell Pierce and Lithomatic Barrage that he chose to leave in the sideboard of the previous game. He is doing a lot of what we saw in the previous match when he was on the draw post board.
Ian's got to be feeling pretty good. He's up 2-1 right now. He's already won this matchup plenty of times on the weekend, and he's actually already beaten Tony once. So he must be thinking, well, there's no reason I can't do it twice. I get 2 shots at it.
Yeah,
and if everything goes wrong here, I'm on the play game 5?
I feel like he's feeling pretty good. Yeah, you know, there's also the fact that he top-8'd a Pro Tour and then came back and top-8'd another Pro Tour back-to-back. I think he's feeling pretty good.
He's making it look pretty easy so far in his journey into the professional Magic scene. We saw the top 8 at Pro Tour Ether Drift in Chicago a couple of months ago. Barely squeaked into the top 8 of the tournament that Matt Nass did win, and now is looking to become a Pro Tour champion. Again, we've seen Ian have success in other card games, but is certainly making a name for himself in this one.
Yeah, everybody that has tested with him, they say that he is incredible at the game. He has an understanding of situations and patterns that is just very impressive to see, especially for someone who, again, has a lot of competitive experience, but maybe not as much competitive Magic experience up to this point. He's showing that that's not an issue.
Not at all. Not at all. And clearly looks very comfortable with his sequencing and playing of this deck. For those of you that are not as familiar with the sequencing of the Prowess strategy, it might be a little overwhelming at first, but Ian is very clearly fluent in this language of Magic and has made things look quite easy over the course of the weekend. Remember, first to 12 wins alongside Ken Yukihiro. They both made it into the top 8 the same round, got to that mythical 12th win, and then we're pulled from the tournament because that's how we do things here on the Pro Tour. You get to that magic number of 12 before round number 16, your day is done. You've won enough. And then Ken has done his part of the bargain. He's already through to the finals. Ian, I think, is thinking right now, buddy, I'll see you there.
Yeah, but step 1, he needs to get past Tony Portolan. Tony has been here before in terms of this matchup. And now it's just a matter of overcoming Ian, the one person that has beat him in the Prowess Mirror this weekend. This is his chance for revenge.
Tony. Oh, I don't like that much. That's removal spell, wild ride, and a bunch of lands. I think you got to try to do a little bit better than that. Just when you're on the play, myself personally, I just want to be more proactive. Tony looks like he agrees, and Ian thinks he can do better as well. So they'll both send him back and start with at least 6.
They'll both send him back, but look, I gotta say, while they're mulliganing, for fans of the sauna, it's still in.
Well, it's fine that it's in. It's fine that it's in. That room ever gets unlocked.
What's
I
up?
don't know
What's
what
up? No. Finish the sentence.
No. Because I have a
Finish the
history. I have a
sentence. We got
history.
time.
I have a history of saying things that I'm not gonna. That I say I'm gonna do. That are unlikely to happen, and then I have to do them.
Yep.
So if that sauna gets opened up, I accept it for what it is.
Okay.
I have no interest in doing the acrobatics here in Las Vegas.
All right, fair enough. Acceptance from Cedric. You know what? The sauna will accept that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll get there, I believe.
I mean, I would love to see the room get opened.
Yeah, no, me too.
2 cards turn is lovely.
Yeah. No maximum hand size, great.
Also great.
Yeah.
Just hard pressed, that's all. But also dream big, because I think it would be awesome.
Look, all I'm saying is, 5 mana doesn't look like that much when VV stays on the board.
That particular game, if VV's turning out that way, the opponents...
No, it's the sauna.
No, it's the sauna, not the
It's the
VV.
sauna. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. I'll be sure to pass that information along to both players as they take a look at their soon-to-be 6-card hands, perhaps. There's a couple of copies of Drake Hatcher. Ooh, this graphic tells me they're keeping. Spoiler! Thundering Falls, stock up, bunch of lands, Drake Hatchers. All right, 6 cards apiece. Tony, a little more aggressive.
Start of game 4.
Is it going to be a sleight of hand? No. Just going to pass the turn back with Into the Flood Moth already. There's just Firebuff Canal. And this Spell Pierce could be a dagger.
Well, that was a massive pickup for Ian. Is Tony really going to play around it in this spot? It's a big ask, but he found the Thundering Fall, so he could, in theory, take a turn off and then go for the attempt at Quarry Steelcutter into Sleight of Hand the next turn if he wants. But, God, it's so tempting to just slam it down here. Your opponent's on a mulligan.
Oh, boy.
Oh, if Tony can read the Spell Pierce and not run into it, that would be nice. It's just a big ask.
Just going to say go.
Look at that.
Thundering Falls here.
Keep on top.
Pass the turn. All right, are we going to do this again now?
All right, Mr. Portalon.
Well, Stone Tracer's talent actually makes it a little bit easier as far as deploying something on the battlefield, right? Getting some sort of creature out.
Yeah.
All right, you can go Storm Chaser's talent, Sleight of Hand, hypothetically, right? Because you do have Cutter plus Into the Flood Maw the following turn. But this is funny. This is interesting because it's pretty face up now that he has a Cutter. Okay. You don't really think about this that much last turn or this turn if you don't have a Cutter. So now it's just, when do I want to deploy said Cutter? And the answer, once again, is not right now.
Yeah, no, Tony is displaying the patience that you would expect from a player of his caliber. But this is a tough spot. This is a tough spot, and he has fully identified how he's going to win this game.
There's the Drake Hatcher. That's the turn. So now we might see Into the Flood Maw. Looks like we're not going to. 4th land. See, and this is what makes the Steel Cutter kind of this action all pretty difficult, right? Because if you're going to play around exactly Spell Pierce, at some point, either you're going to stop doing that, or you need your 4th land in a deck that doesn't have that much mana, and you certainly don't want to be like sleight of handing 4 lands to try to resolve a Steel Cutter. So it also gets exacerbated on if you try to hold your Steel Cutter around Spell Pierce and then you draw another copy of Steel Cutter, it feels like you should have cast the first Steel Cutter. And so now we're kind of playing this weird game of like, all right, I'm never going to play a Steel Cutter. You'll put your shield down eventually. And that may just not be true.
Yeah, it is going to continue going back and forth. But right now, Tony's still not in the worst position until, of course, Ian fires off the stock up and it resolves. But at the moment, he is kind of okay.
I mean, the question, okay, so we haven't seen a game played like this yet in the Is It Prowess Mirror, right? We haven't seen this, I have Steel Cutter, I'm going to play around Spell Pierce sort of game.
Right.
So we haven't worked ourselves into the situation. And again, the question now is, how long are we going to play this little song and dance? Because at some point, the steel cutter might be too slow and you've missed your window for it to actually be impactful by playing the game the way that Tony is playing it. I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. I'm just saying there are consequences to the decision that he is making.
Absolutely, but he is also, at this point, for better or worse, it feels like he is committed to the line that he's taken.
Oh, it's tough to change now.
Yeah, at this point, you have to just continue playing this way.
Yeah.
The biggest question as a third Drake catcher joins Ian's hand is Tony at any point going to attempt to tap Ian out, for example, on Ian's end step by just firing off an Abrade on one of these Drake catchers? Of course, Abrade you'd like to save for your opponent's Corey Steel Cutter, but the Drake catchers are adding up. We're getting past the point of, oh, I can afford to hold an Abrade.
Yeah, and also what makes this pretty tough too is there is finally the 4th mana. So here's Corey Steel Cutter. Yep, there's Spell Pierce to slow it down a little bit.
Yeah, Ian is obligated to tap Tony out here.
Absolutely.
Knows that he can pay, but of course, by doing so, you're taking the turn away from Tony without giving him a token.
Remember, prowess triggers here because of the artifact that has been cast. So the Otter's a 2/2, a Swiftspear's a 2/3.
Correct. And all the Drake catchers are going to be 2/4s.
Correct.
Now, Tony has an interesting choice here because technically he has the option of paying for Spell Pierce, but he could also not pay and instead use an Abrade to kill one of these Drake catchers to try to get the game under control. Because if you just pay and then pass the turn, Ian has free reign with 3 Drake catchers, and that might just end the game.
Yeah, and now this is what kind of makes this spot one that I don't love for Tony. Because and here's I'll explain why. If we're gonna play around Spell Pierce, this assumes that our opponent has Spell Pierce, right?
Yep.
So when you have Corey Steel Cutter and you get Spell Pierced,
yep,
I feel like you should know what you want to do now.
Yep.
Which is either pay or not pay.
Right.
Right, because we've gone down this road where I'm going to play around Spell Pierce because I assume my opponent has Spell Pierce. So he's going to pay, and obviously it's Game 4 for Pro Tour, so certainly think about it. But I think your game plan has to continue to be in line with what you've been playing around the entire time.
Of course.
So
absolutely.
Here's
And
the sleight of hand.
Ultimately, Tony did commit to the line, but there's still 3 Drake catchers.
There are. And there's
Drake
also there's also an Abrade here for Ian, and not afraid to attack at all.
Oh, does that do anything? Does that?
Yeah, the Abrade. Does
that deal with?
It's well, the thing that's also really interesting is I think exactly the card Drake Catcher blows up exactly what Tony was playing around with the Spell Pierce stuff, because it was just like Drake Catcher leave up Spell Pierce, do it again, do it again. Now you have no good blocks.
Yeah, that's really the problem. Is Tony was hoping at any point that Ian would
I'll destroy this true prowess.
Good golly,
show
Miss Mo.
some weakness, right? And instead, Ian continued leaving up both the Spell Pierce and developing a Drake Catcher every single turn.
Yeah. And it was repeatedly Drake Catcher, which one could argue was the best thing in this particular situation. That's what makes this so difficult here for Tony. And now Tony is extremely far behind.
Yeah, I would say that at this point, I think it is more or less impossible for Tony to get back into the game. He doesn't have enough tempo cards. He has an answer to one of these Drake Catchers permanently. He has an Into the Floodmaw to bounce another, but the end result is still the same, where at the end step, Ian is going to make, or in response to these removal spells, Ian is going to make 2 Drakes, and there's still going to be a massive board for Tony to deal with, and he can't do that.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have pressure.
The follow-up will be a Storm Chaser's Talent. Number 3 here for Tony. I'm just going to pass the turn back. So we're going to have Ian's Way, who has not made a Drake with the other Drake Catcher just yet. Spirebluff Canal is the draw. You see the hand there with Into the Floodmaw, a Storm Chaser's Talent, and the very powerful Stock Up.
That's interesting. I don't actually know if there's any reason not to make the Drake there for Ian. So to me, that shows a bit of excitement of, oh, I'm going to win this game.
I think Ian feels like he's in a good position, that's for sure. Here's a copy of Storm Chaser's Talent. Prowess triggers once again. There's the Otter.
Go combat, attack for 8.
And there's an attack for 8.
3/5s.
Yep.
I have 2 cards on.
This will be an end of the flood maul on one of them. Okay. And now this is a situation where single red mana up, that represents, of course, Monstrous Rage. Tony's Swift Spear is a 2/3. It looks like he's just going to take this damage.
Take, 5. Yep. 9. I'll get 3 counters here.
And so now that's 3 more counters on the Drake Catcher, which means 2 Drakes at any moment.
Yeah, and Tony's dead to a lot, but he's definitely dead to Monstrous Rage. So I think that it was very smart of him not to take that into consideration. But I also think that there really aren't cards, especially in Tony's build of Visit Prowess, that will bring the game back from this position.
Yep.
Going wide has always been the answer. There's no fire magic to be seen in Tony's build, and that means, yes, he has these draw spells, but I think that's 2 lands. I think we have our finalists.
Oh, the finals that you were thinking are going to happen. Ian Robb is going to win this match here over Tony Portland, 3-1. Our 2 players that were able to clinch their seat into the top 8, the earliest yesterday, are in the finals today. Is it Prowess? We found our champion of the deck. It's the youngster with back-to-back top 8s who's looking for his first Pro Tour title.
Yeah, I think just time and time again, extremely impressive stuff from Rob. We've been seeing it 2 Pro Tours in a row now where he's just showing immaculate understanding of the game state, of his position in matchups, when he should push and when he should defend. And in that game, really, the Drake Catchers did a lot of carrying, and that was part of the reason that he brought this build, just identifying how powerful Drake Catcher can be. And maybe we're seeing some of the weaknesses of Monastery Swift Spear and why a lot of players chose to step away from it when we see, okay, yes, you get to put on some cheaper pressure, but as soon as the game isn't going your way, suddenly it doesn't really do anything.
And it did not do much for Tony in that situation. Ian, with the Drake Catchers, is hanging out with Ailey Loney. Let's hear about that big W.
Ian, I know it probably hasn't sunk in yet, but you are in the finals of Pro Tour Final Fantasy. How are you feeling?
I feel amazing. I'm still in shock. It was a really weird game. I just won to advance where I had to play weird, and I made a misplay at the end too, which really made me mad. So even though I'm very happy, I'm like, I need to make sure I can't do that again in the finals. But overall, I'm very excited right now.
Yeah, I could see you like just trying to recompose yourself there in a moment where I assume the misplay happened, but now you get to recollect yourself. You get to think about your finals, your opponents. Ken Yukihiro, some call him the Smiling Assassin. Are you ready to face him at his mono red deck?
I am. I knew going today that if I wanted to win this tournament, I would have to beat mono red, and I expect either to be Ken or one of the other great mono red players. So, you know, I've been thinking about it all day. It's my first mono red tournament, but I prepared for it before the tournament, and you know, changed a card or 2. I don't think I'm playing enough for the deck, but I think I'll be fine.
Well, Ian Robb, best of luck. We'll see you in the finals and perhaps see you hoist the trophy.
Ian Robb is headed to the finals against Ken Yukihiro. Where are we headed? Well, to the news desk, and then crowning ourselves a champion at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Stay with us.
There's an upcoming Arena Direct on MTG Arena where you can win up to 2 Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy Play Booster boxes shipped to your door. 6 wins gets you 1 box, and 7 wins earns the grand prize of 2 boxes. Enter and win as many times as you want as the event runs from July 4th through July 6th. It's finals time here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy, live from Las Vegas, Nevada. The moment we have all been waiting for has finally arrived. From 331 players on day 1 of competition down to just 2. And we are about to be down to just 1 as someone is going home with the title, the trophy, and $50,000. Very, very exciting indeed. Hey everybody, I'm your host for the weekend, Maria Bartholdi. Corey Baumeister and Ailey Loney join me here. And before we get to our finals, we want to talk about some of the cool decks that we saw in this room that are beyond the top 8 decks. So Corey, what do you want to talk about first?
Yeah, let's check out Eli Cassis's Golgari Roots deck first because, well, this actually had the highest win percentage out of any deck. Not red, not Is It Prowess, Golgari Roots. 5 players played this really sweet deck. It is able to use the power of Insidious Roots, exile cards from your graveyard, and just make the most swole plants you have ever seen.
Swollen plants is 2 words I never thought I'd hear together, but here we are. Edgar Magalhaes so close to getting a top 8 with Domain Overlords. Could have broken up our Is It Mono Red nonsense, but alas. If you want to play this deck, if you like value, boy howdy have I got a deck for you. Domain Overlords looks to get so many permanents on the battlefield. It wants to have so much value, so much card draw, and math problems too if you happen to be a Matt Nass.
All right, let's take a look at an Azorius control list from Mitchell Tamblin. This list went 12-4. Mitchell was actually in 11th place with only 2 losses in Standard. So if you like saying no, this might be the deck for you, aka if you are a terrible monster, in my opinion.
Hey, Maria picked to talk about this deck, so that's just,
to roast it.
Just to roast it.
Picked it.
Yeah, all right, we forced her. All right, the next deck is Jody Key's Golgari Graveyard deck. This deck is really awesome. You're trying to fill your graveyard with a bunch of creatures, a bunch of permanents, cast up the Beanstalk, and cast these really powerful creatures that get cost reducted to be able to draw yourself a bunch of cards. It's supposed to be a very good deck against Is It, maybe not so great against other combo decks, but really nice choice. Jody did quite well with it.
I like the look of this deck just because I like big flappy demons that can kill you in 1 shot. This is Orzhov Demons. It plays the combo of Bloodletter of Achlazotz alongside Unstoppable Slasher. If you are able to connect with the Slasher while you have the Bloodletter out, your opponent goes die-die. There's a White Splash in there for pest control and Lenda, because you know what, she's cool.
How about another control deck? Do you like saying no, but with red? What about Jeskai control? This is what Arna Oceanbed brought to the tournament here. Arna finished in 41st place with a 10-6 record, an excellent player, so I'm sure it was a great deck choice for Arna this weekend. There's some cool decks that you can play.
Okay, but to be fair, Shiko is so cool.
Well, yes, Shiko is very cool.
I feel like that's the start of an infomercial with Maria. Do you like saying no, but with red?
Some cool deck options for you out there in Standard if that is your jam. Well, as we gear up for the finals here in the building, let's take a look at our bracket one last time. Everybody, this is what it all comes down to. You can see what happened in the quarterfinals and semifinals. We had our 2 mini tournaments in our top 8. Our top red tournament for the best mono red player in the room, and then our Is It Prowess tournament for the best Is It Prowess player in the room. Now they meet in the finals. Can You Be Hero is up against Ian Robb, who will be our champion. Take a look at our players here. 8 top finishes for Can You Be Hero. This is his 5th Pro Tour top 8, 10 Grand Prix top 8s, and 2 wins. One of Japan's best players of all time, and just an all-around great, happy, and very funny guy. Yes. Up against Ian Robb, 2 top finishes, who is a relative newcomer to the Magic the Gathering scene, though he's had success in lots of other card games. Back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s. Completed his season goal of making a top 8 in just 1 attempt. Let's take a look at the roads to get here to the finals. Here's a look at Ken Yukihiro's road to the top 8. Went 7-1 with 2 buys in Standard to lock up the spot as our first seed here in our top 8. Locked in round number 14 with a win over Anthony Lee, who is the captain of Team Cosmos Heavy Play. But what about the opponent, Ian Robb? One of our 6-0 drafters, just shows how important good limited play is here at the Pro Tour. Went 6-2 in standard with 2 buys. Also locked it up in round number 14 with a win over top 8 competitor Tony Portolan. There's a look at our players. What about these decks, Corey?
All right, let's take a look at the decks. We gotta say, this is gonna be really interesting. Ken played Is It Prowess 5 times already and went 5-0. That's really impressive. So here is Mono Red. Main card you wanna be looking at in this matchup that really hasn't mattered for the rest of these Mono Red mirrors from Ken. That is the Mage Bane Lizard. That is gonna be one of the most important cards in this matchup. We got a 4th one in the sideboard that is gonna be assuredly coming in after those first 2 games. Trying to, you know, just attack as fast as possible, get Ian dead as quick as Ken possibly can. So let's take a look at the next deck list. This is Ian Robb playing Is It Prowess, and only lost 1 game so far in the top 8, so had a relatively smooth course all the way here to the finals. Now we are looking at these Drake Catchers, we're looking at Vivi, we're looking at these bigger cards that are trying to definitely drag the game out a little bit longer. Now, some of these removal spells, the Charring Bite from Ken is gonna really come in handy trying to deal with those really tricky, powerful creatures. Let's take a look at the sideboard from Ian here, see what kind of stuff we have for the rest of the mono red creatures. We have Unable to Scream to put on that Lizard. That is gonna be a very important thing to be able to shut down that really pesky ability of pinging Ian every single time that he were to cast a spell.
That's a look at the players and the decks in our finals, but who is going to take it down? I'm going to ask for some predictions now. First, you, Corey.
I think Ken's going to win this Pro Tour. You know, I think Mono Red is really well positioned, not only against Is It Prowess. It had a pretty dominant percentage-wise throughout the tournament, but I especially like Ken's version against Ian's, as he has those really powerful removal spells to deal with Drake Hatcher and Vivi, and has already won the matchup 5 times. I mean, all the signs are there to put Ken holding the trophy.
All right, what about you, Ailey? Who's going to
Corey, as you have said,
yeah,
runs and streaks gotta end.
Yep.
5-0. I think it's going to become 5-1.
Ooh,
I think Ian is going to take it down. He has been on such a crazy tear at the moment. Back-to-back Pro Tours. Okay, sure, maybe his luck is running out here, but
yep.
I think Ian's got this.
We're going to find out.
All right, this is set up for a very, very exciting finals. I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul.
Yes, thank you, Maria. Welcome to the booth here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we are geared up for the finals. That's right, the Mono Red and Is It Prowess players fought it out amongst each other, producing a champion from each as our bracket happened to turn out. And in this case, it's Ken Yukihiro versus Ian Robb. Ken's representing the Mono Red side of things, and Ian is on Is It Prowess.
Yeah, we finally get to see a different matchup, right? All day, we've just been seeing mirror matches, but we finally get to see kind of one of the big matchups we expected kind of coming into this. Which aggressive red deck will come out on top here?
That's right, and we get to find out now. Now, this could happen quickly, so you're not going to want to take a big sandwich break in the middle of our finals here, because we're bringing this to you live and in person. And yeah, this could go very quickly. Now, matchup-wise, Ken was the higher seed, so he will get the play. You know, even though this isn't quite the matchup that he's played in his prior 2 rounds with Mono Red, play's still huge.
Yeah, absolutely. It still plays out very similarly. If anything, the Mono Red deck is now firmly kind of the aggressive player in this type of matchup. It doesn't really have the ability to go long the way that this Is It Prowess deck has, but of course, it can get to far more explosive starts.
Take a look at Ken Yukihiro there from Team Moriyama, Japan, and there's Ian Robb for Fleckshot Diamond. Ken's from Japan, Ian's from the United States, and we are sitting down. You can see the trophy sitting there. Ken, this is top finish number 7 for him. Though of note, he has not yet converted one of those. The numbers are starting to get a little weighted towards his. You're supposed to win 1 out of 8,
it's
right?
Tough.
That you top 8.
Right.
If you're lucky enough to top 8 8 times somehow. His top finishes go back all the way to 2012 in Barcelona at Pro Tour Avicen Restored, which, by the way, was my first Pro Tour on coverage as well. So me and Ken go back. And then Ian's was just the last PT at PT Ether Drift. Wow. This is his 2nd top finish.
Both players have been waiting a bit now. Ian leading out with a tap land here, but Ken on the play, absolutely huge here. Can get in for so much damage. Ian already down to 16, and Ken's got a lot of nice options too. No removal spells here for the Draycatcher. Cards like Draycatcher and Vivi, if they do live, can be kind of problematic, especially because, you know, the combination of Draycatcher plus Monstrous Rage is such a good one. If you can play a spell and a Monstrous Rage, boom, that's 2 Drakes.
You see the Magebane Lizard revealed to the Emberheart Challenger, but Ken's not going to have enough mana here to play it.
So this is 6 damage coming in. You can just block the Hired Claw here and just hope Ken doesn't have anything. Yeah. Now there's a Heartfire Hero, so now Ian does have the opportunity here. Can he get a big turn going with a Draycatcher to kind of try and stabilize this board? No interaction whatsoever in Ian's hand currently.
He's going to try to dig here, sleight of hand, maybe to find some way to get at least one of these threats off the board.
That is a wild ride, and that is a way to pump up the Draycatcher. However, I don't believe it gives trample the way that the Monstrous Rage does. So Ken can simply just block with the Heartfire Hero if that does happen. As you can see there, it gets +3/+0 and haste. And I don't think Ken wants to give Ian tokens here. Draycatcher currently a 3 power creature. Yep, blocks. He's like, please don't have Monstrous Rage. And he does not. That's kind of the way you get some free wins with this deck, with the combination of Draycatcher plus Monstrous Rage. That is a combo that's been very good against all the red decks, also very good in the mirror. Oh, wow, and that is a Twin Maw Stormbrood, or a Charring Bite here for the Draycatcher.
Wow.
Wonder if we're just going to fire that off on the Draycatcher. If Ian had a Monstrous Rage, he would have cast it already.
Right.
Just to trample through and make a bunch of flyers.
So it's just the one of Spell Pierce that Ken has to worry about then?
Right. Ken would have loved to find... I mean, if you can find a mana source here off the Challenger with the Manifold Mouse, that would be nice, because that would allow you to do a double spell turn here where you go Charring Bite plus the Magebane Lizard. But yes, this is possibly the most important turn, at least of game 1 here. Ian bluffing something here.
Ken's going to combat. Yeah, Ian. Oh, hello, Monstrous Rage gets revealed.
Oh my goodness. And of course we know that the Emberheart Challenger has double strike here. It's almost always double strike. Oh, and that's now you found a 1-mana spell here to go with the Charring Bite. So now you can safely cast this Monstrous Rage and Charring Bite. And Ken's going to cast it, right? It's the only 1-mana play out of his hand.
Sure. Okay, he's going to put it on the Hired Claw.
So that is a 4-power creature. And that's just 2 damage. So his Emberheart Challenger actually just lives here. Oh, it does have double strike too. And if Ian has no spells,
to kill both of these
kills
creatures?
both of these cards, and that's a 3/3. Yeah. No, his creature still lives. It's a 3/3.
And he takes 4 from the claw too?
Right, and then you can just play Magebane Lizard, and what's Ian gonna do?
Right. No board state for Ian Robb left over, and Ken Yukihiro with that Monstrous Rage reveal has fully taken control of this board. There's Vivi. Is it too late?
Well, okay. The problem is there's a Magebane Lizard in play, so this is now 1 damage. If Ian plays another spell, that's 2. If he plays 3 spells, he's just dead.
He's actually dead. And that sentence might be true regardless of what Ian does here. Yeah, he's going to scoop him up, and Ken Yukihiro picks up a quick game 1. They can definitely go quickly in matchups like this. And that one certainly did. Players are now going to shuffle. I'll remind you that we play best 3 out of 5, actually for the whole top 8, not just the final, but of course also in the final. And that means that the players will not be consulting their sideboards until after this game.
And I will say this, we've seen Ken play those mono red matchups absolutely beautifully, choosing to pick his spots with when to attack, when to keep things back. This one, you know that motto that he goes by, always be attacking?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? That kind of is the case in this matchup.
Ken's been really playing it up for the fans at home today. He said he's the best mono red player. He proved that. as he's the one that came out of that half of the bracket.
Although
he said always attack.
Right.
And he's been doing a bunch of that too.
Well, note that Ian Robb is also not a slouch when it comes to understanding the mono red matchup, as he did top 8 the last Pro Tour with an aggressive deck.
Yeah, this deck is the deck he's playing is not that dissimilar, but as you can see, it's a little bit of a stretch off. You can see Ian not happy about that opening loss. Ken looks pretty calm. You know, he has been here before. Oh, maybe not. Maybe he's really intensely.
What is happening here?
I think he's visualizing the win.
Yeah, it's like mountain, hero.
Yeah.
Mountain, manifold mouse.
You pass?
And you heard Ken say, "You playing first?" And Ian said, "Uh-huh."
Good choice.
Uh-oh. Did you catch that? Ian's mulliganing and he goes, "Come on." Just to himself, you know, just that little, like, not like this. Give me a shot.
Like, if there's any moment, right? Because you dream about moments like this. You're in the Pro Tour finals. You just, at the very least, just want to have a good match of Magic.
Okay.
Yeah, it is interesting seeing Ian's demeanor. You know, you can sense the urgency from him. He really wants to get on the board here, get a win against Ken.
Yeah, and
this is the point at which you usually start bargaining with the Magic odds. You know, just keepable hand. Doesn't have to be perfect.
Right. All right, looks like Ian did keep this 6 here. And the mulligan decision was extremely quick, too.
Yeah, so this could be a really nice 6. And remember, he's going to be on the play as well. So, game number 2 upon us. Land go from Ian, not from Ken, though.
He did have Hardfire Hero into Manifold Mouse, but I think Lightning Strike on the Draycatcher makes a lot of sense here.
Wow.
That is the card that can just snowball the game out of control. Get it while Ian doesn't have mana up.
That's right. That's the one Lightning Strike for Ken Yukihiro. He just wanted one more burn spell, and that's the one that he chose.
And no third land here from Ian. He has got the Corey Steel Cutter, but he's taking 4 damage this turn. And guess what? There's a little bit more. Hired Claw coming in as well here from Ken Yukihiro.
Big turn for Ian Robb now. He's got Opt, Storm Chaser's Talent, Monstrous Rage, and another Cutter.
Yeah, if you found a third land, being able to go Cutter into spell would have been so big. Now, he did find a land here. Might still play the Cutter here, but you only have the 1 token and you're already down to 15. And there's no interaction here from Ian's hand. Right?
Like that's the real problem. Like that stock up is miles away.
Right. If you don't have the removal spell for the mouse combo, you just die. We've seen it time and time again.
But what choice does he have, right?
Yeah.
Is it just land, Steel Cutter, pray?
Block, chump? I mean,
right.
It's not going to attack.
Okay, he does pass the turn back. Mountain off the top of the library here for Yukihiro.
Yeah, another land is quite nice here because now you can play out the Emberheart Challenger.
He can double spell this turn, or he can Manifold Mouse.
Yeah,
with Offspring, he's got a lot of choices.
A lot of options. No spells here. Like any type of spell would be nice because then that would let you attack with the Hired Claw as well. If you tap out, then you can't attack with the Hired Claw because it is a 1/2. So I understand why Ken is thinking through all the options here.
This is a huge turn for him.
Okay, so going to be double striking both of those creatures.
So he played Manifold Mouse.
Yeah. And that's just going to be milled, or excuse me, he's not going to be able to play that card, of course.
Yeah, Burst Lightning just gets exiled here, and it's just going to stay that way.
And this is what, 10 damage coming in?
Wow. Is Ian forced to chump block already?
Yeah.
There's no trample happening here,
right?
right?
They're both double strike,
right.
most likely. So I imagine maybe you just put the token in front of the Hardfire Hero. You're saving yourself 6 damage.
Take 4 down to 11, go.
Okay, so
can Ian pop off here with the 2 Corey Steel Cutters on the board?
It's tough. Oh, there's a Wild Ride. I don't think he has close to lethal here, though. But he will be able to play a couple of spells. Wait. He's got Monstrous Rage, I guess? Oh.
Okay.
Okay, Corey Steelcutter, how much damage
I
are
mean,
we
this is
looking
starting
at
to
here?
add up very quickly.
Right, and there's also a Monstrous Rage here, so 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Plus Monstrous Rage, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's 15 damage?
That's a really nice turn, but Ken's at 20. So he's just going to sit back with the 2 monks and only attack with the otter.
Interesting, because the other line here, because he didn't play a 4th land, would have been to maybe just play stock up first, try to find a land, then play Storm Chaser's talent. You still trigger the Corey Steelcutter. Now, noting that by playing it this way, you still get to keep up and bluff and into the Floodma or Torch the Tower, which could be Ian's maybe only chance at potentially staying alive here. Also, by using that Monstrous Rage at instant speed, you do have the ability to pump up your creatures with prowess to make sure that you don't just die next turn.
Right. Still thinking.
Now, this doesn't have trample currently, so just considering chump blocking with the higher claw, keeping the life total high. Oh, going for the rage. So now you're tapped out.
Boy, this does tap out Rob, though.
9. So you take 7.
This is going to be a lot of valuable information for Yukihiro. And just 2 2/2s back.
Oh,
He's got
just a
Emberheart
higher
Challenger.
Okay. Okay, just creatures here. Now, of course, with the double Manifold Mice, you do get another look here if you do target the Emberheart Challenger. You can also go trample and double strike, right? Because you do have the 2 mice in play on the Heartfire Hero. You can also pump it with the Rockface Village that's in play right now. So a lot of options here. Ken just running through all the numbers here, noting that he does need to fight through 4 toughness here.
Yeah,
He's feeling pretty confident here, though. Do you just attack with everything?
There's an Emberheart
Double strike, trample,
Challenger.
attack with everything.
Wow, everything comes in the red zone.
So if you just attack the 2, if you block the 2 creatures on the right, this is 10, 12 damage coming in on the creatures on the left, right?
That's game.
That's game.
Hey, you got it.
Yeah, that's 12 damage, and Ken Yukihiro has won 2 quick games and is 1 game away from being a Pro Tour champion here. This is happening quickly.
I mean, this is what you expect from the mono red deck, right? I mean, kind of coming into this tournament, the big bad was the Izzet Cutter decks. And yes, the Izzet Cutter deck is extremely, extremely powerful. But at the same time, if you really look at the past tournament results, it's basically mono red almost winning every single one of the major events. It means, I mean, the deck is still extremely powerful and it just has a very proactive penalty. It doesn't really care about what your opponents are doing. It made that slight adjustment too, right? Before it would play other 2-mana plays. Now you even have access to Magebane Lizard, which is a really, really big problem to deal with as well. Now we're seeing Ken Yukihiro with a 2-0 lead in this matchup.
Impressive stuff from Ken and the mono red list. We're going to take a short break from here. Players are going to be looking at their sideboards, and we're going to be back with Game 3 right after this. And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Final Fantasy. We are in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm with Paul Cheon, and we are in the finals. If you're just joining us, it's Ken Yukihiro playing mono red. Ian Robb finds himself down 2-0 with Is It Prowess, as Ken was able to win the first game on the play. He's the higher seed. And then a mulligan from Ian Robb. Even though he was on the play, he wasn't quite able to establish enough of a board state, and Ken went wide.
Yeah.
Took 12 from the unblocked creatures in the last turn, did Ian, and he finds himself in the unenviable position of needing to win 3 games in a row to be a PT champ.
I think both players might be...
Looks like they're both on 6.
On a mulligan here. Now, I will say I really like Ken's setup in this particular matchup. The cards that Ian really needs to rely on to, like, I think the heavy hitters in his deck are those blue permanents, right? So we're talking about Draycatcher and Vivi. And by having 4 copies of Charring Bite in the main, along with 2 copies of Lithomantic Barrage in the sideboard, that gives you 6 answers to those problematic creatures. And if you can find an answer to those, I mean, those prowess creatures don't look all that impressive on defense, right? Because oftentimes you're just kind of tapped out. So yeah, Ken has lots and lots of answers to kind of the cards that you would consider the trump cards from Ian Robb.
Ken has Mountain Heartfire Hero. He, I believe, had kept a 1-lander, but it looks like he's found another mountain, and that is critical.
And Ian kept at hand of all islands, no cantrips, has 2 red cards in hand, but can't play any of them.
Yeah, it looks like he played a sleight of hand and has not found what he was looking for, at least red mana-wise. Right. Storm Chaser's Talent. That is not red. Triple island opener.
Yeah, I mean, this is just not ideal. Has nothing else to play here. There's an Unable to Scream. Do you just put it on the Emberheart Challenger here? You just need to do something, right?
You sure do.
Okay.
And attack for 3. Ian Robb doing everything he can, but he's going to run out of runway very quickly if he doesn't find red mana shortly.
Ken has a handful of removal, can play another challenger here.
Yep. Immediately.
Okay. All right.
15. Go. Is this a red source?
Yep.
It is Riverfire Verge.
Did find a red source here. There is a Vivi, but it's a naked Vivi. That's an 0-3. Doesn't have a spell. And Ken Yukihiro does have the Charring Bite here. Not using Suplex, of course, because if Ian does have an opt, could counter it.
Ken plays it safe. It would have actually worked, but it doesn't know that, of course.
And you get the prowess trigger here from the challenger. You can still attack for 3. Actually attacking with both. He's like, you know what? You drew the red source. You don't have a spell here.
Great read from Ken. Ian surveys the scene.
And Ian thinking, well, maybe I just put my creature in front of the Heartfire Hero here, right? It is a 1/1. It's like if you have a Monstrous Rage, I'm already behind here. Maybe I just put my Otter token in front of the Heartfire Hero.
And he didn't block.
Okay.
Ken gets through for extra damage.
He needs another spell here to go with the Quarry Steelcutter. He does look kind of excited. Maybe he finds a second card.
He did. Sleight of hand.
All right. Into the Flood Maw or Unable to Scream would be an excellent find here.
This is how it can go.
That is a Torch to Tower, but only has that blue mana up at least for this turn.
Ken sitting on double suplex and another challenger.
And this is an attack for 8 right now, right? That's 2 spells with the Otters were in play.
Yes.
So we're looking at 3, 6, 7, 8 damage coming in. And Ian's at 11, but as far as with Ken's hand, it's a lot more controlling, right? So you can't really get it for a bunch. But remember, with Unable to Scream, you can still block.
Yeah. In this case, it's just going to be a chump block, but he'll
so
take
he takes 5. Oh, and Wild Ride on the creature with Quarry Steelcutter on it. That's a lot of damage.
Self-destruct drawn from Yukihiro?
Okay, it doesn't have 4 lands here, though, right? So you can't, like, cast Suplex into Self-destruct. Self-destruct with Heartfire Hero is 4 damage, I think.
So he just needs to get rid of the steel cutter here.
The steel cutter here, most likely. Okay.
It's going to exile that.
Oh, and keeps a creature back to block to play around, potentially a wild ride, right?
Wow.
Okay, mountain. Okay, we can look at the
there's Wild
graveyard.
Ride, yeah.
He can get a 1-mana spell back from the graveyard with the Storm Chaser's talent. You can also play a Wild Ride and harmonize it. But I don't think you're going to have enough damage here. Ken is at 10 life here.
So Ian's going to start off with his land, activate Storm Chaser's talent, get back Sleight of Hand, and cast it.
Ken might be really, really close here, depending on what Ian does here. He can't play another spell this turn, right?
Nope.
You either take a land or a spell. This is a potential attack for 6 here, which would put Ken down to 4.
And it seems difficult for Ken to get 8 damage through, but...
I mean, through blocker for sure, right?
Right. Ian played last game quite aggressively. Will he do the same here?
So if you block, let's say you chump, is he going to attack with everything? Okay, just with the 2.
He's going to leave back 1 otter for blocks.
If Ken can find like a monstrous rage off the top, that would just be game. Okay,
oh, totally.
All right, here we are. A land would also be fantastic. I think a land could also do it here.
He found a Hired Claw.
Hired Claw does not quite get it done.
He can double spell this turn, but is he just going to get ran over?
Right, especially with that Wild Ride, you have to be careful here. Those otter tokens can just provide lethal, especially if Ken just doesn't have a board. I mean, you could use Suplex just to kill one of the creatures.
Is Ian going to block regardless here? Like, does Ken get to just attack and eat an otter effectively?
Yeah, I mean, if you attack with the Emberheart Challenger,
another one, right?
Right, and then you're just down to the 1 token.
And you know, you can die from that too, but that's a lot harder.
Oh, he just
suplex it.
Okay, getting for 3, and the 2 blockers is not bad.
Yeah,
you're at 5. Okay.
Oh, this is super close.
All right, what can Ian
Who
find
can
here?
find a monstrous rage first?
He's got a Wild Ride here too. Unable to scream. That's the problem with Unable to Scream, though, right? It doesn't remove the creature.
No.
You still bring it in because it's a cheap answer to Magebane Lizard, but they still get to block.
Absolutely. In fact, it upgrades as a blocker.
Right.
Gives it extra toughness on that hero. 6 to 5 life totals. Ken Yukihiro so close.
Yeah, I mean, like, and now with Ian at 5 life, all you need to do is attack with Hired Claw, get your opponent down to 4, and then you can cast Self-Destruct.
So so if Ian does want to use Unable to Scream, it needs to be on the Hired Claw,
or the Heartfire Hero.
They're both the same.
Well, because if you put in the Heartfire Hero, okay. Oh.
Okay, I like that.
Okay.
It does leave both blockers anyway, which they were going to be there.
But then now Ken has the win, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's got 1 mana up. He's got 1 mana up, but didn't play the Sleight of Hand.
Right. Ken is aware of that, but he is not aware of the other card.
But the land is huge here because you can also play with the Emberheart Challenger.
Yes, you can. There's Ken Yukihiro playing Emberheart Challenger, turning everything sideways. He's going to get the Hired Claw trigger.
What are you going to block with, Ian? Ian's just bluffing here. He's got nothing.
He has
just
absolutely
goes for
nothing.
It. This is the game.
Ken, seconds away from being a Pro Tour champion. He's been here 7 times now.
Wow.
He knows one of Ian's cards.
Right.
He just doesn't know what the other one is.
But and Ken even has a blocker here too. Even through something, right?
Go damage. Yep, I'm going to.
Okay, and
Ken can, damage.
Ken can kind of play it patiently here too. He doesn't have to fire it off now. He could wait, right? To see if Ian's the first person to flinch. Now the Ken has to go, do you have the answer to this self-destruct or do I wait? Because he can wait at any point with this self-destruct.
Once the way is clear, there's a land, there's Sleight of Hand, it's still that one unknown card in hand.
What you got?
He found Corey's Steel Cutter.
And into the Flood Maw here. He does have Wild Ride too. So if he goes bounce your token, and then goes for the wild ride kill, Ken will then get him with the self-destruct.
Yes, he will.
But that's probably his line here, right? If you're Ian Robb.
Yes.
It's wild ride for Prowess.
There's wild ride. He thinks he's going for the game win, but Ken has set the trap.
Last card in hand, Ken knows.
And now Ken can just fire it off. And Ken Yukihiro does 2 damage to Ian Robb to become a Pro Tour champion. Unbelievable from Ken Yukihiro as he breaks down. This is the culmination of a career of hard work for Ken Yukihiro, and you can see it on his face.
7th time is the charm. This is Ken Yukihiro's 7th top finish, and this is his first Pro Tour title.
What a moment for Ken. He's been working towards this goal for so long.
No, it means a lot.
Oh.
You should be happy. I don't want you not being happy. It's... Congratulations, I'm so happy for you. Thank you.
And Ian Robb here too, showing incredible grace in defeat.
That was really nice of
Pro
Ian.
Tour.
That was really nice of Ian to say, hey, you should be happy. It means a lot. You know, losing in the finals of a Pro Tour, it stings. You know you don't get many chances at that, and that was a class act there from Ian Robb. Ken Yukihiro overcome with emotion, but he is your Pro Tour champion. Huge round of applause from his fans.
Grabs that trophy.
Oh, fantastic.
And on this day, Ken Yukihiro is the best mono red player in the world.
He wasn't lying, was he, Paul?
3-0.
Well, it looks like the tears have stopped and the smiles you hear. No, he's going for both at the same time.
It's not going to stop.
Oh, I love this. This is so beautiful. It shows how much this means to Ken. Wow. What a huge moment for Ken Yukihiro, and honestly for competitive Magic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ken Yukihiro has been a Pro Tour mainstay for a very long time. I think there was like a short period of time where he wasn't playing. It actually kind of felt kind of weird because he wasn't there, but then he managed to find a way to get back, qualify for the Pro Tour, and it was just a matter of time. I mean, he is one of the greatest players out there. 7 top finishes is absolutely incredible, and to finally get there with his deck in just such a convincing, dominant fashion, being patient. And that's a weird thing, right? When you talk about a deck like Mono Red, you got, oh, pure aggression, pure aggression. That is not the case for Ken Yukihiro. Every single turn, he just took the perfect line. That's the reason why he is the Pro Tour champion.
You could almost see it, Paul, when he was going to turn over that last card, that he couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
You know, his hands were shaking. He's like, I just did it. And it's incredible because, you know, like as competitive players, we tend to be a little more on the stoic side while we're playing, right? But what we saw after that breakdown of emotion from him, that release, that shows what's going on the inside.
I mean, it's the competitive dream, right? It is everybody's dream. It's like, I want to make it to the Pro Tour. But then what? It's like, I want to win the whole darn thing. And Ken Yukihiro is now the champion. And I mean, I feel for him. I mean, I used to play competitively too. And this is what it's all about.
It is. It's what it's all about. And it's a beautiful moment. Everybody take a deep breath. That was fantastic. We've got Maria over at the news desk right now.
Thank you so much, Marshall and Paul. What an incredible victory for our new Pro Tour champion, Ken Yukihiro, and so incredibly well-deserved.
Yeah.
Corey, your thoughts?
I mean, Paul said it like perfectly there. Everybody who has wanted to play a professional tournament, play Magic professionally, seeing those moments like really touches you, you know? Like that is exactly what it's all about, and seeing that reaction, you know, it's hard to have a dry eye. In the building, for all you at home, huge congrats to Ken. I mean, this is just so special.
I know.
Magic's the best.
Magic's the best. Ken is the best. Ailey is standing by now with the trophy presentation.
Thank you so much, Maria. Ken Yukihiro, congratulations first and foremost. You've been here 8 times. On this time around, you are now champion. How much does winning mean to you?
ここの勝利までに、8度目、8回目のこのチャンスがあって、今 最後に勝って一体どういった感じ見ます？
今までたくさんの天才たちを見てきて幾度となくその人たちに勝てないなと思い続けてきましたけど、諦めない、まだ僕は負けてないと、その気持ちだけでここまで来れました。自分が負けを認めなければいつかは優勝できることを証明できたと思います。
I've against like millions of good players and against them over and over again, and I tried over and over again, but if I didn't admit that I lose, I won't lose. So, I'm thinking that if I don't give up, and I'll try again, I talk to myself that I can win, and finally, I win, and that's. I can't say a word.
Perseverance, persistence, the heart of a champion. So, what's next for you now in terms of goals? You've checked this off your list. What does Ken Yukihiro want to achieve next?
次何を達成したいですか、ゆくひろ健として。
もちろん次はまだ取ったことないタイトルである世界選手権の優勝、そして僕の気持ちが続く限り生涯現役でいきたいと思います。
The next title, my goal of next title is, of course, the world champion that I never heard before, and I will never give up.
Fantastic. All right. Ken, before I hand you this trophy, I want to ask you, is there anyone that you would like to thank for helping you on your journey here?
今まで僕がここまで来るにあたってたくさんの、プレイヤーに助けられました。僕が福岡でマジックしてた時に僕にマジックを教えてくれた平林さん、加藤さん、高木さん、林さん、そして和歌山時代に僕の人生の師匠となってくれた山本明正さん、そして東京の武蔵で僕を鍛えてくれた安岡翔太さんや渡辺裕也さん、今までたくさんのプレイヤーの下で切磋琢磨してこれたことを本当に感謝してます。そして今日ここまで僕を応援してくれた皆さん、本当にありがとうございました。
I want to thank you to the players when I played in Fukuoka.
Hayashi,
Mr. Hayashi,
加藤和樹、
Mr. Kato,
平林、
Mr. Hirabayashi,
and Takagi,
Takagi.
and Wakayama as Yamamoto Akimasa.
When I played in Wakayama, Yamamoto.
Yasuoka Shota and Watanabe Yuya, and etc.
Yeah, thanks for everyone who helps me a lot.
All right, let's give it up one more time for our Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion, Ken Yukihiro!
Congratulations once again to our champion, Ken Yukihiro. What a fantastic run for Ken and a fantastic champion as well, playing mono red. 5th Pro Tour top 8 for Ken, and this time he walks away a big winner. As we kicked off Pro Tour Final Fantasy, we started the weekend with 331 players here in sunny and hot Las Vegas, Nevada. As they walked through the doors of the convention center, every single one of them had dreams of hoisting the Pro Tour trophy and claiming the title of champion, but only one would emerge victorious. Before we got there, though, we had a lot of Magic to play. From 6 rounds of one of the best booster draft formats in recent memory to a blazingly fast standard format that proved prowess is the place to be. Who needs forests, swamps, or plains when you've got islands, or maybe even just mountains? That's what took Japan's Ken Yukihiro to a swift victory in our top 8 as he made a clean sweep with a 3-0 win in the finals to take home $50,000 and the title of Pro Tour champion. Congratulations once again to our winner, Ken Yukihiro. Next up, Pro Tour Atlanta. See you there, everyone.